Oh! Uh-oh. A review by WAPO found that Allen did not fire his gun despite the DOJ charging him with doing so. That would also mean that the Secret Service agent who was struck and is fortunately okay was hit by friendly fire. I think that was, we knew that, right? Or maybe I just was seeing tweets and we didn't actually know yet, but... Okay, good one. Jesus, how many bits do you need for this unique token? What was that, like 300 letters? Come on. What happened to our Nebraska girl? Wait, what?
You want to go there with camera?
Oh, so Sire, I'm visiting from America, and I've never had nanos before, and I've heard some great things, like to get the medium quarter pound or something, and I wanted to, document my amazing experience here at Nando's.
Yeah, but people are, this is restaurants. You can't go there without be asking people. It's not allowed.
Okay.
So if you want to go and eat, you can go and eat, but take a camera, no, it's not allowed.
Okay. Okay, no problem. I will go somewhere else.
In the footage, 4 muzzle flashes can be seen from the officer's handgun before he moves off screen. Why are you using archive.ph and not supporting media? I don't support right-wing media. Oh, shit. How long does a muzzle flash last? How long does a muzzle flash for a pistol last? Typically lasts for about 5 to 10 milliseconds. What does your shutter speed have to be to reliably capture muzzle flash? I'm not really thinking of the right question. The shutter speed is usually twice your frame rate. So if you're shooting at 24 frames per second, your shutter speed would be 1/48. So you would be, you'd be capturing kind of a new image every 20 milliseconds? Am I thinking about that correctly? It would be a new... I'm trying to think if... Because if you were capturing your... I would have to think about this more. I don't know how to calculate this. Because if you were capturing at one... like if your shutter speed was like... You just opened it for the full frame. You would capture everything, right? So the higher the shutter speed, the less the chance of catching the muzzle flash. Right? That seems a little counterintuitive though, right? A higher frame rate and a higher shutter speed would give you a lesser chance of capturing the muzzle flash. The image isn't instant though, right? The shutter is basically open for half the frame in this hypothetical case. Yeah, I think so. Everything you need to know.
This is what a real muzzle flash looks like. Notice the flying shells, the gun's forceful kickback, and the light illuminating my body. That last one's super important because I'm gearing up to make an action film where it's pitch black, and the only light is the flash from a gunshot.
Unfortunately, we're going to be filming inside of a real office building, which means I can't use loud blanks. Instead, I'm gonna have to use this. This is what an airsoft gun looks like. Now I can add shells and fire and smoke and all that stuff in post, but what I cannot add is the light. I can try isolating sections of my body and brightening them up, but this never looks as good as the real thing. And what
You're thinking about it wrong. A slow shutter speed will capture all the light during the period of opening, so slow is more reliable. I know. That's why I said it's a bit unintuitive. A higher frame rate, I would imagine, would actually give you a lesser chance of capturing the flash than a lower frame rate captured on an ordinary camera. Like, let's assume we were shooting 1 frame per second. Our shutter speed would be just 1/2. So if the muzzle flash happens you have 500 milliseconds, I'm guessing, right, where you could capture a muzzle flash. But the higher the frame rate, the higher the shutter speed, the lower the chances of you actually capturing the muzzle flash. But I don't know.
the heck am I supposed to roto when the scene is pitch black? So I can't
I'm
use
not sure
airsoft,
if
and I
that
can't use
calculation
blanks.
is
I'm
right. I'm
going to
sure.
have to create something new, using skills in coding and electronics that I don't have yet. I need to invent an airsoft gun that has real muzzle flashes. Sam and I started making action movies when we were 14 years old. I remember Sam's first gun prop. It was a pipe with napkins taped with black tape under it to be like the stock of the gun.
Isn't the frame rate and shutter speed just a recommendation, not a constant? You could record on whatever frame rate and shutter speed you want. So standard practice is 180 degrees or a fast shutter. The shutter speed is always twice your frame rate. If you have a slower shutter speed than your frame rate, slower than the whatever the 180 degree rule is, then you get like a more blurred effect. Like I don't know if I could find an example, but like, what does slow shutter speed look like? Like this would be like a slow shutter, kind of. No, or maybe you get like this effect. Although I don't even know if this is real, but
as you're panning, so either using a single select auto point on your
this is a slower shutter speed. You can see the light like dragging and everything. A fast shutter speed, I think people might use it in shaky cam stuff. It's going to be sharper and it's going to give you a more like, would sharper be the word, image? But it'll look weird if you're just trying to capture like an ordinary. People are used to seeing 180 degrees or 2 times the shutter speed for the frame rate. That's just what we're used to seeing in movies. Okay, I don't care. Anyway. 4th rule of gun ownership. Always be aware of what's beyond your target. They were not paying attention. I feel like in movies, I don't know if they ever say this in real life or in the military, but I feel like in movies I've heard cops say, check your background. Wouldn't good security cameras adjust to the light? So in darker rooms, for example, the shutter speed becomes slower. The shutter speed should always be tied to your frame rate. If you're in a darker room, then what you do is you open the aperture more or you increase your ISO. But typically you won't mess with the shutter speed. Yeah, look at the blur of the guy running. He's fast as fuck, boy. He's fast as fuck, boy. I wish Destiny actually researched cameras before talking about them. Good one guy, good bait. FPS is usually the target and shutter speed is adapted based on light, at least that's my understanding. You probably shouldn't be adjusting your shutter speed based on light if you're doing video, because it's going to change your image. I think generally the only thing you really want to be fucking with, I think, should be your... I'm not a pro, but I would say probably your ISO. Maybe your aperture, if you're like locked off and you don't care much about what the background looks like, maybe. But I would say probably, actually, fuck it. You're right. Winkleman. Yeah, that's what ND filters are for, actually. Oh, which my cameras have built-in ND filters, which was amazing. When we did that shot in, when we did the shoot at UCLA, I was able to use those built-in ND filters, so we didn't have to fuck with our bullshit. But for security cameras, you're not going to have, like, the cameras aren't going to be the greatest quality. But you also don't need to do something, or you don't have to, like, they're security cameras. You don't need, like, you're not looking for movie quality fucking images or whatever.
Telling them we sent you. Yeah, you.
Skeptic confronts Danny. I have to do some work, so we're gonna watch something boring while I do this. Hold on, what is this? Oh my God! Nick Fuentes, April 29th. Isn't this old as fuck? Who cares? Okay. April 29th, 2026, old as fuck, LOL. No, like, we've seen this like a year ago or something. This happened a long time ago, I think. I feel like we watched that exact footage. Can you add a light source in post? No. My understanding is that shutter speed should generally be set to 150 or 160 unless non-standard deviation or situation. No, the shutter speed will be twice your frame rate. Almost positive that that's how it goes, generally speaking. That's like your general rule of thumb is 180 degrees or twice the frame rate. But security camera footage could be different. Again, they're not trying to capture like high quality fucking whatever cinematic images or whatever, so. Who was the first person to tweet out that the suspect was dead? Because I feel like we got that there were a lot of tweets saying the suspect had been killed. Are we reading the VRA SCOTUS opinion? No, because there's like 96 pages. I also have to, I might implement some draconian chat rules soon for when we get back to reading streams. But what bachelor were you considering to undertake? Your dad.
Breeze has worked with some of the biggest and fastest growing creators on YouTube. We've partnered with Smosh to support studio expansion.
I was going to school for music. Stop talking to me.
This is the moment an elderly woman is rescued in eastern Ukraine by a robot. She'd been trying to leave her wrecked village.
Did they? I don't remember who it was initially.
Separated from family, struggling slowly along before the robot pulls up. The Ukrainian military supplied this footage and say they attached an instruction to the robot. Grandma, sit down. We've spoken to Antonina. She describes how she became exhausted before the robot reached her. At one point, she tumbled to the ground. Impossible. Ground drones now play
they have these at the airport.
Rescuing or supplying soldiers, but this was a different kind of deployment, one to save a granny.
Jesus! Did that count as...
First, but
Caitlin Collins reports from WCHD that the shooter is confirmed.
Then we heard from our own security. So we didn't know at first, but then we heard from our own security that they heard shots fired. And now we do have Secret Service telling us, obviously I want to know this is only one Secret Service member, but a member of security is here telling us that there is a shooter who is confirmed dead. And now we are kind of basically locked inside the ballroom. But basically they were saying everyone's okay. They have not identified the shooter yet, but obviously it shows you this was not some kind of false threat, that obviously something had happened and they rushed the entire...
I wonder which Secret Service guy said that. Or if somebody miscommunicated something. Jesus Christ. Attack on Titan creator, I don't know how to say this, Hajime Isayama, has regrets about how the series ended, saying there is a sense of insincerity to how Eren Yeager's story played out. A large factor was also my own immaturity and foolishness at the time when I was in my early 20s. Did this guy write all of Attack on Titan in his early 20s? Holy shit! Time to kill myself. What the fuck? That's why I only watched like 3 episodes. Started with great premise and then fell hard and fast. You figured that out in 3 episodes? What? Oh, actually, wait. This makes so much sense. Fuck. No wonder so many manga artists are pedophiles. It's because they're all basically kids themselves. So it's not even really that bad. How old was the Rurouni Kenshin guy when he was banging kids? Or I don't know what he actually was charged with. Don't sue me. Sorry. Wait, hold on. Destiny, I think this is a misquote. The guy is 39. This doesn't make sense. Oh, fuck. I wonder if he meant that Eren was supposed to resemble him in his early 20s. Or maybe he, like, storyboarded the whole manga in his early 20s. Like, that's when he wrote, like, the full story, and then he just was able to illustrate it and everything else later on. Julian Michael says liberals won't debate. She has an open call right now to anybody willing to step on our pod. Will you reach out? I think we did. Let me double check. But these people always say that and then never accept a real, like, confrontation. So, I don't know. They're fucking losers. They're looking for softies. Okay. Okay, these started off kind of easy, but now these are, like, fucking... Just fuck me, fam. Okay. Mute, unmute. Wait, why can't... I thought we got rid of it before. Something broke. We built a sound memory game and somehow still managed to mess up the code. That takes a special kind of talent. Okay. Oh, I have a crazy AI take. Remind me to give it after this. I'm just always just gonna be flat. I just accept it. had to. Damn. This first one fucked me. Round, shadow, rumble, orders, ovation. Sock, hand, roll, clap, joke, boom, stage, level, string, room, phase. The fuck? Round, shadow, rumble, ovation comes at the end of a thing. Standing ovation, standing orders. That's a phrase, isn't it? Standing orders? Standing room? Is that a thing? No. Round. Rumble. Like things that describe like after like lightning, like thunder, like clap, rumble, boom. Phase of the moon. Level. Stage. Roll. Rock and roll. Rock and room. Rock'em sock'em robots. What the fuck? What the fuck? I have no idea. Handshake. Room shake. A roll up. String up. I don't even know a single one. What the fuck? Rumble, boom, clap. A room, a stage, a shadow, we can try the standing thing. Standing. There's no way this is a thing. Fuck. A standing roll? stand-up joke? Did I already guess stage? Standing phase? That standing boom? I have no fucking idea. Standing joke? What does that even mean? This was the hardest one? I have no idea. I don't know what the fuck a standing joke is. Okay. Whatever. Jesus Christ. What, am I missing like easy shit here? Round. Okay, hold on. Let me reshuffle my brain. Fuck. I haven't drank enough Red Bull. Oh, a duration of a thing. Jesus, I think. Stage, level, phase, and round. Oh my god. Okay. One of these has to be about, like, noise. Like boom, rumble, clap. Would be string, sock, hand, shadow, puppets, shadow puppets, hand puppets, sock puppets, and a string puppet. That's what that is. What the fuck is rolling thunder? Rolling thunder? That's a phrase, right? Thunder rumble? I have thunder clap. Okay. Jesus Christ. Holy fuck. Non-fillet frozen fish. Dude, okay. I think we might be axed on this one. Because I'm just guessing like fucking micronations. $213 million of exports? This is a micronation. The Marshall Islands. It's going to be one. I don't know what these are all called. You quit this one already for the same reason? Did I? I don't even know if these are real countries. Wow, good job. We got it. Okay, fuck the Tradle one. We're done with this. No more. It's too stupid. Oh, apparently Phenomine made this game for a whole bunch of world shit.
Daily.
Okay, let me hit this one real quick. One sec.
Focus up.
Okay. 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 I don't know about that one. Okay. Easy. This is my best one yet.
Incredible.
Okay. All right. Play daily game. Guess the country. Each round you get 3 new hints about the country. Terrain. Mostly flat. Oh, wait. You get 3 new hints. Each round, you also get a new bonus question. Answering it correctly rewards 3 additional hints. Your goal is to correctly guess the name of the country. After each incorrect guess, you also get to know if your guess was in the correct region or sub-region. Good luck. Okay. Okay. Net migration rate minus 3,179. That means that people are leaving. You said you had an AI take the... Oh, yeah. Are there chances... What are the chances that, like, the AI companies could hold every single software project in the world hostage? Like, let's assume that we do, like, 5 more years and we get, like, a lot of AI-related code generation. Is there ever a world where all of the AI companies could be, oh, we're actually going to 100x the token cost or whatever, and now every single software company on the planet is like, oh, shit. We have a whole bunch of code that we can't work with or debug or do anything with, and... There are sufficient open source models that are decent currently that you could self-host. Okay, never mind. Boring. Okay. The .tld is .bo. Oh, fuck. Well, that kind of gives it away if you know, huh? And the notable animals are the llama. National symbol is NE. Like, is that like the abbreviation for the country? Like, what could that be? Nepal? Oh, no. Or is the mammal the national symbol? What does this NE mean? VUNT, VUEN. What does that mean? Oh, notable animal species closely associated with the country, including national symbols, endemic species, and conservation flagships. Hint format. Animal name, taxonomic class, notable reason, and conservation status. Oh. Pink River dolphin, vicuña, flamingo. Is the country above or under the median in military expenditure? Well, if they've got people leaving and their world rank is 107 out of 193, my guess is they would be below, right? Okay. What did I get for that? Oh, did I get a new hint? Vaush calls you out hard. Bro, we watched this video yesterday. Okay. Oh, so now we got... These are our new hints. Inflation percentage is 5.1%. Decently high. Electricity / voltage / plug types. 220 to 230 volts. Okay. Military expenditure of 655 million, 0.13 million USD. Okay. There's no way I can get more hints, right? Correct bonus question. 3 bonus hints revealed. You still need to... I'm going to guess Switzerland. Fuck it. Could that... Does Switzerland have dolphins? Or flamingos, though? No shot. It's got to be more south. But it's got to be like a... Why would, I don't know where, in Jaguar? Aren't these like in forests? I don't know what the fuck animals are in fucking Europe. I don't even know if it would be in Europe. Giant otter. Pink river dolphin. Flamingo. No, I'm going to guess. I don't know what kind of outlets they use in Mexico. These are outlets that you see in Europe. Let's go to Central America. Fuck it. No. Belize? .bo is their TLD. Bolivia? No way, right? Bolivia. Net migration rate of just negative 3,000. That just, isn't that like a huge, I'm going to guess it. Fuck it. Let's try. Oh. Easy. Correct. Wait, why did I lose a life? Did I lose a life for doing the bonus question? Now guess country 2 of 3. Round 1 started. 3 new hints revealed. Okay, strategic location along the Danish Straits, linking the Baltic and North Seas. Bro, I don't know. European shit. Has almost 100,000 lakes. The largest of which, Vänern, is the 3rd largest in Europe. Isn't it like fucking Norway or something? Don't they have like a fuck ton of lakes? Like Norway or Sweden or... Is the country above or below the median in population? I feel like they have less than this. Fuck! How many people live in Norway? It's not Norway. Okay, I don't know where the Danish Straits are. They have more than 9.35 million people, though. Vänern. Let's fucking... I'm just going to guess Norway anyway. I don't give a fuck. I don't care. Okay. Is the country above or under the median in export goods? Well, if they were... Am I not able to see the last bonus question? Fuck. They were above the median population, so I had to guess, and especially if it's a Nordic country, they're probably above the export goods. Okay. Low death rate? I don't know. Kilometers squared area. Time zone is UTC +1, which is anything in Europe, right? Basically. Is it Sweden or Finland, I guess? Maybe Sweden? Iceland can't be big enough to have that many lakes. There's fucking nobody... How many people live in Sweden? Is it really over 9 million people? I feel like that country has like almost exactly, like, no way. Oh, it is. Wait. Sweden population. 10.6 million people. Whatever. Barely. Okay. Okay, 3 of 3. The country, wait, what am I? Okay, life expectancy is 74.55, which is in the middle. Official exchange rate, LCU per USD. Is LCU the name of their currency or local currency units? Okay. Per USD, it's 1-to-1? Is that what that means? Hurricanes and other tropical storms cause extensive flood and wind damage. Is the country above or under the median in urban population percentage? I don't understand this. Does this mean it trades 1-to-1 with the USD? That's got to be like... What? Is this like a troll? Could the answer be America? Am I? Okay. Who has a 1-to-1 exchange rate with the USD in South America? They're probably above the median population if it's South America, right? Would be my guess. Oh my God. Their constitution birth year, 1964. Electricity source shares, 99.52% fossil fuel. Jesus. Almost all of their population lives in cities, 81.32%. Is this a micronation thing? One of these stupid places? Bruh. It is. It's going to be. Well, GDP of 15.83 billion for GDP. Could it be? For GDP. Damn. Daniel. I feel like it has to be one of these because, like, wouldn't don't all these countries have their own currency? So I feel like one of these, it's like some fucking, like, U.S. territory bullshit or something. Is the country above or under the median in total reserves of USD? My guess would be below. Okay, more hints. PPP per capita, coastline, 3,542 kilometers. Lots of coastline. Not much in reserves. Net migration rate, people are moving there. Independence in 1973. I don't know the history of any of these stupid fuck places. I have no idea. It's definitely under the median area. Unemployment is decently high. GDP per capita is very high. Oh, this is like a place where people go to fucking retire. Is it Epstein's Island? Stop giving me micronation questions. It's going to be like one. I don't know. Birth rate. Under. A Commonwealth realm. I don't even know, bro. I have no idea. Access to electricity 100%. World rank 1 of 193. Alright, fuck me, I guess. The Bahamas. What even is the Bahamas? I actually have no fucking idea. They were inhabited by the Arawak and Lucayans, a branch of the I don't know. Okay, this is not a real thing. For many centuries, Christopher Columbus was the first European to see the islands. Kingdom of Spain shipped the native Lucayans to Hispaniola and enslaved them there. They were deserted from 1513 to 1648. Okay, it became a crown colony of the Kingdom of Great Britain in 1718 when the British clamped down on piracy. After the American Revolutionary War, the crown resettled thousands of American loyalists to the Bahamas. They became an independent Commonwealth realm, separate from the UK. in 1973. Its first prime minister was Lyndon Pinling. The Bahamas maintains King Charles III as its monarch. An appointed representative of the crown is the Governor General of the Bahamas. The Bahamas has the 14th largest GDP per capita in the Americas. Its economy is based on tourism and offshore finance. It's a full member of the Caribbean Community, CARICOM, but it's not part of the CARICOM single market and economy. And they just use... What is the Bahamas currency? They just peg it on the dollar? Are other countries allowed to use like other countries' currencies as their currency? Like, could you just say, I'm founding a country and our currency is the USD? Are you like allowed to do that? Could you just say yes? What's going to stop them? I don't know. I guess it would be nothing, right? I have no idea. Do the colors thing? I don't like the color games. What do you... Well, I don't even know what I'm doing. What am I doing? You see two colors, click on the line between them. That's it. Is this a trick question? Hold on. Do I have to find like... Does it need to be like pixel perfect? Oh my god, I feel like a genius playing this game. Jesus, okay. Okay, I see. Okay. Okay. Jeez. Hold up. I think I might be at my limit here. I need to be in a dark room. The lights in the back are distracting me. I can't tell if I'm seeing something here or not. Nope, not even. Okay. Oh, I see this one. Nope, not this one. Maybe? No, I don't think so. No. Definitely not. No. Yes. Yeah. Yes. Yep. Yep. Maybe this? No. I can't say this one. Wait. No. Yes. No, I don't think so. Oh no, wait. Yes, maybe. Yeah. Yes. No. I don't think so. Unless it's this. I don't think so, though. No. What was I supposed to get? Six, seven. Or okay, last one. Capital city, population under 50K, and touches the equator. Never mind, fuck this game. Oh, capital city, population over 50K, and touches the equator. I don't even know where the equator fucking is, bro. That's way to the south of me. I don't give a fuck. You're supposed to guess, like, the least guessed place? Oh my god. Do you think Israel is on the equator? What about Gaza City? Is that is there a capital to Gaza? Or the West Bank? I don't think so, right? I'm guessing countries, right? Capital city, population over 50K. Touches the equator? I don't know where the equator is. I don't know how far south or north it is. I feel like everybody would guess Israel. If it's Israel, then Jordan will be it, right? No. I don't know which direction I need to go. Fuck! It's probably south. I think the equator is south of these places. Hell yes! Am I making this up, or sub-Saharan Africa, is that on, like, that's like the equator, right? Is it? Okay, CO2 emissions per capita over 10 something whatever per year bullshit. And capital city with a population of over 50K. Okay, so first world country, I'm guessing, because we're emitting a lot of pollution. Or, I mean, I'm industrialized, whatever country. And capital city population over 50K. This'll be an easy one. Bangladesh. CO2 emissions per capita. Maybe? Fuck! Nepal. These are polluting countries? No, I don't know. God damn it! Vietnam? What, do these countries just not pollute? Hello? City population. The cities are certainly big enough. Taiwan, they've got to be a polluter. I don't know how many people. Oh, a legendary poll. Another legendary poll. Top 20 in chocolate consumption per capita. You know what? Them Mexicans, they're pretty fat down there. Fuck! Okay, stop. Touches the equator. Population over 1 million. I can't guess the same country again, right? God damn it. Is Chad on the equator? I don't know. I don't know, and I don't care where the equator is. Kill me. I don't care. Where? Hot take. Like, this is bullshit. Hot take. The equator should be right here. Like where Mexico City is, okay? That makes the most sense. Because Everything south of Mexico should be in the southern hemisphere. Everything north should be Mexico and America. The equator needs to move up a lot. All right? Who would make a planet like this? Look at this. Like, imagine you're like doing a video game. What would the equator be? Like for Europe? Oh, this makes sense right here. Like the Mediterranean, that's like a nice equator. Look right there. Where is it actually? What the fuck? Why? That's crazy. If Trump wanted to move something, he should have moved the equator. That would have been a good... Like, look at this. Oh, equator divides Indonesia in half. Doesn't make any sense. Doesn't make any sense. These countries aren't even close to the equator. Okay. Cringe. I got fucked. I had legendary polls and I got fucked. Your favorite streamer had some drama. This is the last time I'm speaking about the burnt peanut copying allegations. I just want to say how hilariously fucking retarded it is that like a universe of peanut-like animal VTubers were spawned off. And like these guys are fighting each other now in the little universe they've created. The faithful Emmy. Is that our Emmy? The Nazi one? Do you guys remember a long time ago when Hassan was trying to say she was a neo-Nazi? Oh my God. I went out of my way to buy a completely different Peanut 3D avatar and dress it up with different cloths and a mustache, specifically so people could tell us apart, and so I wouldn't be copying him. I stay in the same outfit all the time to be purposefully recognizable as someone different. My name does not have peanut in it even. He's the faithful sheriff. He just happens to be a peanut, guys. The only leg haters have to stand on now is simply that I'm a peanut. That's it. That's the only copying allegations you have. So what? So what if there's another peanut out there? You actually that afraid or worried I'll take viewership from the other peanut? I'm a completely different person. Oh my God. The sheriff guy is just an engagement farmer. Nobody actually cares about the drama. Oh, maybe.
The Arlington Heights framework exists precisely for the government action. The Arlington Heights framework exists precisely for the purpose of sussing out whether impermissible racial considerations were were impermissibly in the mix.
Isn't it the case that TPS was terminated for quite a list of countries? I can't seem to find the particular page of the transcript where the district court goes through them all. And yes, none of those is a Nordic country. And I don't like dividing up the people of the world arbitrarily into three racial groups. But you say they're all non-white, and that's the distinguishing characteristic.
That is the distinguishing characteristic that the district court held. But I would emphasize, Justice Alito, that...
But do you think that if you put Syrians, Turks, Greeks, and other people who live around the Mediterranean in a lineup, do you think you could say those people are that all of them, are they all non-white?
I understand that Syrians, I think, may be classified as white for purposes of the State Department, or for...
Oh, no. Americans trying to racially classify other things outside of America. Challenge level, impossible!
Be classified as white for purposes of the State Department, or for under certain government, certain government programs. But again, I think race...
There's like the ultimate midwit meme. The ultimate midwit meme, I don't know why I needed to draw this, is like the retarded redneck Christian being like, Jesus is white. And then you've got the 100 IQ guy who's like, actually, Jesus was from the Middle East. He wouldn't have been white, you idiot. But then the high IQ guy is like, to Americans, he probably would have just been white. Like, maybe when Hassan has a tan, with the curliest his hair could be and with the right facial hair, maybe some Americans would view him as non-white, maybe, but like for a lot of Turkish people, for a lot of Middle Easterners, like assuming you're fair skin, I don't think Americans are going to see, the average American's going to be like, oh, I don't know, that's a white dude.
Programs, but again, I think race is, I think, you'd have to poll the public to know what they think the race of a Syrian is. I certainly think they're not white.
Poll the American people?
Well,
do they think Syrians are white?
I wouldn't think that most would, Justice Alito.
Really?
I really don't.
How about Turks?
I honestly haven't considered what racial component I would sort Turks into.
How about Greeks?
I don't know the answer to that either.
How about Southern Italians?
Well, certainly 120 years ago, when we had our last wave of European immigration, Southern Italians were not considered white. So I think our concept of these things evolves over time.
How about Spaniards?
I think same answer. About 120 years ago, I don't think they were considered white.
You have a really large.
I don't even know what this court case is about, so I don't know if somebody's saying something stupid or not. I have no idea.
Really broad definition of who's white and who's not white. As I said, I don't like dividing the people of the world into these groups.
I understand. I would say that even under this court's rationality jurisprudence, if you look at cases like Moreno, it is not necessary for us to get strict scrutiny to win here, because irrespective of how you do the classification at issue here, under those courts, under those decisions, under those precedents, bare dislike of an unpopular group is a sufficient basis to find that rational basis is not even satisfied.
I don't know what this, I have no idea what this case is about, so I don't know who's being retarded or not retarded. Supreme Court Voting Rights Act, Louisiana voting map. Weakened a key provision of Landmark Voting Rights Act, a ruling that limits consideration of race in drawing voting maps and could usher in Republican gains in the House. A decision expected to touch off a scramble, blah, 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 blah. Found the court's conservative majority found Louisiana unlawfully discriminated by race when it created a second majority black congressional district in line with the VRA, but the court did not strike down the provision known as Section 2. It's unconstitutional. Limiting voting rights interfered. Still, the court's liberal justices and voting rights experts said it was effectively gutted. The ruling, I don't know. I just don't know. I don't trust anything that unless I have to read everything. So, and I need to review a whole bunch of shit. So you're getting babysat while I read shit. Get ready to be bored. I don't give a fuck. Could you see Donnie from CNN is posting about UFA? Yeah, I think I told Z that we could watch it in a couple days. So, do the chat rule change already? Oh, I haven't. I have to like figure it out with my I'd have to toss it around. I might limit the I might limit chat so that chat while I'm streaming has to be restricted to streaming topics. But I don't. That's going to be a big one if I do it, so my girlfriend is Turkish. Had to explain to her that in Sweden, if you're fucking from France or Italy, you aren't white, and obviously that it's retarded. Americans just see it as white. Likewise, my dark brown / light brown hair. When I'm in Turkey, I'm blonde. Okay. Andy Milanakis said you guys hung out. How was it? That was a long time ago. But he was generally a fun person to hang out with, I guess, yeah. What are you trying to exclude exactly this new rule? Well, when I'm doing like, when we're reading stuff, so whether it's like research related or whatever else, I think there's like some percentage of people that are interested in it, and then there's like some, I don't know what the percentages are that are interested or not interested, but the people that aren't interested, basically the entire chat just becomes a conversation about something completely different. So it's hard for me to see like people who are even engaging with what I'm saying. Everybody's talking about something completely different. Sometimes Rinlux is running 50 trillion polls that are completely not related, so that I'm basically just having to ignore chat, and then I feel like I'm just like talking to a monitor, and there's like nothing. It's just weird yeah, I have no idea. Quick meme to show why you shouldn't enforce this new rule. Oh, good one.
This video came across my feed recently, and like, This video.
Okay, here, watch him for a little bit.
Came across my feed recently. And like, I watch a lot of climate stuff on YouTube. Like I watch Just Have a Think, I watch Undecided with Matt Farrell, I watch...
Sometimes the research is boring. Yeah, but then you should either use the Discord or fucking leave. Just leave.
Climate out of my... This video came across my feed recently. And like, I watch a lot of climate stuff on YouTube. Like I watch Just Have a Think, I watch Undecided with Matt Farrell, I watch Climate Atom, I watch Zenturo. These are all channels you should watch that are trying in different ways to help people understand the very real and complicated problem of climate change and the very real and complicated solutions that we're working on. So I think if YouTube is handing me this video, it's not because it's like a big video for the climate skeptics to get like really jazzed about. Like that's a different kind of video. This isn't that kind of video. So I clicked on it in part because like, it's strange that YouTube surfaced it to me. It makes me think it's reaching a pretty wide audience. Like,
what's the AI take? I already gave it. I was just wondering if like, are people ever worried about AI companies owning, like if AI companies were to start artificially jacking up all the token costs or whatever the fuck you guys pay, could it ever be that there's like a world where nobody is able to code anymore because like all the software is built on AI generated code that now nobody can afford to pay agents or whatever to keep up with?
Has a lot of views, but also I think it's reaching people who aren't necessarily like solidly in one camp or the other here. But I also clicked on it because the thumbnail made me think, actually, I like this kind of content. You know, it's really good to be skeptical of charts. It's really good to question people's innate framing. It's good to ask whether we're being manipulated by visuals. It's good to ask like a good graph and a bad graph. People have complicated ideas around good and bad graphs, and also very simplistic ones that I think are wrong. Like just because the axis doesn't go all the way to 0, that doesn't necessarily mean a graph is bad. Sometimes that's useful. The thing is the understanding that the graph puts in your head reflective of what the graph is actually of. Like that's what's good and bad about a graph. And sometimes not having the axis be at 0 can do that. You know, you can magnify differences that aren't very big, but that's not necessarily a graph crime if you understand what's going on or if there's a good reason to do that. So I love content like this because we really do need to be careful as members of society.
This is good graphs, I think, are like art where, hold on, Jesus Christ. It's good sometimes to take a step back and ask yourself, like, what the fuck is the goal of what I'm trying to convey? Like, rather than getting lost in the, should it be logarithmic? Should I start at 0? Like, what is it that you're trying to convey with a particular graph? Because he is right. Sometimes people, it'll be like with samples, people will be like, oh, your sample size is too small. Like, it's not a real survey. Or, oh, like, people just give, like, the most random objection. Oh, your y-axis, it doesn't start at 0, so this is bullshit. It's like, well, it depends on what you're trying to show, right? Like, yeah.
Society to not just believe everything we see. You know, not every graph is right. Some graphs are straight wrong. Some graphs put wrong ideas in your head. It's good to think about graphs. And there's all kinds of things trying to make you freaked out and scared.
In my opinion, there is a decent overlap in skill set to non-creative people. I'm not trying to say that it's like literally just arbitrary art bullshit. I'm not saying that. I don't know if it even sounded like I just implied that. Okay? I'm just saying that like music or like any art, that like if you're making something at the end of the day, you have to remember like what are you trying to do? You're trying to convey some feeling or emotion or something, and it's good to take a step back and like ask yourself like, and all the theory and all the bullshit that I'm lost in this, am I actually conveying the thing that I'm trying to convey? Obviously you need an underlying skill set in order to do that, but it's good to not get lost sometimes in the weeds on things. So
scared about the world. And sometimes those things are graphs. And the ones that make people more freaked out, even if they are less representative of reality, they're the ones that get spread more because, of course, they're more salient. We'll pay more attention to them. So I'm like, yeah, hit me with some graph analysis. But what I found...
I didn't say that either. I was commenting that there was an overlap in skills and thought process. Yeah, I was just agreeing with you. I don't know why you're saying I didn't say that either. I never said you said that. Triple troll. Got him.
It's amazing. This video is a masterclass. It's a masterclass in like very subtle manipulations. A lot of the internet is really brute force here. But this video is like just appears to be a calm, collected guy helping you understand the world better. And there's a world in which I would just believe that's what he was trying to do. He just believes different things from me, which is fine. Like, we're all going to believe different things. But if you look closely, if you follow this closely, you see the subtle manipulations in a way that makes it so clear that this is bad faith and that he is making an argument not because he believes it, but because he has an agenda. And so I did not have time to make this video this week, but I had to make this video because there are so many little tricks that this guy is using, but talking to you about them right now is not going to do the work. We're going to watch the video together.
Bloomberg columnist Mark Gongloff says this scary looking chart is something that climate denialists...
Wait, nobody is going to know this because his tweet only had literally like fucking 2,000 likes. There was some tweet yesterday that I saw, and it had like 10 things, and it was like IQ check. And I was like, oh, Jesus. And I agreed with all 10 things, and I agreed with it. Does anybody have any fucking idea what tweet I saw? It was like 2,000 likes from some fucking Twitter account, and it was called like IQ check, and it had like just like 10 different things. Anybody know what I'm talking about? If you find it, we're mind melted, okay?
Can't ignore.
All right, we've started off with Bloomberg columnist Mark Gongloff.
Because it shows how much hotter the world has been getting since 1930. The chart should actually look like this.
And we're going to get into why the chart should actually look like this.
How about this terrifying graph showing record warm temperatures?
I mean, honestly, if you hadn't told me that graph was terrifying, I would have just thought that it was kind of similar to a lot of climate graphs I've seen and be like, well, if I'm going to be terrified by that, there's a lot of the stuff to be terrified by.
It should look like this.
This one actually shouldn't. It shouldn't look like that. But we'll get a lot of the stuff to be terrified by.
Wait. God damn it. Destiny calls me. That's why you guys are always going to lose this conversation. And I love Hutch. I would never call him out. Wait, fuck. What is the video that he's going over? Does anybody have a link to that, to the underlying video? What?
Why'd you ban that guy?
Because he's being a smartass.
Good man.
Oh my god, you found it. Who's mind melded with me? Ken Choi. We are Charlie Kirk. We are one, okay? We're in a part-time stream today. Leon's Law. I have to prepare for my dev bottom for tomorrow. Tonight. IQ tests. Marxism is bad. True. Vaccines are good. True. MAGA is bad. True.
Big true.
Property taxes are good. True. Tariffs are bad. True. GMOs are good. True. Coal is bad. True. Voting is good. True. Petty theft is bad. True. Natural parks are good. True. This is the only controversial one, is crypto is bad. I see where he's coming from. I would say like false or neutral on that, but I know where they're coming from, and it's like there's just so many fucking retards involved in crypto related shit right now. I kind of sort of get it. And then nuclear is good. True. Terrorism is bad. True.
Well, depends on what nuclear we're talking about.
Shut up. Good list. Not to go back, and you're going to do what you want to do, but rather than banning off topic, maybe you could periodically stop to address the chat, refocus as us on the topic, and maybe take questions and restate what you just learned. Might reinforce your knowledge. Maybe, but I would do that anyway normally while chatting and streaming. But the problem is I think once people start doing a fuck ton of off-topic chat, such that like 98% of it is off-topic, then the people that would engage with the material otherwise just won't, because it doesn't seem like the chat is even doing that. So, Shut up, you fucking... That's what you are, Moot.
New talking point. It doesn't seem like the blockade is actually going to fuck Iran at all. Well, not overwhelmingly, I guess is the way to put it.
Why?
One sec. They're pretty lucky apparently to have like really good oil, so much so that like it can start and stop pretty well, and they're going to be able to use a lot of their current like reserves just on their own country, so it's actually not.
Wait, when you say fuck them over, my understanding of fuck them over would be they can't like export to other countries and everything, no?
Yeah, they're not going to be able to export, but it seems like they're going to be able to utilize their supply pretty well.
Yeah.
And then the stuff that they don't have to utilize, they can cap, and then it won't be that big of a deal.
Oh, you mean to like restart it in the future or something?
Yeah, they're like uniquely positioned and lucky that their restarting isn't that big of a deal.
Okay, based. Oh wait, did anybody have, is there an underlying, or is there a link to the underlying video that this guy's looking at? Did he say what the video was? I wonder if this video would troll, or would trigger me.
Talking to you about them right now is not going to do the...
Oh, the vid Hank is watching.
Bloomberg columnist Mark Gongloff says this scary-looking chart is something that climate denialists can't ignore, because it shows how much hotter the world has been getting since 1930. The chart should actually look like this.
I don't know. I don't have a label for these axes, so I'm not actually sure what the percentage is measured against, but okay. I don't know.
How about this terrifying graph showing record warm temperatures? It should look like this.
There's no labels for anything. Am I retarded?
These are two examples of how climate scientists manipulate data to generate scary-looking charts. Global warming is real, but using statistical tricks to frighten people into panicking about it poisons the public discourse and leads to bad policy decisions. Both of these charts are known as hockey stick graphs because they show a sharp, alarming upward trend in temperature. Here's the original hockey stick graph from 1998. It was created by climate activist Michael Mann.
The graph that we published told a pretty simple story. You didn't have to understand the complex workings of Earth's climate system, the physics and the math, to understand what this graph was telling us, that there was this unprecedented warming taking place today.
By hiding the complexity, Mann exploits widespread ignorance of physics and math to push his...
I don't like that he said climate scientists are making incorrect graphs, and then of one of the few graphs that he cited, his first example is he called a climate activist, which makes it sound like he's not a researcher or a published person or a scientist at all, but okay.
Warming taking place today.
By hiding the complexity, Mann exploits widespread ignorance of physics and math to push his point. He refused to reveal his data and methodology. He grafted the scary red line on the right, unrelated to the data in the rest of the chart. He used a biostatistical method to stitch together unreliable proxy data, and the graph dramatically overstated the certainty of past temperatures. Here's a more recent hockey stick chart, this one published by the US government's Global Climate Change Research Program. It measures record high temperatures in the US using ratios. The red bars show the ratio of record high to record low daily temperatures, and the blue bars show the ratio of record low to record high daily temperatures. If there were more record highs than record lows, you see a red line. If there were more record lows than record highs, you see a blue line. And the bar's height is the ratio. The only reason to present the data as a ratio is to create a scary visual in which the alarming-looking red bars get taller and taller. The chart is labeled record warm daily temperatures are occurring more often, but as a theoretical physicist Stephen Koonin explained in his 2021 book, that's not what it shows. Koonin graphed the number of record warm days in the US, and as you can see, they're not occurring more than in recent years. Only when you express the figures as a ratio does it make it look like record high temperatures are increasing. What's actually going on is that the number of record high temperatures is holding steady, while the number of record cold days is decreasing, and that's what's making the ratio lines go up.
But doesn't that mean that the aggregate temperature is then going up? Hold on, I'm so sorry. Hold on, I'm so sorry. 1 second. So these graphs are showing different things. There
are more record lows than record highs, you see a blue line, and the bar's height is the ratio. The only reason to present the data as a ratio is to create a scary visual in which the alarming-looking red bars get taller and taller. The chart is labeled record warm daily temperatures are occurring more often, but as
This is a bad label. I would agree with that. Record warm daily temperatures are occurring more often. I don't think
looking red bars get taller and taller. The chart is...
Models tend to underestimate these of record-setting daily temperatures in the contiguous United States. Red bars indicate a year with more daily record highs than daily record lows, while blue bars indicate a year with more record lows than highs. I don't know if... I think I don't like the title for this graph. I would say that, but...
It is labeled record warm daily temperatures are occurring more often.
Because we're not really looking at the absolute measure of record warm daily temperatures. What we're looking at is like, I don't know how to express this, but like aggregate temperature over the day. Like if I were to tell you...
that makes sense, yeah.
Yeah, like if I were to tell you that like... Let's take 2 days, and I were to ask you, like, in which day was the temperature higher? Let's just...
Well, if you're taking the aggregate temperature, it's impossible to know, right? Unless...
Well, no, like, let's...
I mean, you have a good clue.
Let's say that, like, in this day, let's assume that this is, we'll say this is, like, 100 degrees and 50 degrees. Let's say that we have a day where the temperature is, like, this... And then, like, let's say that we have a day where the temperature is like this.
Okay.
Like there was a higher record high on day 1, right? Yep. But day 2, I mean, like the average temperature of the day was quite a bit higher, right?
Yeah.
So I understand why maybe you would present this data as a ratio of record highs to record lows, because record highs might not capture everything. It would be difficult to capture this though for right reasons. Keep in mind also, like a record is also like a record, right?
Mm-hmm.
So like imagine if you have, like what if your record high one day was like, or let's say your high was like this, then let's say you had a day where your high was this, and then like this. Let's say that like all your days looked like this before. Well, over this time period here, you only had one record high, right? Mm-hmm. But your average temperatures are dramatically
pretty crazy now,
increased, right? Maybe a way to capture that would be a reduction in record lows. Maybe that could be one argument for why you would start to use a ratio between the two. Maybe, but I don't know.
Fun, but as a theoretical physicist,
like
dramatically change research program.
Actually, now hold on. Now thinking about that, one second.
It measures record high temperatures in the U.S. using ratios. The red bars show the ratio of record high to record low daily temperatures, and the blue bars show the ratio of record low to record high daily temperatures. If there were more record highs than record lows, you see a red line. If there were more record lows than record highs, you see a blue line. And the bar's height is the ratio. The only reason to present the data as a ratio is to create a scary visual in which the alarming-looking red bars get taller and taller. The chart is labeled record warm daily temperatures are occurring more often, but as a theoretical physicist Stephen Koonin explained in his 2021 book, that's not what it shows. Koonin graphed the number of record warm days in the US, and as you can see...
So, like, this is actually kind of scary, but I think it might downplay what's happening in this graph, because if let's assume that you had a graph that was let's assume that you had a graph that looked like this, okay? I want to graph out the record high days in the United States over time. And let's say that your graph looked like, Jesus Christ. Like, let's say that your graph looked like this.
Okay.
I think that to a layman, this graph looks fine, right? If this was your record high days every year.
Sure.
Do you think it would be fine? Talk me through it. Do you think this is an okay thing? Or do you think, like, if you saw this, do you think it's a good thing or a bad thing? Not necessarily if the graph is good or bad, but what would your, like, if I were to say, these are the number of record high days each year in the United States.
So, this is a bad sign because every single year we're getting new record highs? Or...
So I agree with what you're saying there, but I don't think most people would read it that way. I think most people would see it.
I don't think so either.
Yeah, and they go like,
oh, it's steady.
Yeah, it's steady. But like this, the implication here is that you're getting hotter.
Yeah.
And so when I look at this graph here, and he's saying, well, this graph is much better. Well, it looks like we're still getting hotter, but our record lows do seem to be trending down, at least over the last 30 years. And I think that there should be a meaningful way to express that. Because this here, if I was just glancing at this graph, it seems like, I don't know, it's not really that big of a deal. It seems like everything's fine. If you're not really thinking about like the data or what you're looking at, you know?
Yeah.
They're not occurring more than in recent years. Only when you express the figures as a ratio does it make it look like record high temperatures are increasing. What's actually going on is that the number of record high temperatures is holding steady, while the number of record cold days is decreasing. And
that's bad. Like, actually, what he just said almost sounds misleading. Like, the number of record high days is holding steady. But like, we're really talking about the climate. Imagine you had somebody who was trying to lose weight. Imagine they weigh 200 pounds and imagine they're eating 4,000 calories a day. And you're like, well, how's his weight loss going? And you're like, well, the amount of calories he's consuming is holding steady. It feels like you're talking about the weight, but if he's eating 4,000 calories a day, he's getting fatter over time. So, I mean, like, it is holding steady, but that's really bad. It's not good, right? It's like, I feel like the verbiage there is kind of misleading. The grammar is misleading, you know?
Yeah.
That's what's making the ratio lines go up. Koonin identified another problem with the chart. A record warm day is defined as a record up to that point in time, starting in 1895. So in the early years, there were lots of warmest and coldest days because it's easy to set records over short time spans. By 2018, a day had to be the warmest or coldest at 124 years to count, so record days occurred less frequently. Low numbers in the denominator will yield higher ratios, exaggerating any pattern.
Well, but if it's true that it's harder to hit those record days, why is it still, why is it still like relatively steady for the hottest ones then? That's the problem. Like, that's an issue, no?
So record days occurred less frequently. Low numbers in the denominator will yield higher ratios, exaggerating any pattern. The decline in record cold days in the US is a worrisome trend and evidence of a warming Earth, but it's not terrifying. Koonin's chart is designed to educate people about climate.
It's like what
rather
my
than to
stats teacher said in high school. She's like, statistics don't lie, but liars use statistics. I feel like that's what is happening a little bit here.
A little bit, yeah.
Panic. When this chart appeared in his book, Koonin's critics accused him of claiming that the Earth was warmer in the 1930s than it is today. But he never made that claim. The graph shows record high temperatures, not average temperatures, and only in the US. It was created to refute the hockey stick chart that was based on the same data. The climate scientist Zeke Hausfather, who has accused Koonin of cherry-picking data, has generated yet another hockey stick chart. This one showing the percentage of the world that reached record high temperatures each decade from the 1850s onward. This chart claims to show that the percentage of places with record high temperatures grew steadily over time and then exploded in recent decades. Mark Gungloff, writing in Bloomberg, claimed that Hausfather's chart refutes the denier bromide that the world was hotter in the 1930s. It refutes nothing. It's just another meaningless chart. The first problem is we don't have good temperature data going back to the 19th century. The rise you see partly represents improving quantity and quality of temperature measurements. With more data points, you're bound to detect more record highs. The same organization that provided Hausfather's dataset publishes another dataset.
Okay, real quick, that has nothing to do with the chart or the graph choice. That would be like a methodology error, but okay.
It accounts for measurement uncertainty, which I used to generate this chart. It's more limited than the dataset Hausfather used. It also ends in September 2021. But my chart, unlike Hausfather's, accounts for measurement problems and data quantity, so it's more meaningful. It's not a terrifying hockey stick showing an explosion of heat, but it does suggest a statistically significant trend.
I don't believe he used statistically significant correctly there, which I will nitpick if we're talking about data and charts. But like, would we not consider this a hockey stick graph? Excuse me? No?
But I wouldn't recommend either of these charts as a measure of climate change. They reflect weather, not climate. Weather is a measurement of local short-term conditions, like a record warm month in a small region. Climate is a measure of long-term global averages and is thus more meaningful. Graphing record hot temperatures is equivalent to measuring changes in life expectancy in different places by comparing the ages of the oldest people when they die.
That's not necessarily untrue-ish. I don't know why they use record days. Maybe that's just one way to illustrate it. I feel like aggregate temperatures or whatever would be a better way to do it, but...
You're looking at idiosyncratic outliers rather than focusing on what matters, which is average longevity. There are responsible ways to visualize climate data. We can use the same data set used to illustrate global heat maximums and graph global heat minimums. This shows the most dramatic effect of global warming, which is the near disappearance of record cold months. Humans living in most places may not miss these cold snaps, but they are an unambiguous warning of potential future problems. Or take this estimate of annual global mean temperature anomaly since 1880 in blue, with a simple fit to the data in yellow. It's no hockey stick showing a sudden change, but it does show accelerating warming that will bring us near 2 degrees centigrade by 2060 if the trend continues. There's plenty of good news too. This chart shows the number of kilowatt hours of energy needed to generate $1 of real gross domestic product in the US. It shows that it takes 60% less energy than in 1965 to produce the same amount of real wealth, and the ratio is falling steadily. It shows that we can continue to enrich the world with less and less environmental impact.
Well, hold on.
The same amount of real wealth product in the US. It shows that it takes 60% less energy than in 1965 to produce the same amount of real wealth, and the ratio is falling steadily.
But if we're generating more real wealth than we did in the past, it wouldn't necessarily matter if we're more energy efficient. We could still be polluting more, no?
It shows that we can continue to enrich the world with less and less environmental impact, and that we can confront climate change while maintaining economic growth. Sensible progress requires honestly evaluating climate change and devising realistic strategies to address it, not manipulating data to generate hockey sticks. The job of scientists isn't to manufacture.
Okay, I don't know. Just as a quick thing, whatever, it doesn't matter. Begging the question is when you like load the conclusion of your question. Really, when people say begging the question, they mean to say raising the question, but there's almost like no point in fighting on this because everybody just says fucking begging the question when they mean raising the question, but whatever. Statistically significant, when people say statistically significant, what they mean is just like there's a large change in something. That's not what statistically significant means. Statistically significant means that you have I'm going to get this wrong because it's actually a hyper pedantic way of saying this, but I'm close enough, so fuck everybody, okay? Statistically significant means that you are at a very high confidence sure that there is some measured value that is different from your null hypothesis or what an expected value or whatever would be, right? So like when I say that, all I say that to mean is, let's say that you've measured the difference in IQ between first children and their second children, their younger sibling, right? You might find with a very, very, very high degree of accuracy that there is a statistically significant difference in IQ between first and second children. That statistically significant difference in IQ might be 1. So you can say that there is between 2 children, that the average IQ of the younger child is 1 IQ point higher. And you might know that within a high degree of confidence, your 95% whatever confidence interval, and your confidence interval excludes 100, and you've got P equals 95, whatever the fuck the bullshit is. I haven't taken a stats class. But what you're saying there is like statistically significant, there is a higher IQ for the second children than the first children, okay? But that statistical significance is just 1 IQ point. It has nothing to do with the magnitude or whatever, the difference of the measured value. This is pedantic and nobody gives a fuck about this, but like in a video where you're talking about like graphs and shit, I would expect you to use the terms correctly, but whatever.
Make this video because there are so many little tricks that this guy is using, but talking to you about them right now is not going to do the work. We're going to watch the video together.
Bloomberg columnist Mark Gongloff says,
I don't know why I just watched that fucking video when he's about to watch it. Whatever. Fuck me. I don't care. Fuck you.
This scary-looking chart is something that climate denialists can't ignore.
All right, we've started off with Bloomberg columnist Mark Gongloff.
Because it shows how much hotter the world has been getting since 1930. The chart should actually look like this.
And we're going to get into why the chart should actually look like this.
How about this terrifying graph showing record warm temperatures?
I mean, honestly, if you hadn't told me that graph was terrifying, I would have just thought that it was kind of similar to a lot of climate graphs I've seen and be like, well, if I'm going to be terrified by that, there's a lot of the stuff to be terrified by.
It should look like this.
This one actually shouldn't. It shouldn't look like that. But we'll get into, like, the first one I actually agree. So, important. This guy found a bad graph, 100%, or somebody found a bad graph. That first graph is pretty bad, and I agree. That's
statistically significant. Oh, fuck me. I don't go. Statistically significance means that some metric deviates from the expectation so much that it is highly unlikely to be attributable to chance. No, that is not true. I understand why it seems like that, but I promise you that's not what it means. If you have let's say that we have our measurement of something, okay? We'll do 25, 50, 100. And let's say that we measure this thing to be at 50, okay? Let's say that we do another measurement. And let's say that in this other measurement, let's say what would I say? That this is like the value of a thing. We change some variable. And then let's say that we measure that, okay, this is 50, 75, 25, okay? Let's say that we measure something, okay? Our variable is 50. Or no, I'm sorry. Some value is 50. We're going to change a variable, and we're going to see if we can produce like a statistically significant difference, okay? Let's say that we measure the next thing, and we measure that next thing at 75, okay? But let's say that our confidence interval, I think is the correct term. Somebody correct me if I'm wrong. Goes up and down like 26 points, okay? So it would be from here to here. This should be higher. From here to here, okay? This finding right here is not a statistically significant finding because your confidence interval that you can be 95% sure the true value or whatever somewhere in here does not reject your null, the expected finding. This expected finding here is still encompassed with here. Even though this is a huge deviation and a huge change from this, it doesn't matter. Now, let's say that you did a second study or whatever, and you were able to measure something up here. So we'll say like a 5-point increase. And let's say that in this one up here, let's say that your confidence interval, you're at 95% between these two values. This one here, this is a statistically significant finding because your confidence interval here encompasses a set of values that do not include what the null hypothesis would be over here, what the null number would be down here. It's outside of that. So even though this value is kind of sort of higher, this is not statistically significant. This is statistically significant. That makes sense? I'm pretty sure I'm explaining this correctly. But this is confusing for a lot of people. Nobody cares about this. It doesn't really matter that much. But just the fact that guy said statistically significant when he just meant big change, it's not actually like... That's not technically what... No, that's not even at all what statistically significant means, but okay. Okay, have fun.
As a good graph to have some corrections for.
These are two examples of how climate scientists manipulate data to generate scary-looking charts.
Oh, interesting. What I heard you say is that this was from a Bloomberg columnist, not from a climate scientist. Because the idea that this man has just now put into my head is that that graph was from a scientific paper. But we've got a Bloomberg columnist making a claim about a graph, and now we're talking about how climate scientists are alarmists. That's interesting. It's going to come up again.
Global warming is real, but using statistical tricks to frighten people into panicking about it poisons the public discourse and leads to bad policy decisions.
Thankfully, very well done, very well constructed. We've got our thesis statement right up front. It's like we're writing a high school essay, and this is a good one. The thesis of this video, and of much of the modern climate denialist, or I guess we should say climate contrarian community now, because they agree that global warming is happening, it's being created by humans, but now we've got this last fight to fight, which is, okay, it is real, we give in. Okay, it is caused by humans, we give in. But it's not worth doing anything about. That's the last battle they get to fight, and they will fight it until they are completely sidelined and irrelevant, which will happen eventually. Maybe in your lifetime, maybe not in mine. So climate change is real, but it's not a big deal. That's the basic case that we're making here. Spoiler, we're not gonna make that case in this video, but many people who watch this video will end the video thinking that the case has been made.
Both of these charts are known as hockey stick graphs.
They're not. There's one hockey stick graph. This is the hockey stick graph. There's not like a class of graph known as hockey stick graphs. He just made that up.
Because they show a sharp, alarming upward turn in temperature. Here's the original hockey stick graph from 1998.
It is! It's Michael Mann's original 1998 hockey stick graph. Now, keep in mind, 1998, still, it's a pretty long time ago. But we've got our hockey stick graph here, and indeed, it does look fairly worrying.
It was created by climate activist Michael Mann.
All right, so now we have a Bloomberg columnist being an example of bad behavior of climate scientists, and we have Michael Mann here, who is a climate activist. That's his title, according to this video. Is Michael Mann a climate activist? I'd say, yeah, that could be a fair title for Michael Mann. He's also definitely a climate scientist. Like that's
okay.
His primary job is that he does research on the climate. Has he also done advocacy? Yes, I think he should do advocacy. I think that climate scientists should do advocacy.
Yes
Call me crazy. I think they should do it well. I think that if they don't do it well, they shouldn't do it. I think that if they do it well, they should. And I think that he does it well. I've seen Michael Mann and other climate scientists disagree with each other. That's part of the process of science. But I just wanted to point out that he introduces Michael Mann as a climate activist, because that's going to be important later.
The graph that we published told a pretty simple story. You didn't have to understand the complex workings of Earth's climate system, the physics and the math.
And this is true. This is a nice thing about global average mean temperature rise. So we just look at the Earth and we see how much the temperature has risen over the last 100 or 150 or 1,000 or 2,000 or 20,000 years, and we see these changes. And I'm interested in like the frame of this video, which is that these are two bad graphs and we can do them better. The thesis of the video you're watching right now is this is one bad graph, but we don't ever use that graph. Like, let's go to Google and type in climate change graph and see what we get. Like, are we gonna get that graph? We get a CO2 emissions graph, we get global average surface temperature, we get global temperatures, we get temperature versus solar activity. So that's kind of helps you.
I was saying that the change, irrespective of the amount of change, is not attributable to chance or is highly unlikely to be. That's 1% change can be. Okay, yes, SP, I love you. SF7 to below.
Understand that those things aren't related. You've got this one, 1850 to 2000. You got this one, 1850 to 2025. This kind of graph has become increasingly popular and useful. I like these. These are nice. They show you like how high more recent years are. And then you got this one down here, which is the last 1,000 years. This is the traditional hockey stick graph that indeed looks very hockey sticky. But you could scroll this for literally forever and you would never find the video that this graph is about. Like, you just find the ones that we're used to seeing, like the ones that do a good job of showing average temperature anomaly over time.
By hiding the complexity, man exploits widespread ignorance of physics and math.
He doesn't do that. The graph shows global average surface temperature anomaly, and it does a good job of that. He published it in 1998. There were maybe some problems with it then, but this is a normal thing about science, is that like you see an important graph and people are like, okay, let's examine it from some angles, and then we'll continue to publish other versions of this graph and we'll see if they come out the same, and they do. And as you will see, this video admits that they do in the weirdest possible way. I cannot believe how this video ends. It's so strange.
Here's a more recent hockey stick chart, this one published by the US government's Global Climate Change Research Program. It measures record high temperatures in the US using ratios. The red bars show the ratio of record high to record low daily temperatures, and the blue bars show the ratio of record low to record high daily temperatures. If there were more record highs than record lows, you see a red line. If there were more record lows than record highs, you see a blue line. And the bar's height is the ratio.
With that in mind, this is a great graph. This graph tells you exactly what it means. That right now there are way more record highs than there are record lows going on. Which, I don't know, like, is that terrifying? If I understand the graph and it tells me what it's trying to tell me, it's not really terrifying. What it is like expressing reality to me, that there are way more record highs than there are record lows. But then, oh God, I cannot... This is what he says.
The only reason to present the data as a ratio is to create a scary visual in which the alarming-looking red bars get taller and taller.
No, there's...
What? I can't tell if this is a real comment or a troll comment. The issue is that the change in mean temperatures on Earth are inherently cyclic over big intervals, so the Earth would naturally heat or cool. So the issue with the graph is that it doesn't address if the increase is within what we would expect or not, and misleads the layman. I don't think the cyclic temperature cycles on the planet, those are on like geological time spans, like over, I think, hundreds of thousands of years, not over like a century. It's my understanding, at least.
So many good reasons to express this as a ratio, and he's gonna tell us them. He's gonna tell us the reasons
why. Yeah, because he started, yeah.
It's better to express it as a ratio.
The chart is labeled record warm daily temperatures are occurring more often, but as a theoretical physicist, Stephen Koonin
Oh, God, it's so interesting that Stephen Koonin is a theoretical physicist. So we have Bloomberg columnists being an example of climate scientists being alarmists. We have Michael Mann, who is a climate activist. And then we have Stephen Koonin, who is a theoretical physicist. Okay, like all of these things are true, but you're picking. You're picking which title you're giving to people. Like you could say former oil industry executive Stephen Koonin. You could say lead climate contrarian Stephen Koonin. Like you could call Stephen Koonin a lot of things, and theoretical physicist is certainly one of those things. But you've picked which one you're going to call him, whereas you've picked what you're going to call Michael Mann. Honestly, if you didn't do these little things, I would believe that you believe your BS. But you do these little things, and it makes it very clear that you don't believe your BS. You're trying to manipulate.
Explained in his 2021 book, that's not what it shows. Koonin graphed the number of record...
All right. Koonin graphed the number of record high temperatures and the number of record low temperatures. This is a weird freaking graph, and it has a lot of information hiding inside of it that you're not gonna get unless you spend a lot of time with it, which I did last night in bed when I should have been going to bed and sleeping, but I didn't for you. So a weird thing about this graph is that records basically started being kept in 1850. In the US, but not everywhere, right? Like we didn't have a climate station in Missoula, Montana, because Missoula, Montana was not yet colonized. It was the land of the Salish and Kootenai people. So when we say that, like when records began being kept, we generally mean 1850, and we don't start counting there as being a record high until like 30 years after that, because it doesn't make sense to have like the third year be the record high. So 3 different things are affecting the shape of this graph at the same time, and they all affect it in different directions. So the first thing that's happening is that there are more places where we can have record highs. In 1895, you couldn't have a record high in Missoula because we hadn't been collecting data from Missoula for long enough. So that's making it so that there might be more record highs over time. Second, though, as time goes on, it's harder to have a record. So if it's only been 30 years, it's easier for there to be a record than if it's been 100 years, right? There's just like a time thing. Like if there's been a lot of time for records to happen, it's harder to have a record. And so that makes it so the number of records is going to go lower over time. And then we have the third thing that's impacting this chart, and that is how hot the Earth is. That's really the thing that we care about. So how would we get that graph out of these data? I have an idea. Ratios! Every one of these years has the same impact from the other two factors. So it's the same amount of time from 1850. There are the same number of active weather stations collecting data for every one of these years. Different from year to year, but for any individual year, it's the same. And so what would you do? How would you correct for that? Well, you just take a ratio every year and see how that changes year over year. Oh my God, what an elegant solution. But apparently the only reason you could possibly do that is because you wanted to show a scary graph. What are you talking about, guy? Have you never been around a graph?
Only when you express the figures as a ratio does it make it look like record high temperatures are increasing.
Only when you express it as a ratio does it tell you anything about the world.
What's actually going on is that the number of record high temperatures is holding steady, while the number of record cold days is decreasing.
What would you expect to have happen if the Earth was getting warmer? What the fuck is going on? I hope this is a valid crash out. 500,000 people watched this video. So first of all, the number of record warm days is not staying steady, it's going up. It's very clearly going up.
The number of record high temperatures is holding steady, while the number of record cold days is decreasing.
16, 17, 18, 20, 21. In what world is that holding steady? So as I said, there's a bunch of really subtle manipulations going on here, and one of the manipulations in this video, and you're gonna see it real soon again, and I'm gonna crash out about it again, is that things getting hotter is really scary. But things getting less cold isn't scary. And so he's gonna focus on things getting less cold. And that's what we're doing here. Now, obviously the difference between 1,000 and 200 is different than the difference between 1,600 and 2,100. But both of those things are signals that the Earth is getting warmer.
The climate scientist Zeke Hausfather, who has accused Koonin of cherry-picking data, has generated yet another hockey stick chart. This one showing the percentage of the world that reached record high temperatures each decade from the 1850s onward.
I'm gonna spend less time on this because honestly, as far as I can tell, this isn't a very good graph. Now, it is not a graph that came out of a paper. It's a graph that came out of somebody's Substack, and then a Bloomberg columnist saw it and he was like, oh my God, this is a scary graph. But then if you correct the graph, it's less scary. It's less scary, it's still scary. It's less scary than having 2020, a year when this was published. I think they only had 2 years of data. So 2020 and 2021 having 35% of the world's months that had the hottest. It's a freaking confusing chart. Like, you would never use this chart, which is why it's never used. We're talking about this chart being bad, but no one's ever seen it before. I went to the guy's Substack who published it. No one's seen it. It had like 25 likes. We are focusing on nothing. So cherry picking is the thing that we talk about with data, where you're like, oh, I just want to show you like the good data. What this guy is clearly doing, he's cherry picking his 2 least favorite graphs in a world of tens of thousands of climate charts that he could have picked out that would show a quite alarming thing going on with respect to the amount of energy in the Earth system. But he's picked out his 2 least favorite graphs. One of them he's wrong about. That graph was fine. As long as you understand what that graph is saying, that graph is telling you the truth. This one, I think mostly because there were a lot of places in 1850 where we weren't collecting data, is not as good. And there's like weird things, and there's ways to correct for it. He's going to show you the correct graph in a moment here.
The same organization that provided Hausfather's data set publishes another data set that accounts for measurement uncertainty, which I used to generate this chart. It's more limited than the data set Hausfather used. It also ends in September 2021.
So here's our not terrifying graph, and I just want you to imagine a hockey stick laid over this. And it says partial decade, but that's just for 2021 and 2020. That's just 2 years. And it's roughly at the level of all of 1960. So yes, you corrected the graph. It is less alarming. But if you were to put 5 of these on top of each other, and you can project, I can't say for sure that that's what's going to happen or that's what's happened. I don't know. We could rerun this with 2026 data. But if you did that, you see that we're still going up. It's alarming.
It's not a terrifying hockey stick showing an explosion of heat, but it does suggest a statistically significant trend. But I wouldn't recommend either of these charts as a measure of climate change.
What would you recommend? Would you recommend perhaps global average temperature anomaly? the man graph? Like the hockey stick? Like the one people actually look at? Would you recommend that one? Which one would you recommend? And the amazing thing is, the answer is yes! That's the one he recommends! But before we get to that, we're gonna do something insane. So here's our global heat maximums. We're having a lot more of them than we used to have. But why don't we do this, everybody? Why don't we do this?
We can use the same data set used to illustrate global heat maximums to graph global heat minimums.
I mean, that's exactly what we'd expect. Maybe we should, I don't know, chart the ratio between those 2 things and see if that gives us anything useful.
This shows the most dramatic effect of global warming, which is the near disappearance of record cold months.
This one showing the disappearance of record cold months. This is the one that you think is the most dramatic.
Listen again. Wait, what?
The ratio between those 2 things. I mean,
same data set used to illustrate global heat maximums to graph global heat minimums.
I mean, that's...
I missed it. I don't remember when he said it. God damn it.
16% happening in like the man graph, like the hockey stick, like the one people actually look at. Would you recommend that one? Which one would you recommend? And the amazing thing is, the answer is yes. That's the one he recommends. But before we get to that, we're going to do something insane. So here's our global heat maximums. We're having a lot more of them than we used to have. But why don't we do this, everybody? Why don't we do this?
We can use the same data set used to illustrate global heat maximums to graph global heat minimums.
I mean, that's exactly what we'd expect. Maybe we should, I don't know, chart the ratio between those two things and see if that gives us anything useful.
This shows the most dramatic effect of global warming, which is the near disappearance of record cold months.
This one showing
I'm too lazy to go back and find it. I disagree.
Disappearance of record cold months. This is the one that you think is the most dramatic. Now you and me, like, let's talk to each other about whether or not this graph is more or less dramatic than this graph. Because to me, they're roughly the same amount of dramatic. They're pretty equally dramatic. We have 0% of record cold months basically happening in 2020. We have 16% happening in the 2010s, probably 18 or 19 or 20% of them happening in the 2020s. The only thing that would possibly make you think that this graph is more dramatic than this one is that he told you that. Why did he tell you that?
Humans living in most places may not miss these cold snaps, but they are an unambiguous warning of potential future problems.
People may not miss these cold snaps! The entire western United States is about to catch on fire! There's no snowpack! What the f going on? I live in Missoula, Montana. The trout and the skiing is all we've got! It's all we've got! And they both are dependent upon the snow falling in the mountains. The snow has to fall in the mountains for the trout to survive. And the trout have to survive for the entire tourism industry to exist. What's happening? The snow has to fall in the mountains. So, again, it's now on the paper. You know, he kind of implied it earlier, but now he's really saying it out loud. I mean, he's still implying it. He's implying it in a way that you probably wouldn't notice if you were just watching the video. That's not so bad for there to be less cold. Why would we be worried about there being less cold? That's kind of fine. No, like, that is not an argument like, the problem is not that I'm gonna be hot in the summer. That's like the thing that most people think, and I guess that's fine, and we can lean on that. The problem is not that I'm gonna be hot in the summer, or that I'm gonna be less cold in the winter. The problem is that we have built our entire society on the climate acting a particular way, and if the climate starts to act different ways than that, we have famines. We have climate refugees. We run out of water in places. We have to, like, completely upend agriculture. We have infrastructure in place that we will no longer be able to use, and we have needed infrastructure in places where it isn't. That's the problem is not, like, just in you're showing a guy, like a video of a guy shoveling his sidewalk. You're being like, oh my God, nobody worries about there not being cold. That's not the problem isn't that I'm cold or hot. The problem is that our current infrastructure is built for our current climate, and if it changes quickly, it will be very bad for humans. And I'm a human, and I love humans, and I think that we should do good things for them, which, like, creating energy is good. That's a good thing to do for humans. But if we don't put resources toward creating energy in new ways, to doing things in new ways that have less impact on the climate, we're gonna have a lot of suffering. And the case you are making, the only thing we need to do is care about this. We need to care about it, and we will take it on. People are amazing at solving problems, but not if we don't recognize them, not if we don't think that they're a big deal. And that's the scariest, hardest thing about climate, right? It can be too big to see the whole problem. It's also a global problem that has a bunch of non-global inputs, and all of those non-global inputs have to take it seriously and work together, even though they are somewhat oppositional to each other. Honestly, increasingly oppositional to each other. I have no doubt that we will take on the climate crisis. I just want us to be able to do it with the least amount of suffering possible. I don't think that that means you should have existential dread. I've never said that. I don't think that means that you shouldn't have children. I don't think that that means that there will be an apocalypse. I think that when things start to get a little apocalyptic, we'll actually start to take action with the tremendous amount of resources that we have at our disposal. The richest 1% of Americans have $50 trillion. And I don't know, maybe if we left them to their own devices, they'd just build air-conditioned bunkers for themselves. But I think that they want to have a society, and I think also we can compel them by law to help contribute to making the world livable. But not if we don't think there's a problem. And I understand that this is hard to, like, find the balance between, like, alarmism that pushes pushes people into despair, and rosy pictures of climate change that it just means you'll have to shovel less, making people not think that it's a problem at all. But there is a balance. I'm here. That's where I am. That's where Matt Farrell is. Like, there's lots of people making great content on YouTube about this where you can stay engaged and still feel hopeful. Earlier in this video, I searched on Google for climate graph. What's the graph that you'd look at? Like the main one that everybody looks at. It's just global mean temperature anomaly. Like if you take the average temperature back in the day, how much higher or lower are we than that in any given year over time? That's the man graph. That's what he did. And importantly, it's what people have continued to do over the last 25, 30 years. We have continued to update that graph and continue to do a better job of it. So perhaps that's the graph that we should all agree on and say we should be looking at that one. Because Lord have mercy, it's the one he's about to show us.
Or take this estimate of annual global mean temperature anomaly since 1880 in blue.
So we've got here is the most misleading graph in the video. I mean, maybe not. Maybe the other one from the Substack is more misleading, but like that's like nobody looked at that, but lots of people looked at this. Here is our most misleading graph in the video, which is just the hockey stick graph stretched out and also given a bunch of space on the other side so that he can draw a yellow line through it and have that yellow line do whatever he wants it to do. And watch the yellow line, everybody. Watch it with me.
With a simple fit to the data in yellow.
Oh, it just sort of goes off. It doesn't continue to accelerate upward. We haven't done any statistical analysis. We just sort of like make it go upward and maybe it'll hit 2 degrees by 2080 or something. We're not gonna get it all the way to 2 degrees. We're gonna stop it at 2058 maybe. But now we're gonna talk about how this isn't a hockey stick and I'm going to lose my mind.
It's no hockey stick showing a sudden change.
Is it not a hockey stick showing sudden change? What if instead of having it start at 1880, we had it starting 1,000 years ago?
What?
You brought up the hockey stick thing too, man.
Yeah, because I mind melded with this guy.
Which is what man did, which is the whole hockey stick idea. You squish it down and you show that climate has been very stable for like a huge amount of human flourishing and agricultural explosion, and then it's shooting up like fucking mad. And 2 degrees Celsius is a huge amount of extra energy in the atmosphere. It's literally the hockey stick graph. It's no hockey stick. Well, then why didn't you like the hockey stick graph at the beginning when you just showed us the same graph? This is insane.
But it does show accelerating warming that will bring us near 2 degrees centigrade by 2060.
He says that very calmly. Look, as I've said, I think that if we end up, and I don't think that we will, I think that we'll figure it out. But if we end up at 2 degrees Celsius by 2060, which is not that long from now, I'm gonna be alive. You know, I'm gonna be alive. I have a child who is not yet 10 years old. He's gonna be my age, maybe. That's a lot of warming. That's a lot of extra energy in the system. That's a lot of agriculture that's going to have to move. That's a lot of, potential ocean currents changing. There's big potential impacts. We don't know what they are. Like people talk about how scary geoengineering is. We're doing it. This is geoengineering. We are adding so much energy to the Earth system. Like it is scary. We don't know what it means. Is it like a 5% chance of super bad outcome? Is it a 30% chance of a super bad outcome? I don't know. Like climate scientists work really hard on trying to answer those questions, but what they don't say is, well, that is an indication that there is a problem, but certainly not something that we should be super alarmed about. Because what does that imply? It implies, go back to your business, everybody. We don't actually need advocates in this space. We don't actually need climate scientists working on this. We don't need to spend money subsidizing solar or geothermal or potential next generation clean energy. We don't need any of that. We don't need to do these big crazy things. Everybody calm down, go back to your business, spend your time thinking about how scared you are of trans people for some reason.
There's plenty of good news too.
There's plenty of good news too. We're gonna look at a graph that's good news, but he's just gonna show us one version of that graph.
This chart shows the number of kilowatt hours of energy needed to generate $1 of real gross domestic product in the US.
This is great news. I love to see the decoupling between GDP and kilowatt hours. And it'd be better to show me GDP versus CO2 emissions, but you didn't do that. For many countries though, CO2 per unit of GDP has decreased dramatically. Not for everywhere, but what we're not going to see in this video is a chart of how for every year so far, basically in the history of humans since the Industrial Revolution, the amount of carbon dioxide being emitted in the atmosphere has gone up and continues to go up every year. Not there's more this year, we are emitting more this year than we emitted last year. And that's like not a little problem, because that's a lot. It's a lot of CO2. It's like way more than we emitted in 1990 as a planet. Like a lot more. A lot more. Now global CO2 emissions are looking like they may fairly soon reach a peak. And that is not because it just happened. It is because people are working on this because they're worried about it. It is because the people in the countries where this is happening say to their governments, it is worth making the planet more stable, even if there are some drawbacks to that. It's because people are choosing to buy electric cars. It's because people in Europe are figuring out how to not use as much natural gas, in part because they want to lower their climate impact, in part because they don't want to help fund Russia's war in Ukraine. Global CO2 emissions are so big. They're so big. It's not just that right now we continue to add every year to the amount of CO2 in the atmosphere. It is that we continue to add to the amount that we add every year in the atmosphere. And that should be something that worries you. It should be something that makes you engaged in this problem. It should be something that makes you think, I should listen to Volts, the podcast with David Roberts, so that I can understand better how we're trying to take on this problem. I will put links to channels in the description. If you have some that you'd like to suggest to me, please do that as well in the comments. This is a thing that we do need to be engaged with. And the idea that 461,000 people saw this video that is making the case that climate scientists are here to alarm you with no evidence. He cherry-picked 3 graphs in this video. One of them is bad. One of them, I think, is way better than the one he said was better. And one of them he uses again as an example of a good graph, but he makes it bad by making it more manipulative, by stretching it out and then drawing a trend line over it that has nothing to do with reality. It's embarrassing. It is an embarrassing piece of punditry. The fact that he says it all so calmly, and I know I have not been calm in this video. Maybe I would be more convincing if I was. I don't feel calm though. I don't like it when people lie to people. We're gonna end this video though with a message that I can stand by. And it's from our friend here, whose name I don't know. But he does say something at the end that I frankly agree with, and we can high-five over.
Sensible progress requires honestly evaluating climate change and devising realistic strategies to address it.
That's right. We should do that. And you know who's good at that? It is all the people working on trying to understand this problem and trying to solve it. And yeah, you just spent a whole video bad-mouthing the people who do that first thing, making the case with no evidence. You presented no evidence except for like one guy who had a Substack that got 20 likes. That climate scientists manipulate data to alarm us. I'm sure sometimes that happens. I bet looking at climate change all the time freaks people out and they feel like we should be more alarmed than we are. And I bet sometimes they aren't good communicators and sometimes maybe they're even manipulative, but I doubt any of them are as good at that as this video is. I just think it is a masterwork of lots of little tricks to subtly make you feel less worried about climate change. All right, True. I'm editing this video and I just wanted to like do a quick list here. He cherry-picked the graphs that he didn't like, but he also linked a worse graph to one that was kind of fine to make that look like it was a bad one. And that one was actually published by climate scientists. And then he takes those two as an example to paint the entire climate science community with the broadest brush of they are alarmists because one of these graphs was bad, and then I used that one to make a second one look also bad. So first cherry picking, using that cherry picking, then do broad brushing, which this is a normal thing in polemics. He also will preload us with ideas. Like he'll say that the cold chart is more dramatic when it's not. It's like the same level of drama as the heat chart, but he's preloaded us with that idea. He chooses to emphasize low salience frames, so things you would be less worried about, like there will be fewer cold days. And isn't that kind of a good thing? He also preloads us when he frames the experts with their titles. So this one guy is the theoretical physicist. He's very credible. This other guy's a climate activist. He's not credible. Also, he frames non-action as action. So the correct moral thing to do, given this problem, which does exist, but isn't that big of a deal, is nothing, which is huge. That's wonderful. That means I don't have to worry about this. How great. And finally, and this one sort of exists inside of the cracks, he says up front that he's going to make the case that climate change isn't something you really need to worry that much about, and it's mostly alarmist. And he never makes that case. He says he's going to make it, and then he gives you a bunch of information, and it makes you conclude that he has made the case, but he does not. I'm going to make a case right now, real quick, which is that you should care about this. It should be something that informs how you move through the world, how you vote, what you buy, what you invest in, the conversations you have with people in the world, and like straight down to the kinds of podcasts you listen to. Climate change is a big deal, but since I graduated from grad school, like a project I did in grad school was starting a blog where I talked about how technology can lower our impact on the environment in various ways, and that is good. And I called that blog Eco Geek. And that was like my first job that was me, that I started for myself. Sometimes I tell people that I've been an internet creator for over 30 years, and that's because I was a blogger before I was a YouTuber. And weirdly, EcoGeek kind of still exists, though it is now a different thing. It is a line of household products at the all profit to charity store at good.store. And these products were created specifically to lower our impact on the environment. One of the ways is very...
Did I post publicly my response to the expert witness, that Jesus guy, or was that a private doc that I didn't post publicly? Do you know? Does anybody know?
I remember you talking about it, but I don't know.
Very simple. That like when you buy stuff at the store, oftentimes it's like mixed with water, and that just makes it heavier, and you have to put it in like big, thick plastic, because like if a jug of Tide gets punctured, it's a real mess. But you don't actually have to do that. If you just dehydrate all of the water out of that, you get a product that's much easier to ship that doesn't require anywhere near as much plastic, if any plastic at all. And so you have things like solid dish soap and laundry sheets, bleach alternative for the laundry, these little tablets that you just dissolve inside of a spray bottle. Like, this is a whole spray bottle's worth of stuff. But you don't have to throw away the spray bottle at the end. We also just started a partnership with Save Trees, where you can get 100% bamboo toilet paper, zero plastic involved, and carbon neutral delivery. But I really do think about how my life is in part, like the goal of it is to interface with this problem, whether that's what we're doing at good.store, where all the profit, by the way, goes to charity. And for these products, it goes to the Coral Reef Alliance. Coral reefs are one of the most impacted ecosystems by climate change. And so you really need to take off the pressure in other ways so that they can last, hopefully, through whatever we're going to deal with here. Certainly not all of them, but like as many as possible. So I think about that. I think about videos like this. And I think about the fact that Reason, which is where this video came from, is like, they don't have to make money. They can just make their content and lose money every time they make a YouTube video because they're funded by billionaires. They're funded by the Koch brothers. They're funded by like a guy who made all this money in like energy trading markets. And like, I could never imagine doing that, right? Like, I could never imagine some left-wing billionaire coming along and being like, I just want to fund you and you can make all the content you want. Don't worry about anything ever again. Like, I could just never take that money, right? And so it's asymmetric in some ways, but it is also asymmetric in another way, which is that this side, the climate side, has like actual reality on its side. And that's actually quite powerful. And hopefully it will continue to be more powerful as people get better at not being manipulated. Anyway, let's play connections. Marvel. Oh, well, that's...
Whoa!
You're stealing your thing.
This was a couple days ago.
Millions of people.
If historical...
You're not going to get it, dude.
Not going to get what?
The connection.
Well, this was days ago. I don't even know if I did that one. Okay, here, have Tim Miller on Lib Learn. Hopefully I'm done with this soon.
There's like two entire...
I have to reread every single thing I've written for this lawsuit so I can have it all in my brain so I know what's going down tomorrow.
Entire ecosystems out there that are built around talking about how Democrats are pussies. And like, there's not a lot of air cover. There's really three ecosystems, right? Like, the mainstream media has to like knock Democrats from time to time to feel like they're being even. The right-wing media exists to tear Democrats down. And there's this huge left-wing media ecosystem that...
Wait, holy shit, based. Wait, yes? Oh my God, hold on, I'm sorry.
Of air cover. There's really three ecosystems, right? Like, the mainstream media has to like knock Democrats from time to time to feel like they're being even.
Yes.
The right-wing media exists to tear Democrats down.
Yes.
And there's this huge left-wing media ecosystem that's all about how the Democratic establishment sucks.
Yes. I don't know if he's always had this take or whatever, but thank you. Yes.
I just don't kind of know
later.
Thank you. True.
What all these people want exactly from Hakeem. Like, you see, like, just using Zoran as a counterexample, like, Zoran will go up there and they'll be like, our new grocery store is going to be here in 2029. And everybody's like, yeah, you know what I mean? Or like, he'll put up like, oh, look at this meme. Like, we did a meme about how the roads have been, how we're going to fill the holes. Like, the left-wing media's like, ah! And it's like Hakeem Jeffries gets the Epstein files out there and he's like, what are you doing, Hakeem? He's like, why can't you be more like Zoran? He's filling the holes. Like, I just think that there's like a little bit of that.
I'm the Soy Pill. With me as always, Hutch, Pisco, and special guest today. Give a warm welcome to Tim Miller of the Woo.
What's up, Mr. Pill? How's it
Please,
going?
Mr. Pill was my father. Call me Soy.
Oh, sorry. Hey, Soy.
Good to have you, Tim.
How y'all doing?
Very good.
I don't know. I'm feeling pretty bad. We don't have a ballroom, and the events that just transpired show that we need it.
Yeah, you can't be safe without a ballroom on the White House grounds. No one is safe anymore, right? It's kind of like a Mad Max environment. We all need a ballroom of our own where we can feel secure.
A chicken in every pot and a ballroom on every house is my campaign promise.
Michael Tracy also talking about we're being safe. Did you guys see this little side plot that happened with Michael Tracy?
Which one? The one where he showed up to Virginia Jeffries Memorial? The one where he picked a fight with Jim Acosta?
Jim Acosta and Juliana. Oh, now I'm not remembering her last name.
Olivia Juliana.
Juliana. Yeah. So apparently Michael Tracy, who I've had on to talk about Epstein stuff, and he's picking fights too. So it's a big security weekend for all the important political parties.
I got to tell you, we got Jazz Fest here in New Orleans, so I was partying on Saturday night and checked out. We had other Bulwark people who were, on duty, and so it was kind of a downer to be receiving texts and getting content while I was, drinking, watching Trombone Shorty about what was happening. But after I was like a little drunk, and then people started sending me the Michael Tracy, like, come and meet me outside the Hampton
avatar
Inn.
so people stop fucking screaming at me about it?
Can I do what with your avatar?
So on your stream, you have the avatar of me, and apparently it's always in the way of your fucking videos, and everybody's always crying about it. You can just remove it altogether. I don't care.
Where should it go?
I don't know. Top left?
True.
Or...
Okay.
That was really enjoyable. And I did take a little break from the music just to kind of watch him demand that Jim Acosta meet him outside the Hampton Inn and send the Hampton Inn address, the photo of the Hampton Inn, in case you wanted to get it wrong. I feel like we were really denied a good brawl in the Hampton Inn, like, breakfast area.
We had Dana White at the Hilton. Apparently they're planning some sort of UFC event on the White House. I just don't know why we wouldn't involve Michael Tracy in that, either with Olivia Juliana or Jim Acosta.
Now, was he trying to physically fight Olivia Juliana as well?
Yes.
Yeah.
Interesting. It's kind of like who's the guy that Jim Carrey played the biopic? Andy Kaufman. It's very Andy Kaufman like. Yeah.
Well, Tim, I'm curious. I mean, given your experience of how you learned about this news, I had a similar experience where I think after the first assassination attempt on Trump, I was freaking out. I was like, oh my God, what does our country come to? And this is going to, surge him in the polls, and like just kind of having a breakdown. And after this one, I think after 12 hours, I was like, it happened again. And it's weird to think of it as like this casual sort of brushed off news event, which should, in any other case, dominate a new cycle for maybe a whole year. So like, how are you viewing this as like, what is this, the third?
I don't think you have to feel guilty about that. Obviously it's horrible that someone was trying to shoot up the White House Correspondents' Center, and you can't, give anything but just total condemnation to somebody trying to do it. I know it kind of feels weird to say this, but like, crazy people try to kill the president, like, not irregularly. I mean, it has felt like this happened more with Trump, and like the situation in Butler, I think, was a category difference. I mean, like, literally, had he not moved his head, he would have been killed, and that was not something that would have happened. I guess, like, Reagan didn't die, but Reagan was the last time somebody got actually hit by a bullet. But like 13, I think, of the last 15 presidents have had an assassination attempt against him. Gerald Ford had 2 in 17 days. Nobody talks about that anymore. It's not like, oh, that was a big historical inflection point. The 2 times Gerald Ford had an assassination attempts against him. So I think that's kind of why you're feeling that way. And also, he didn't really get close. Like, I think that there was a moment that night where it was a dramatic scene, right? Like, it's on camera, it's live.
Fuck me, dude. I realize
you're coming up on YouTube monetization.
Oh yeah, we get to apply for that again tonight. I think the conversations with Aaron are really, really, really bad for her. One of the Straightered.
Oh, okay.
One of the messages that people always try to get me on Kiwi Farms or Gisticle and everything else is they always try to say, do you ever do this thing where if somebody says something like, hey, do you want to go out tomorrow and do you want any beer? And you like reply, no, like, yeah. I'm good. And then, yeah, we can go out tomorrow, kind of like that or whatever. There's a thing where Aaron mentions this, something about like, the first part of her message is like, oh, I don't think you didn't have consent to share these videos. And then it's the second part of the message. And then I think I reply to I do that reply, like the mirror reply basically, and people take it as me telling Aaron like, oh yeah, I know I didn't have consent to share these videos. It's basically how people interpret it, which is one of the strongest like public arguments that people are using against me. But I've noticed that these arguments don't show up anywhere in any of their interrogatories. So like their requests for me to like comment on a statement I've made, and they completely left Aaron out of every single discovery request on every single document they sent to us. She was never even remotely touched on anything. And I'm realizing now, because they didn't provide any of those conversations, I bet that Pixie's conversations with Aaron, I bet, are really, really, really bad to her. Because they didn't give us anything when we asked her during the deposition, like, why didn't you provide those conversations? She started to flounder and make up bullshit. She was like, well, I think she might have me blocked on Discord, so I don't even know if I can access those messages, which is all bullshit. None of this is true. It's really fucking annoying that, not that it matters, I guess. I don't think this will survive the MSJ, but I'm guessing you requested them already? Of course we did, always from the beginning. But it's interesting. The interesting part isn't so much that they ducked giving me anything from Aaron, which I guess I would imagine, because I always imagined those messages weren't very good for her, but they never even requested anything from me between me and Aaron, and their requests were really, really, really broad for some of the stuff they were looking for. Like, one of the early requests they made was that I had to send them every single intimate video or picture I've ever sent since 2020. Yeah, it was like ridiculously crazy things that they were requesting, but they never, I don't think they touch Aaron in a single doc or anything ever. I don't think they mention her or bring her up ever, which is, that's crazy to me and fucking annoying too, but whatever, I'm never getting that.
You see him getting, rushed out of there. You see all the journalists hiding under the tables, and it's like, it feels like really, dramatic and serious. But then, like, you learn that, and I've been to that dinner. It's down the escalator at the Hilton. So if you go into the Hinckley Hilton in DC, you kind of got to go around a corner, then down an escalator, and then through a long hallway. He didn't even make it to the floor. He wasn't even on the same floor as Trump. So, like, Donald Trump was very far away from being shot this time.
Not Wolf Blitzer.
Yeah, so in theory, I don't know, there could have been other people that were like late for the dinner, going down the hallway, that might have been closer to that encounter. So, like, in that way, like, this is more similar to like when a crazy person tries to jump the fence at the White House or whatever, than like what happened in Butler.
Yeah, and I bet there's a lot of attempts that we just never hear about because they're nipped in the bud, before anyone even gets close to 100 meters from the president. But I think what's interesting to me is, in the same way Republicans were trying to capitalize off of this event back in last year, it's the same kind of thing happening now, where you see, hey, this is the left's fault. Look at how they're talking about the president. And if anything, I'm looking at this and saying, like, are we supposed to not accurately describe how we're viewing the most negative aspects of this administration because a crazy person might capitalize off of it? And also, how much weight does that really hold when you've got your party calling us, the party of pedophiles? You've got, Donald Trump calling for the execution of his political opponents. Like, it just all rings so hollow now for the third or fourth time.
Can I pause you right there real quick? I'm so sorry to do this, but like, I want to channel this question through the CNN question that Dana, did you guys see this?
Yes.
She asks Raskin, I think. Yeah. Do you feel anything about the heated rhetoric that your side is using? And then Raskin's like, well, what do you mean? And she's like, well, how you call him terrible? I don't. Yeah. It's such a joke that we live in this world where we're like, people are being called out for saying accurate things about the terrible job that the alleged president is doing.
Yeah. And then Raskin kind of backs down and he says, like, well, I don't have anything personally against the president. I just hate his policies. So I was like, you don't? I have a lot personal against the president, and that's totally fine, by the way. And it's totally fine to make level personal attacks on him. It is so weird for me on multiple levels that, like, people whose business it is to exercise free speech and make arguments, like, always immediately after something bad like this goes to, well, it's maybe our words were the problem. Maybe we just used a phrase that was a little too hot. And it's like, there isn't any evidence for that, really. I had somebody going after me today, some Daily Wire person who's like, condemn Hassan Piker. Like, he said that, whatever, Rick Scott deserves. I don't fucking know what he said about Rick Scott, but something violent happened against him. And I was like, the shooter was on Blue Sky shitting on Hassan Piker like 3 days ago. So how is it Hassan Piker's fault that then he went crazy and tried to shoot the Trump? Like, words are not violence. And I bristled at this.
It seemed like, from the things that I'd seen, that the guy was big on, like, Ukraine, but I didn't see him mention much in regards to, like, particular streamer things. That was from just the stuff that I saw posted.
That's when it was like really hot on the left for a little while. The college the cancel culture stuff. Like,
I don't know where he got that this guy was shitting on Hassan. I know that Hassan was posting that, but I don't think I saw any tweets of him ever shitting on Hassan ever. I don't know where that. I think Hassan just started that lie on Twitter, but.
Safe spaces, people can't hear, from speakers that they think are too aggressive. And it's just like, we should be able to live in a vibrant society where people call each other dicks and, say that you're an asshole or you're corrupt or you're a pedophile, cover-upper or whatever. Like, if it's appropriate, if it's true, if it's appropriate, if it's true, or if it could be true.
Maybe Hassan lied, but I believe Tim said this too. We should know on Blue Sky. Yeah, I saw the Blue Sky stuff was reposted on Twitter, but the evidence of him, because I think I retweeted this, the evidence of him was saying something like, I just wouldn't take any streamer seriously when it comes to politics, like something like that. And Hassan claimed that was like the guy shitting on him, which is fucking retarded.
Like, people should be able to make those arguments, and that's fine. That has nothing to do with a gunman shooting at somebody. And I think part of this, I do think, is it's like we're so fucked in the guns situation. Like, they're just the proliferation of guns in the country is so great that it's like people are kind of bored with talking about that after shootings as a problem. You know, I was going back to Butler, and immediately we did this after Butler, and everybody's like, was it the rhetoric? I'm like, this is like a weirdo kid. I don't think he was watching Meet the Press. I don't think it was the Meet the Press rhetoric that was the problem.
I think we have to be careful with this. I've mentioned this in the past, but like shooting people is a pretty extreme thing. Always. Like, it's always going to be a pretty extreme thing. We have to be careful to never talk about the shooter's motivations ever just because the guy was crazy, because we could technically write off any shooter ever by saying that, you know? I think you have to be careful with that.
Wasn't Jamie Raskin?
Yeah, it wasn't Jamie Raskin. And then like on the way to shoot Trump, he stopped. I used to know what the store was, I forget. But he stopped at like some big box store and bought bullets, like on the way. And I was like, isn't that actually a bigger problem? Like, shouldn't we have a waiting period for buying a certain number of bullets? Like, it seems like, you know, if we're going to try to stop this, that would have been a more efficient response than, you know, saying maybe the Democrats should not say such mean things about Mr. Trump. You know, so like the whole thing is really dumb as far as I'm concerned.
Apropos of your reply, guys, just a friend of the show and actually founder of Lib Learn, Josiah asks, Tim, are you going to talk to Megan Basham of the Daily Wire because she's camped out in your replies? And he also is asking me if I'm going to go fight Michael Tracy. But yeah, I mean, what is this beef with? Is it specifically that she thinks that you're enabling someone who's enabling a shooter? I don't even know how this connection is being.
I don't know. Yeah, it all started because she was like, the Bulwark is responsible for this because you said people shouldn't even show up to the dinner. And I was like, yeah, I said people shouldn't show up to the dinner, not that they should shoot up the dinner. Those are two those are two very different things.
It's the opposite. In order to show up to dinner, you have to arrive.
Yeah, I was like,
maybe she thought you were like warning, like, hey guys, don't go to school tomorrow, you know, sort of thing.
Yeah,
like,
baby brain. Yeah, and so like I don't know. No, I was not. And then she like goes through my podcast history, and it's like, oh, one time you said Luigi was hot, and so this is your fault. And I'm like, Luigi is hot. I was like, he also is horrible, and like he should go to jail for life. Like this, like adults do not have, you know, like should not struggle to like.
It's true for assassinations and mass shootings. You can go down the list of top mass shootings in America, and every single shooter is entirely schizophrenic. Are you sure about that? Is that true? Like the guy who bombed the Oklahoma City bombing and stuff, like was he considered clinically like schizophrenic? Like was experiencing psychosis and stuff, or was just?
I would assume what they mean by schizo is just like crazy, but not.
Well, yeah, but that doesn't mean anything because I would consider a lot of political analysis today is basically schizo, like just people making a ton of connections to people, and like I think a lot of the Epstein shit is schizo as fuck. But it's not like actually psychotic. It's not actually schizophrenic.
Yeah.
Navigate, you know, kind of complex assessments of people. People can be hot and terrible. You know, like Donald Trump can be terrible, and you not want to kill him. So I don't.
Are you saying Trump is hot?
I'm not. He looks horrible without the orange. The orange looks bad, but if you see without the orange, it looks horrible. So anyway, I don't think maybe I would go debate her if they wanted to have me on the Daily Wire, but I'm not going to take some like Z-list right-wing media person and bring them onto the Bulwark just because they're obsessed with me. That feels like that's setting a bad precedent.
Yeah, you're enabling the reply guy behavior. That's apparently how they're going to bait you into media appearances.
Yeah,
I don't think that what you were doing was a cryptic message. The award for cryptic message and the most like unfortunate statement goes to Carolyn Levitt, where I forget what it was exactly. Something like shots will be fired
tonight. Shots will be fired tonight.
Yeah. Can you imagine if a Democrat said that?
Yeah, I know.
The amount of fucking schizos.
Biden had to apologize in a private donor dinner using the term bullseye. He apologized for that.
No, I didn't know that he did that. That's why.
Because I think because the Trump assassination attempt happened or whatever.
Let's talk about the conversation this has started, and it's really about language, what we say out loud, and the consequences of those. You called your opponent
NBC, left-wing media, by the way.
I know. They always do this shit, man.
They do.
On a call a week ago, you said it's time to put Trump in the bullseye. There's some dispute about the
put Trump in the bullseye? What?
Context, but I think you appreciate that.
I didn't say crosshairs. That's what I'm going to focus on. Look, the truth of the matter was, what I guess I was talking about at the time was, there's very little focus on Trump's agenda.
Yeah, the term was bullseye.
It was a mistake to use the word. I didn't
This
say
would
crosshairs.
never, ever happen on Fox News, dude.
Nope.
They would never
Well, they don't even ask Trump this hard of a question on NBC. On NBC or CNBC, they don't even ask Trump these questions.
Disgusting.
I mean, focus on it. Focus on what he's doing. Focus on his policies. Focus on the number of lies he told in the debate. I mean, there's a whole range of things that, look, I'm not the guy that said, I want to be a dictator on day one. I'm not the guy that refused to accept the outcome of the election. I'm not the guy who said that won't accept the outcome of this election automatically. You can't only love your country when you win. And so the focus was on what he's saying, and I mean the idea.
But have you taken a step back and done a little soul searching on things that you may have said?
So we got the first question. We got a recenter because he corrected, because then Biden said crosshair and said, no, you said bullseye. Then we got a fuller answer. Now we're getting another take a step back. Well, do you apologize for the comment? This is a tough interview. Dude, Trump never, ever, ever, ever has interviews like this.
Could incite people who are not balanced.
Well, I don't think, look, how do you talk about the threat to democracy, which is real, when the president says things like he says? Do you just not say anything because it may incite somebody? Look,
Biden was with it in this interview.
In that rhetoric. Now, my opponent is engaged in that rhetoric. He talks about there'll be a bloodbath if he loses, talking about how he's going to forgive all the, I guess, suspend the sentences of all those who were arrested and sentenced to go to jail because of what happened in the Capitol.
Which he did.
I'm not out there making fun of, remember the picture of Donald Trump when Nancy Pelosi's husband was hit with a hammer, talking about...
Which was true.
Thanks for watching. Stay updated about breaking news and top stories on the...
Title of this video, it was a mistake to use bullseye in remarks about Trump. Meanwhile, Donald Trump retweeting, execute them for treason. Meanwhile, Donald Trump... all 6 congressmen should be executed or tried for treason and executed or whatever, of which the punishment is execution.
I'm glad Mueller's dead.
I'm glad Mueller's dead. My God. What a fucking joke, dude.
We're going to wipe a civilization out. It's just
fucking
it's crazy.
Joke. And now I've got Daily Wire cucks calling for Democratic content creators. I shouldn't say that because I think Knowles calls out specifically Hassan Piker. But cheerleading the DOJ arresting content creators. It's such a joke.
Oh, go ahead, Hutch, sorry.
Well, I was going to say, in a time where America is just peak conspiracy brain, that was just the most unfortunate sequence of words she could have put together for that moment. Also, the Kimmel joke was just really awfully timed. They're trying to exploit that maximally right now. But I think it is worth pointing out that, every time some kind of event like this happens, and I agree with Tim, all political violence is pretty horrible for the social fabric and everything. But every single time they very transparently and cynically try to, exploit these kinds of events for some kind of boost in the polls or some kind of political benefit, and it never works. Charlie Kirk was largely kind of out of the news maybe a week or two later. Trump, I think, only got a boost of 2 or 3 points after Butler, and that evaporated with
kind of an important 2 points. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how much it helped him. I mean, he only won by 2 points.
Oh, no, that's true. Yeah. No, but I'm saying when you track the polls, he went up a few points and then went right back down. Right. But, it is kind of pathetic and sad that these guys can't even manage to, cultivate sympathy from voters after events like these.
Yeah. It's just, who is the voter that's going to change their mind about Donald Trump because of a shooting attempt, though? People have other concerns that they're focused on. And you can understand sympathy assessment in the poll. Somebody calls you 3 days afterwards. You don't feel like you don't want to be a dick or whatever. Say you have an unfavorable view of the person that was just shot. But I just don't think it's going to fundamentally change people's perspectives, which is why...
It is pretty funny. Nobody gives a fuck.
What about all the assassination attempts?
Yeah,
it's crazy.
Cares,
we move on in a day because everything about this presidency is so fucking crazy. It should be a crazy. There should be a headlining story for days,
months,
if not weeks.
Man.
Yeah, that somebody tried to murder the U.S. president.
Into the fucking Secret Service and shit for months.
Pretty crazy, yeah.
Nobody gives a fuck, man. They're just what are you gonna do?
Things. I feel like if I'm on the Lib and Learn pod, I should rant about the libs a little bit. One of the other things that annoys me about the discourse this weekend is the false flag nonsense. People are he did this because of Iran and his polls were flagging. And I was like, well, no, that wouldn't work. That's not going to work. And number two, he just was about to enjoy this gift that for some reason the DC journalist gave him was to allow him in front of cameras to shit on them for an hour and a half. Why would he do the false flag attack right before that?
See, look at this self-correcting that the libs do here, right? Guys, I don't think the conspiratorial stuff is good. Notice the self-correcting. That means Republicans don't have to fight against it as much. Now, they kind of do because Republicans on their side are doing the conspiratorial stuff. But the self-correcting helps them so much, and then it just lets them be on the attack and the attack and the attack and the attack always, Whereas on their side, it would actually be pretty difficult. It would actually be quite difficult for them to talk about any conspiratorial stuff because every single thing that these guys talk about is fucking conspiracy. It would be really hard for them to say that conspiracies aren't happening when there are alleged conspiracies fucking everywhere. And the Donald Trump administration has been involved in conspiracies.
he would have done it after. After he would have had a chance to get his, get a couple shots off. No pun intended. But I just, the whole thing is dumb. We did a rant about this on the podcast today, and I have inboxes full of listeners being like, "Are you sure? It seems fishy. There's some things that seem fishy, but you can't put anything past Trump." And I'm like, well, yeah, I guess you can't put anything past Trump, but these guys also haven't demonstrated like a lot of deftness in hiding their behavior. I mean, say what you want about Trump, but like all of his malfeasance is pretty much right out there in the open. Like he's not a big secret keeper. And I just
Kash Patel's getting like absolutely hammered, and we're getting like leaks about it. And all sorts of inside reports.
Or like he's getting flat.
No, I mean he's getting wasted all the time. Apparently he's drinking a lot. And I actually agree with you, Tim. I think one saving grace perhaps for the libs is the administration really has lost all credibility to say anything factual. Their relationship with the truth is ephemeral at best. That said, there's like no evidence to suggest that this was a false flag. It really does feel though, with the advent of AI, with the right wing all embracing like the Candace Owens style conspiracy theory, schlock for a better word, it does feel sometimes that there's like no limit to what people are allowed to allege without evidence.
Yeah, I mean, like none of these conspiracy theories survive like past a few questions. Like it's all the people messaging me that are like, well, maybe they recruited a disgruntled guy. And I'm like, he was posting on Blue Sky about Will Stancil like last week.
Why are we even entertaining these?
This is all part of an elaborate plot.
Entertaining what?
The fucking conspiracy theories. I feel like back in the day you call these people retarded and fucking move on, but now like everybody's a fucking conspiratard.
Well, I mean, look the president is a conspiratard, so yeah.
Yeah, I guess.
Like this was a CIA thing. They recruited him, and they're like, okay, your cover stories are going to go into Blue Sky for 4 years, and post lib slop, and like then you're going to go try to kill Trump, and we're going to tackle you before you can do it, and you're going to go to jail for life. Yeah. Like, why would he sign up for that? It's like, why? Like that is a more compelling theory than like a guy went fucking kind of crazy, and we have too many guns in this country, and he tried to do something nuts. Like that seems like a much more, much more likely from an Occam's razor standpoint. Like the Butler thing that people always talk about his ear and stuff. Like we have the photos from the New York Times. Like they're unbelievable photos right underneath them. They take the picture and it's like a kind of rapid fire, like click, and you can see like Trump turn his head, and then you see him put his hand up, and then you see him put his hand to his ear, and then you see him go down, and then a guy dies, and they all go to the hospital, and nurses and doctors see them. All of these people are in on the cover-up. Like the nurse at the Butler Hospital that did the intake on Trump was part of the CIA plot to do this. Like these guys can't even get the fucking Strait of Hormuz open. Like they can't do anything. Like they're totally incompetent. They haven't arrested a single one of their political enemies, and yet they pulled that. I don't know. The whole thing.
It stretches credulity. They have to be so competent that they can pull off a multi-year fall guy like fake assassination attempt, but also that no one leaks this. And that just screams 2020 election fraud claims. It's like you are the people that are able to rail against these people for these insane claims that rely on affidavits from people who, as soon as you put them under any scrutiny, they completely fall apart in front of a judge. And now you're saying that like this same thing is happening on the other side. Like you have to understand that maybe just some things are going to be capitalized and like trying to make the left look bad. And that has nothing to do with whether or not they faked it. They're always going to try to capitalize and try to, yeah.
I follow like a decent like spectrum of people ideologically, and pretty consistently I see conspiracy theories on the timeline from, folks on my side of the aisle or thereabouts. I would say like it's probably a lot more intense with right wingers. I mean, it is like a lot more intense, and there's more of them doing it. But there's a lot of people on the left that are prone to conspiracies. Kyle Kalinske is out here just like day one, just pumping out content. Just asking questions about things not adding up.
Never let a good crisis go to waste. Okay, you doubters. It might be the case that they didn't plan this specifically to happen, but maybe they're going to use it as their right stock fire to implement a horrific policy agenda like building the ballroom in the White House. And that's what I found like so because in the previous actual successful assassination of Charlie Kirk, they were talking about like, oh, we're going to go after every leftist group, all these Democrats, we're going to target all of their like institutions. None of that shit happened. But this time they're really just the limit of their ambition is building this fucking ballroom and justifying it to the public. So I think it's a missed opportunity for them perhaps, but to be honest, I don't really think it's that big. Like the American people, like Tim said, care about other stuff. But it was, I think, fascinating to see Ashley Sinclair talk about how this unified messaging would happen in these chat groups. And then everyone is on the same page like minutes after it happens to talk about the fucking ballroom.
She is spilling some quality tea on the timeline. She spilled some tea today about Corey Mills. Is that his name? Republican representative from Florida. Some crazy stuff. Yeah.
Well, Tim, you are a Republican and you worked in campaign. Oh, you're not? You don't identify that way anymore?
No, I read an article about leaving in the period between Trump losing in 2020 and January 6th, when everyone was going along with the Stop the Steal nonsense, except for like Liz Cheney and Adam and Mitt Romney. I was like, this is over. I don't want to be part of the party anymore. But anyway, I was until 2020.
Fair enough. Excuse my mistake. What I was going to ask is, you worked on campaigns in like the early 2000s for Republicans, and I wanted to know your perspective, like, on this dissemination of information through pundits or any sort of spokespeople. Obviously, it didn't exist to the same extent because we just didn't have phones and the internet to the same level. But was there this media apparatus, these talking points being kind of spread out, or like, can you speak to that a little bit?
Yeah, I mean, the degree of cultishness that they have and like the kind of the NPC quality of some of these like big mega accounts, I think is a category difference from what we have seen in the past. I mean, when I was at the RNC, when I was at Jeb, you know, we had lists of people that we'd contact and try to seed stuff with, but a lot of times they wouldn't do what I wanted. It's like usually people like especially back then, like journalists, even if they were bloggers, had at least like a minimum level of dignity, you know, and would like maybe post something kind of like what I'd asked, or if it was, you know, if it was really good, they would flag it. You know, there were some that didn't, and the process that I used to use was, you know, pick one of the more pliable Republican blogger hacks and like have them write something and then send that link around to everybody, and maybe some of them would tweet it. But I do think that the like and Elon incentivizes this now. Like a big change is now on X, you got like they're monetized, right? So you're being incentivized to just post the Trump slop. You know what I mean? Like if you get a text from whoever is the point person in the White House that's like, hey, ballroom, you know, you're best suited to just go ahead and do that so you can get all the retweets.
The deposition for Rose was just so crazy. I can't believe that Pixie only filed a police report on me. The worst part of this depo was when Joan is trying to bully Rose and is saying that all of everything that was going on was all voluntary, and she's basically saying no, and then the guy was threatening to like kill her family and abduct her, and Joan keeps like re-asking, like, did he physically, you said you've never met him in person, did he actually physically force you to do anything? And she's like, yeah, I know. It's like, this is like this is when I think
she's going after like a victim or whatever.
Well, yes, because she was trying to accuse her of basically lying. Yeah. It's such a crazy, this is when apparently I wasn't at this one, but apparently it started to break down around there. Jesus Christ.
It's not even just the the usual suspects who have the direct lines of connection. I know that they just added this location feature, and you see, here's like all the Indian and Malaysian and offshore accounts that are just capitalizing off of like, this gets clicks, this causes people to be angry, just blow it up and throw it out there. So yeah, it's very transparent how it's really not about anything but, can I get this to go viral because I know it'll make people angry? And yeah.
Tim, I want to dive into your politics a little bit more, if you don't mind.
Let's do it,
yeah. So we've had a ton of discourse in our spaces in recent kind of weeks. Some of it has related to Hassan, but it's more been about like a bigger conversation about the future of the Democratic Party. You're obviously like a Republican defector, and so I'm curious to know what you think should be the playbook for Democrats in the short term to sort of maximize electoral wins, and also like what you personally want to see, and do those things overlap?
Yeah, can I just say on just Hassan briefly? When I engaged in that discourse very early, which in retrospect was maybe a mistake, because how the hell did I know that it's all everybody want to talk about for weeks? But one of the points I made when I first engaged with it is that like the establishment the establishment Democrats, talk about a Freudian slip, the establishment Democrats who were going after him were like stepping on a big rake. Like this was a massive cell phone that like putting out a memo that's like people shouldn't talk to Hassan is going to absolutely backfire on them. And the base, or like the active kind of Democratic voter does not want that, and there's some category of people that do, but if anything it will end up empowering him more to like as an anti-establishment figure who's fighting them, because that's what people are looking for right now. Look at Graham Plattner and Janet Mills, and that's exactly what's happened, and it was really dumb of the third way to do it. This is a strategic matter. My thinking, and I feel like I have good credibility on this, because like what I'm about to suggest the Democrats do goes against like what my personal political preference would be. If I could wave a magic wand to make somebody president, I would want like Jared Polis or somebody like that who has no viability as a national figure. But I think that the Democrats need to put forth a candidate. I guess we're doing this in the 2028 context, but even in statewide candidates and federal level, who has some distance from the Clinton, Biden, Harris triumvirate, and like they need some distance from them, and it needs to be like comprehensible and understandable to people, to dum-dums, like what the difference is. And I think probably it is a little bit more economic populism. What that exactly looks like, I think, is up to the person, but mostly it is that they need to offer a critique of the Democratic Party establishment for being too cozy with corporate interests and saying that they're going to fight it at some level. Some of those proposals will be very stupid, but like there's some that are good, and I think that the framing is more important than the actual policies.
I imagine you vibe a little bit with Tallarico then, right? Because he's leaning into some populism, but he's not fully committing in the same way that Plattner is.
I do vibe a little bit with Tallarico. I think that then on foreign policy, they need to be very clearly anti the stupid war, bluntly and clearly, not like, well, the Ayatollah was bad. And, this doesn't mean they need to be isolationists, but they need to say, hey, you guys are heard. You thought Trump was going to be anti-war. You're betrayed by him. You can trust us. Like, we're not going to get into stupid Middle East wars. It doesn't mean we're isolationists. We support our allies in Europe. We're going to try to mend fences with the countries who want to mend fences with us, but no more stupid wars. We're going to get us the hell out of it. I think they should do that. And I think it would probably be beneficial for the Democrats to try to demonstrate some type of distance from their past to like those two are kind of moves to the left. I'd say a move to the right just slightly on either immigration or public safety, like demonstrating that there's like some feeling of, hey, things got a little out of control with the far left prosecutors in San Francisco and some of these places, and we need to make sure that violent criminals are put behind bars, and that we need to make sure that violent illegal immigrant criminals are behind the bars or sent home. And that doesn't mean becoming like bigoted or nativist, but just demonstrating that there's like a little bit of a pivot from where things were. I think that combination is probably the sweet spot for them. That'd be
well, in your view, who's the most posed to do this that's on the playing field right now? Because so many of the current candidates I see are either linked. I mean, Harris might run again to some of these things that you need to say we need to distance ourselves from, and some of them
she's 1,000% gonna run, like
right?
1,000%, yeah.
And so like who is like then able to both distance themselves and make these shifts that you're
I think it's tough. I think it's pretty concerning. Because I think the answer is to that question is going to people that haven't really been around. I mean, one of that is, okay, maybe one of these guys wins a surprise Senate race and just runs again immediately, like for president. I know there'll be a lot of push against that, but that could be Tallarico, could be Plattner. Other people find that crazy, but I don't. I mean, Obama and Trump were both crazy, and they're the last people to win twice. And then, maybe more reasonable to that would be somebody like a Wes Moore or one of the two Georgia senators, Ossoff and Warnock, both kind of demonstrated they've won in the South in a swing state. Those are kind of the names that come to mind.
Or the Supreme Court decision?
Nobody's really knocking my sock.
Yeah, but the problem is I don't know the. I just don't know enough legality around like the Voting Rights Act or whatever to know how good or bad it is. I don't know anybody who's like legal channel takes I trust on anything, so I'm not sure how to feel about it. But it's they approved a thing, right?
I think they basically
approved a big gerrymander.
I don't know if they approved a big gerrymander. I thought that they just said like you can't gerrymander for like black districts. I didn't read it.
Well, I think originally they were trying to gerrymander something, and then somebody was claiming it was racist, and the Supreme Court was like, well, it's not really racist because the categories you're calling out wouldn't fit cleanly into races or something like that or something.
I haven't read the opinion, so maybe I should.
Josiah put out a video about it that Hutch was reviewing. Hutch reviewing... Oh, no, wait. Josiah, Supreme Court. Okay, I'm done with my stuff. Let me check real quick. How annoying is it that in text messages on an iPhone, it always tries to open the fucking Apple Maps? It's so fucking irritating.
Oh, when you like click it? I would assume you could change that in the settings. But
you absolutely cannot. It's fucking annoying.
Hello.
Hey, what's up, buddy?
Hey, do you mind me jumping in?
No.
I guess. What's up?
Why the fuck did I catch a stray from you the other day when you're having a conversation with a guy who was saying that we should like kind of pander to lefties? What was that about?
It wasn't a stray. It was a direct shot across the bow. Was this about the was this when I was watching that Vosh video with the media thing?
No, you were having a conversation. It's a video that's up on your channel of a guy who was saying that we should try to like actively try to basically like court the far left flank and be, you know, more conciliatory towards them. And then you said something like, I can't get you and Hutch to, you know, see that blah, blah, blah. But I've been making the same argument about not coddling lefties for months. And like the disagreement that you and I had was about prescriptive analysis on like what Democrats should do the next time they have a trifecta.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of what I remember objecting like this. It was trying to get people to understand something. But no, yeah, obviously you fight with lefties a ton. I'm trying to remember what the comment was. I was getting frustrated with something because I felt like there was something that it doesn't click with some people. And then I remember bringing up you or other people don't seem to understand this thing. Fuck, what was it? It was the Shervin guy or whatever pushed me on something.
It was on a specific part of the conversation and not the
That's why you guys
topic of what you guys were discussing.
They're always going to lose. I don't think it was just about pushing against people on the left. Hold on. Let me find, in your video, when do I make the comment? Do you know?
It wasn't my video. It was your video. And I don't remember.
Why? You have a video that says Destiny calls me out 7 hours ago.
My editor does all that stuff. And so I don't know.
Oh yeah. Okay. Well,
I don't know what he does.
Do you remember the word I used or what? Wait, 4653.
Just look up Hutch. Just look up the word Hutch in the transcript.
You both are like, well, my editor did it. I don't know.
True. What do you want me to say?
Get the editors in here. Let them battle it out.
Oh, search transcript for Hutch.
Because I definitely do not disagree that we should not coddle lefties. Like, I don't think like blacklisting them makes sense. That doesn't really work, I don't think, but...
Yeah, hold on. Let me listen to this 1 second. Give me 1 second. Yeah. That's why you guys are always going to lose this conversation, and you're just going to get over and over and over again. No, you are. I can't convey. I understand. I can't do it with Hutch. I can't do it with you. I can't do it with anybody. I don't know how to make you understand this, but you're...
Hang on a minute. I don't even disagree with Destiny. I don't know if he's saying that you need to be maximally scorched earth all the time, every sort of like right-wing space that you're going into. I doubt that that's his position to take that like maximalist sort of position on this, but...
I think this had to do with the media model that I've been pushing. I think that's what this was. Fuck! Does anybody have a link to this in our original combo? Did this get posted on my channel? Oh, you said it did get posted on my channel. Leftist returns to grill Destiny's rhetoric. Leftist returns to grill Destiny's rhetoric. Hold on.
If you're up for it,
I will find this. Wait. I found Hutch mention in the original vid. Oh, okay. That's why you guys are always going to lose this conversation, and you're...
Felt like a stray.
Good. You're just going to get
Hold on, and it hurt. It stung.
Or even just like pushing them in... I don't know. Last time we tried, you said they stopped inviting you, right?
Well, I wouldn't say for the manosphere. I think the manosphere just kind of fell apart. But conservatives, yes, 100%, yeah.
Do you like? Could you have stopped them from not inviting? Like, is there? I don't know what the timing of all this.
Agreeing to like kind of be gentler and play the game again, yes.
Or even just like pushing them in. I don't know like how personal the relationship get with some of them. Like you being able to like, come on, let's have the conversation.
No, because they know what's up. They're not gonna do it now.
Because this is the thing that like I don't like the result of we have to just go to own environments and all playing a role because then
yes, I know and I can't do anything to change that thing from you. I can't do it, and that's why you guys are always going to lose this conversation and you're just going to get right over and over again. No, I can't convey. I understand. I can't do it with Hutch. I can't do it with anybody. I don't know how you understand this, but your ability to walk up to these people over and over and go, man, I just can't imagine doing the same thing they're doing, so I'm going to let them rate me over and over again because I can't see them in any other world. It's going to happen until the country fucking explodes. Like the argument you're giving is the same argument that's given a million fucking times. I don't know how to convince you out of it until you've lost everything in your life. I don't know what else to say or do. Right? I can't.
Not everything from my life.
No, it's. I don't know why I brought your name up there. Maybe I just really missed you. What my complaint
that was a stray,
was
right? That was a stray, right?
Yeah, but I don't know. I don't think we've argued about this, so I don't know if this would apply to you. My one of the issues that I have with people is that when people ask questions about like what's like more rhetorically effective or how do we navigate this particular thing, my frustration is that people are looking downstream too much instead of going upstream and looking at, it's not really questions of this. It's a matter of like, do you have a media model where you can just amplify whatever bullshit you want and then spit that onto the social media algorithm? So like the far left does this really effectively, and then right wingers do this effectively, but people obsess over how to look at the end of this pipeline and how to figure out like, well, why did this message work and this message didn't? It's not really about the message, it's about the ecosystem. But I don't think you and I have ever had a big disagreement on this, so I don't know why I brought your name up there. Maybe I just fucked up.
I think in your mind you were kind of conflating the two things, because he was it sounded like he was advocating to make a special effort to try to communicate,
to appeal to right wingers
effectively with like well, it felt like the far left, right? Or did you say far left or far right?
Sure, it might have been the far left too. Yeah.
And then it felt like you conflated that sort of general, it felt like you interpreted that as being too conciliatory, and then maybe you conflated that with like the stuff that we were talking about before, But
sure,
I mean,
don't think you've ever, you've never been a
agree.
person who's like, Ben, we need to court the far left more. So
no, never.
yeah. So I don't know why. Maybe
apologize to him.
I'm sorry. I shouldn't have brought your name up there.
Okay.
I don't know why I did. I'm not sure what I was. Wait. Let me listen one more time. Hold on. I'm so curious why your name came to my head there. Hold on one second. Maybe we'd watch like a Lib Learn thing or Lib Learn was in my head. Maybe I was thinking soy pill because it would definitely apply to like, because I've had issues with soy pill on this kind of messaging. I'm actually, I don't know where you guys are on this, but I've become like Ezra Klein's like #1 fucking hater now. After the Ben Shapiro thing, after the Charlie Kirk thing, after the Hassan thing, But I don't think I've never associated with you with that kind of messaging, so I'm not sure. You can't be actually correct.
No, like, so my take on the Ezra Klein thing is like, I think my take on that was like, I think he was earnestly trying to bring the temperature down. I think he's sincerely alarmed by political violence.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that him coming out with that essay about Charlie Kirk and then doing the podcast episode with Ben Shapiro, I think that was him making an honest effort to like set a good example to bring the temperature down and consciously, maybe fluffing Charlie Kirk a little too much with his commentary.
Sure.
I think that was a deliberate decision he made, but I still think it was like irresponsible. Like I understand his intention. I don't think his intentions were bad.
Maybe
but I
I'm
think
tying it into like the tit for tat stuff because somebody said it had to do with Republicans and how to treat them later. Maybe that's why your name came to my head, because my big issue with Ezra Klein in these engagements is that he's not getting fair play from the other side. And it would be, as bad as it sounds, it would be better for both sides to fight than for one side to fight and for the other side to be conciliatory, because it gives people a super warped view of reality. Maybe that's why I thought of your name there, but...
Well, then we're getting into like a different disagreement, because it's not that I don't think that Democrats should fight back against Republicans. It's just you and me differ on
how to fight,
the severity, or like how far it should go.
Sure.
But,
okay.
Yeah.
If I had to guess, that was but if I implied that you were unwilling to fight against the far left or the right, that was a mistake. And I'm sorry. I love you. I don't mean to misrepresent your position like that.
Hey, listen, I just don't want to be misunderstood. That's all.
Okay.
All right.
Okay. Your view on the new Virginia, or sorry, not the new Virginia, on the new Supreme Court ruling, Hutch, around the redistricting stuff?
I mean, not yet. I'm waiting for people that are smarter about that particular topic to weigh in before. I mean, I just don't know enough about, because like you can't, if the general ballot is like so bad for Republicans, you can't gerrymander your way out of that problem. And so if we head to a situation in 2026 and 2028 where it's like a D+8 or a D+10 climate, it's like they might prevent some losses, but they're not going to prevent being blown out. And so, and then also there's like retaliatory gerrymanders that the Democrats can do in Illinois and California, I think in Colorado and some other state that I'm not thinking of, where they could effectively...
I think we're heading towards like endgame gerrymandering.
Yeah, it's a nuclear arms race at this point, and really the only way to fix it is if they agreed to pass legislation to ban partisan gerrymandering. And
I feel like every single person should have the exact same take AOC had on. I thought hers was perfect. Wow. We, if you want to ban it, we're literally still here right now. If you want to ban it, we'll do it right now. But like Republicans obviously don't, so fuck them.
But also the Dems, they vote theirs in. The Republicans just like shove it through their Republican state houses.
True.
Yeah, her rhetoric was perfect on that. Do you guys think she's gonna run?
I don't think. I hate these questions.
I think she'll go senator first.
2 years. Do you jump from representative to senator? Is that normal?
That's pretty normal.
Yeah. Obama did that. Yeah.
Oh well, if Obama did it.
She'll probably go for Schumer's seat. The old fuck. Did you know that 5% nearly of senators are over the age of 80?
Base.
That's insane to me.
Wait, do you have to say 5%? Couldn't you just say 5?
It was 4.5, I guess. I don't know. Yeah, I guess you could.
Because it's 100 senators.
Yeah, true.
I do think that this Supreme Court decision will amount to... I think you're going to get some of the things that you're asking for, Destiny, because I do think that there's going to be a tremendous amount of pressure on the Democrats to, at minimum, get rid of the filibuster. And once they do that, then all of a sudden they have a lot more options. I just think that I agree with James Carville, which is that I don't know if I don't know if every Democrat should run on like, hey, we're going to get rid of the filibuster and maybe pack the court or something like that. They should just maybe dog whistle to the base and signal an openness to those kind of things without committing. And then once they get power, just fucking do it. Just rip the Band-Aid off in the first 2 months of the trifecta and just do big things. And I actually think there's a very decent chance that that's going to happen. I don't know about court packing specifically, but I do think that the filibuster might be on the chopping block.
Yeah, it might be. Yeah. Who knows? It's going to be a crazy.
I think if the filibuster goes, I think that's good for Dems.
Yeah, obviously.
I think it'll actually, yeah. So I don't know why Republicans would want to do that.
Oh, no. Hutch is saying after. Wait, you think that.
Oh, you're saying after?
After the midterms, but. Well, it would have to be after the next presidency, right? Because there's no. Do you think Republicans would go along with it?
Well, it sounded like Trump was wanting to do it for the SAVE Act, but that got shut down. So, yeah.
No, I meant after their next trifecta. So that would necessarily be either 2028 or beyond.
Yeah.
So they definitely shouldn't run on ending it now. But
do you need 51 or 60 to get rid of the filibuster?
You need 50 if you have the presidency, because the vice president breaks a tie. But if you have the if it's
I was thinking of Fetterman.
Yeah, I mean,
so
I just
51, but
Fetterman, I think it would be a no, but he's not going to survive a primary. Manchin and Sinema are no longer in there, and they might end up with like a 56, 57, 58 seat majority in 2028 with the way things are going for Trump right now, because his approval rating has not plateaued. It's continuously going down, and he's going to drag the entire down ballot down with him. And
which guy, Trump or Fetterman?
Trump fucking everything up for them.
And if we can get like a 56 seat majority in the Senate by 2028, then that filibuster I think is gone.
Yeah.
So we'll see. But yeah. Anyways, enjoy the rest of your stream.
Yeah. Have fun. Be careful. That guy. What a guy.
Yeah. Hit him up with another YouTube clip for him to get you at.
One side.
Okay, hold on.
Right here.
Shut up.
Random chicks holding the front door open. We're not even trying anymore. It's not even like, I just mean like they're not even like Secret Service people. It's like the girls who work here are holding the door. Even if it was the guys, it wouldn't even make it better. It's like she's fucking just like they might as well put a doorstop in. Like, they put up a doorstop and a scarecrow. Don't fuck with this guy.
Apparently these were people complaining about the security at the event.
Based. The attack
it is weird.
Left me in need of a ballroom.
Oh boy.
Oh god.
How much are these guys down the rabbit hole? Will it be tied to Israel? That's the only thing that matters.
Lower security for this event than other events. It's weird that Trump seemed unbothered.
Super unbothered by
like that. I mean, you would think that a guy like Trump, who complains about lawfare and an election
about everything
he lost, but is pretending to have won, is like the most thin-skinned guy, biggest victim ideology mindset you've ever seen. And he gets shot at, and Butler gets, there's an assassination attempt here, and he seems utterly unfazed by both of those things.
We are here. We are at the White House Correspondents' Dinner. We are currently underneath the table. There have been shots fired, and we can hear Secret Service ensuring that everyone is safe.
Well, not based that they're shot fired. It's just funny that they're like videotaping everything. Sorry.
We were around our salad courses, and we heard a series of shots. Then we heard Secret Service command veteran get down, and now everyone is underneath their tables. An armed gunman was arrested Saturday night after allegedly attempting to assassinate President Donald Trump and other Trump administration officials during the White House Correspondents' Dinner. Cenk, your 2 cents.
Yeah, it was a shining moment for Cash Patel because he was the first one under the table since he started there. So, in all seriousness, thank God nobody got killed or hurt. There was someone shot, we'll tell you about, but they're fine. And we're going to do a controversial poll here on whether it was real or staged. Drums. Okay, let's give you all the facts, and then we'll come back and talk about it.
Yeah, I mean, of course, there are tons of conspiracy theories out there about how it was staged. I'll give you the details. You can make up your own minds about it. I don't have an opinion on that. Now, authorities have identified 31-year-old Cole Thomas Allen of Torrance, California, as the suspect. According to NBC News, Allen was armed with a shotgun, a handgun, and multiple knives when he rushed the security checkpoint at the Hilton Hotel where the event was taking place. The weapons that he had on him were all purchased legally. Now, let's take a look at this footage as I explain what you're looking at. This is the CCTV footage that was actually shared by Trump on Truth Social following the event. Now, gunfire was exchanged between Allen and the Secret Service before he was tackled to the ground and arrested. So initially there had been some reports that he...
By the way, not to do my misogyny memes, but you're not going to hear much more about the fact that apparently one of these Secret Service guys shot the other one because it was all men. If that would have been a woman Secret Service agent, whoo!
Oh, yeah, big time.
Because remember, when that first Trump assassination attempt happened was it Butler or whatever? Was that the one or whatever? Everybody made a big deal. I don't even know why. I don't even think she did anything wrong, but everybody made a big deal about there being like a female. One, it was the head of the Secret Service, I think, was a female. And then there was like a female standing outside the Secret Service car or something. And they were like, oh, why is this fat woman? Like, people had so much to say about women being involved then. But here, the fact that one guy literally fucking shot another dude, nobody gives a fuck.
He had been killed.
Don't you unironically want people of all shapes and sizes in the Secret Service because you also sometimes want them to like blend in as like normal duders or whatever?
I mean, depending on the mission, maybe, yeah.
Yeah.
And arrested. So initially there had been some reports that he
Whoa,
had been
never mind. I stand corrected. They did talk about the agent because they tried to make it sound like it was the same woman. Please tell me this is not the same worthless agent from Butler. Nice. I'm pretty sure that's just, is this a Secret Service agent or hotel staff or? But I don't think she was involved in any of the shooting or anything at all, right?
Okay, they do hate women.
Based. Good job, guys.
Killed in a shootout with the authorities, but that arrested. So initially there had been some reports that he had been killed in a shootout with the authorities, but that did not happen. Now there is a manifesto, so we have some clarity on what his motive was here. But before we get to that,
who was the reporter who said that they were dead?
Shh, Caitlin Collins, our queen. But she said that a Secret Service agent had reported to their security team that that's what happened. So that's where she said she got it from. Okay. Chill.
Ooh, yikes.
Me those details and I'll go to you, Cenk. So according to NBC, Allen was a teacher who had no prior criminal history or record. The FBI was not keeping tabs on him because there was no reason to keep tabs on him. There was nothing suspicious about his background. However, his attack during the White House Correspondents' Dinner appears to be premeditated because there was a letter that he sent to his family and loved ones like briefly before he decided to carry out this attack. So his attack during the White House Correspondents' Dinner was premeditated, according to Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche, who said on Meet the Press on Sunday that authorities believe the suspect traveled by train from Los Angeles to Chicago and then Chicago to Washington, D.C., where he checked into the hotel where the Correspondents' Dinner was at in the last day or two. Allen sent that letter to his loved ones, and he actually apologized to his parents, colleagues, and students, saying, "I don't expect forgiveness, but if I could have seen any other way to get this close, I would have taken it. Again, my sincere apologies." He continued, "I'm a citizen of the United States of America. What my representatives do reflects on me. And I am no longer willing to permit a pedophile, rapist, and traitor to coat my hands with his crimes." Well, to be completely honest, I was no longer willing a long time ago, but this is the first real opportunity I've had to do something about it. So I'm just gonna pause right there because, you know, immediately people like Brianna Wu, for instance, are like, oh, how much you want to bet that this guy probably screams free Palestine? No, it turns out that he was a fan of Brianna Wu's, who is a supporter of the
Bro, the team. I thought she was gonna be like, imagine how disgusting it is for Brianna Wu to immediately play team sports. But it wasn't. It was like, she tried to play team sports, but he wasn't on our team, motherfucker.
genocidal government of Israel. So
that's weird.
Very weird, right?
That is actually very weird.
He actually, supporter of the genocidal government, probably screams free Palestine. No, it turns out that he was a fan of Brianna Wu's, who is a supporter of the genocidal government of Israel. So
Jew.
Was the guy a fan of Brianna Wu, or he retweeted her once? What does she mean by fan of Brianna Wu? I'm curious about that, but okay.
That's weird.
Very weird, right?
That is actually very
He
weird.
actually had put out statements about how he felt that Hassan Piker is too far left.
Really?
Yes.
Was it? Or fuck, or maybe they'll show some of these tweets. I remember the streamer tweet, but we'll see, I guess.
Oh, I did not see that. Okay.
Yeah. So, you know, these types of events happen and immediately people try to figure out what the political ideology of the individual is. I want to be clear about something. Even though I'm not one of these terrible libs like Brianna Wu, I certainly do not side with her. I don't think she's responsible for the violent acts that are carried out by someone else. I wish that she had the same, you know, feeling or the same take as it pertains to any other person who carries out an act of violence and might share a political ideology with another.
Newly resurfaced tweets from Cole Allen reveal he hated Hassan Piker, the far left, and pro-Palestine protesters. Okay, so he retweeted, "I've spent a lot of time in countries where graft and grifting are the norm, and I assure you it is worth a truly immense cost to prevent that from taking hold in our society. You do not want to live in that kind of society." Is the assumption that Hassan just saw that and thought it was about him? I mean, okay, I don't know. I do see that I saw this when he retweeted no opinion once. The Palestine protesters are functionally speaking Republicans. I wonder if that was around when they were protesting the DNC. Okay, so this is, I find far right and far left dipshits who say, I just want the war to stop offensive. Do you think Ukrainians don't want ... And then he retweeted, my position on Gaza is nuanced. My position on what's happening to Jews at home is not. This is no different than the KKK. Like, I mean, okay. This guy seems not... I don't think any of these are shitting on Hassan. Maybe the first one is, but I don't know what the full tweet was for this. I'm not sure. I'd have to see it. But, okay.
But you would think when they say shitting on Hassan / hate Hassan, that it would be a tweet in full force, like Hassan's a retard, you know, or something like that.
Yeah. We have a retweet here of like, I'm sorry, but I'm not going to just give up the last 85 years of civil rights and put my voting rights in jeopardy because 1% of the population of Michigan is upset over a decades-long conflict on the other side of the world. That has nothing to do with me or my community. Okay. This was the one that they claimed was shitting on Hassan. Oh yeah, I saw this. So this is I think that, yeah, this guy's in chat right now. When asked if he'd vote for Gavin Newsom or J.D. Vance for president, Hassan says he'd vote third party. And then Natalie quote tweets and says, counterpoint, if the Prince of Darkness arises from a fiery portal at the Iowa caucus and declares his opposition to Donald Trump, I will ride to battle with the host of hell. But then this tweet said, I would simply not vote for the literal biblical devil from hell, but I guess I'm built different. I didn't understand this retweet because I feel like this retweet was shitting on ContraPoint's take here.
I feel like it's a retarded game to play of like, we're going through people's fucking retweets and like, we're saying like, oh, they're in full support of like Hassan or like XYZ. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, well, I mean, like, I think it's worth questioning ideology and everything. I just don't think that any of these are hating on Hassan. Oh, so here was the more context on that other tweet. I think that we should simply run on prosecuting the rich for their crimes instead of creating a low-trust society that will sow the seeds for further fascism. And then this guy retweets and says, I've spent a lot of time in countries where graft and grifting are the norm, and I assure you it is worth a truly immense cost to prevent that from taking hold on our society. You do not want to live in that kind of society. I don't know. I didn't know 100% though what this tweet is referring to. You could say that he retweeted this guy, and then he was agreeing with him, saying you don't want graft and grifting, referring to Hassan Piker as the norm. But then he says it is worth a truly immense cost to prevent that from taking hold on our society. So I'm not sure what that's like referring to. And other than we should like resist them a lot. But like the tweet, like all like these are so vague. I don't know. It's hard to say that like, oh my God, this guy fucking hated Hassan. I mean, he might have. If he's like super pro-Ukrainian, he probably did. But it's kind of weak that these are the best tweets that they could come up with. Yeah, like this one here. So somebody said, PSA, if you're equating Hassan Piker with Nick Fuentes, what you're really saying is that you don't actually listen to either. And then he retweeted somebody saying, I do not listen to any streamers because streamers are dumb. And this guy, that's like proof that this guy hates Hassan.
He's got HDS.
Yeah, true.
I don't know. If he hated Hassan, we would have a tweet of him about Kaya. That's the litmus test.
Like, are there any retweets about the, yeah. I feel like, what? Okay. I feel like, yeah, he's probably just a single issue Israel-Palestine voter.
Yeah.
And then that's what he's like retweeting stuff about. Wait, what is this? Are these retweets or these tweets here? Yeah, I don't know.
Have you welcomed your new mod, Titan Ordo?
Wow, Titan Ordo, welcome. Well, actually, wait, what's this guy's fucking Twitter account? Just link me, I guess. We can just scroll through it for a little bit, I guess.
When are you going to do the cool idea that you had around creating an algorithm?
After eugenics. Don't worry, I'm 77%, okay?
No, not that's so far, man.
Gosh, we got it. We're making progress every day. Web archive. Wait, is the guy's Twitter account deleted? Or did it get hacked?
But don't.
It got hacked. You gotta use the archive. Ah, fuck me. People who hate Hassan usually aren't this hard to miss, no? Destiny, if you're active in these kinds of spaces and are active on X. Yeah, my guess is he probably just didn't really know much about him. He's just a single issue Ukraine voter guy. But they really, really, really want to, like, they love their narratives.
Or the same take as it pertains to any other person who carries out an act of violence and might share a political ideology with another group of Americans who are nonviolent. But nonetheless, the finger pointing at groups that had nothing to do with this assassination attempt tend to happen.
Yeah, so that's trippy. That might actually change how I vote in the poll. I didn't know that. That is very strange. Okay, so first, there are reports out that they actually didn't tackle him, that he got tripped, or that he tripped himself. To me, that's irrelevant. Bottom line is—
No, it's relevant. You know why it's relevant? Because we have a serious crisis of competency in this country, okay? The fact that the Secret Service handled this the way that they did, I mean, the first thing that you do is you try to get the president out of the situation immediately. First person they grabbed was J.D. Vance. Nothing against J.D. Vance, but it's weird that they went for J.D. Vance before the president of the United States.
Yeah, so that's the second weird thing. So look—
Is this actually true? I wasn't watching all the— I feel like trying to, like, what do they call this? Is this Monday quarterbacking or whatever? Where they're like going back, like, oh, they should have done this. Like maybe somebody was closer to Vance and not to Trump. Maybe that is a mistake. I don't know. I feel like this is all cringe, but whatever. I don't know.
First, I'm going to give a caveat that I think that the security was generally fine, okay, which I know not a lot of people are saying. So why do I say that? I mean, he didn't get into the ballroom. No one got hurt or killed. Whether they tackled him or he tripped to me doesn't matter much. Like, they got him. And could they have gotten him and found him earlier? I don't think so. I mean, he showed nothing on social media that would lead you to believe that he was going to do something along these lines. He left no hints about it. He only mailed his manifesto 10 minutes before he actually did the crime. So, like, we can get on him for plenty of reasons, and why are they letting people into the hotel without checking their bags and stuff? Okay, maybe those are legitimate, but overall, the president didn't get hurt, nobody got hurt. I'm a little less worried about security. I am worried about the weird things, like there's no question they take out J.D. Vance before they get to Donald Trump, maybe about 10 seconds at least. And that is just super unusual to remove the vice president first. Look, one of the biggest problems with political media right now isn't just bias, it's how quickly
oh my God, shut the fuck up.
Link gets you 40% off the Ground News Vantage plan. And you can also gift a subscription directly through Ground News. And Trump said something weird about how he wanted to stay and watch. Trump, who's a coward, wanted to stay and watch? That's super weird.
He's also nearly 80 and he appears to be senile to some extent.
Yeah, that could be it.
Honestly.
Yeah, so, okay, I'm gonna get to the poll in a second, but of course, I made a joke about—
Did you guys read the manifesto? Is it any good?
No, I didn't read it at all.
Loser.
I should tell earlier, and hence I should be fired, according to Donald Trump and Melania Trump, but we'll get to that part of it in a minute, because you can't make jokes about anything. Remember, this administration hates free speech.
They're too woke.
Yeah, that's what they ran on. They ran on, we're gonna go to war everywhere, and we're gonna make sure no one's allowed to make jokes and take away everybody's freedom of speech. Okay, great. And then this trend of weirdly educated shooters is interesting, because he went to Caltech. The guy who shot United Health CEO also went to a really good college, and they write interesting manifestos. Their manifestos, by the way, can be completely correct, and the shooting could be hideous at the same time. Just because you've accurately deduced the problem doesn't mean the answer is violence, and just because somebody did violence doesn't mean that they're like the things they were aggrieved about are wrong, right? So those two things are completely separate. Now the obnoxious or controversial poll, because I am genuinely curious. That's why we do these polls, and it's on tyt.com. Do you think the assassination attempt at the White House correspondent's dinner was real or fake? The answers are A, real, and it's offensive to question it. There's plenty of people who voted that way. That's interesting. Real, but people should ask a lot of questions about it. That's B. C is— that's where I was at until you just told me some of those details. C, staged, but open to reconsidering after questions are answered. D,
how do these guys have so few live viewers? Or maybe just not many vote, I guess? Because this top thing has 10 votes, 8 votes.
Wait, only 10?
Yep, 14 votes and 12 votes.
Absolutely staged. Okay,
I
so
mean,
yeah.
Let's also just be very clear that not a lot of people have voted yet because we just started the show and we just started talking about the story. So let's wait and see what people say. And I haven't finished giving the details. So.
No, I hear you. Like that's just the beginning of it. Go to tyt.com, especially after the story, because we care what you think after you hear the whole story. And to me, honestly, I hadn't heard 2 parts that Anna said. I've heard all the other parts. So now it's starting to move me from B to C.
I think the polls they run are on their website. Oh, it's not on the YouTube chat. Okay.
Tiny bit. I'd still vote B right now, but go ahead, Anna.
Okay, so he also stated that he was not trying to target hotel security, employees, or guests, writing in this letter, I would—
Oh, I think we read this, actually.
Still go through most everyone here to get to the targets if it were absolutely necessary, on the basis that most people chose to attend a speech by a pedophile, rapist, and traitor, and are thus complicit. But I really hope it doesn't come to that. He also said, I experience rage thinking about everything this administration has done. Now, the Secret Service, along with members of the Montgomery County Police, spoke with Allen's sister as part of their investigation into the shooting, and here's what she told them. Apparently, Allen's sister said that her brother had a tendency to make radical statements, and his rhetoric constantly referenced a plan to do something to fix the issues with today's world. She also said he attended a No Kings protest in California and was part of a group called the Wide Awakes, a network of activists dedicated to social justice issues that bears the same name as the 1860s abolitionist youth movement. So just real quick, getting back to the topic of security at the event, you know, many are questioning whether it was robust enough. Some are arguing that the security at the White House Correspondents' Dinner was incredibly lax. Now, Allen himself even noted that security was very lax at the Hilton Hotel in that letter that he sent to his family.
Well, I feel like I like to fucking meme. There's a million memes like this on Instagram last night where it's like, me when I'm somebody, every single time I say, or me when I'm some people, every single time I say, some people are questioning, some people are asking, who are those people? I think that should be a banned phrase from all media. You can't say some people anymore. Just present it as your own opinion or quote who's actually saying it.
Some people say that'd be good.
Wow, Sequa click clack clack. I will look into Krishnamurti immediately. Thank you.
Now, Allen himself even noted that security was very lax at the Hilton Hotel in that letter that he sent to his family, you know, minutes prior to the attack. He says, I walk in with multiple weapons and not a single person here considers the possibility that I could be a threat. This level of incompetence is insane, and I very sincerely hope it's corrected by the time this country gets actually competent leadership again. And while security agents were able to stop him before he entered the ballroom, right? He was able to enter the hotel where the White House Correspondents' Dinner was taking place. He wasn't able to enter the ballroom, right? So that's the big, you know, question here. Sean McCreesh, who is one of the New York Times reporters in the hall, wrote this. What? Several things happened in quick succession. Tuxedoed agents pulled out guns and began running toward the ballroom. White-jacketed caterers screamed and bolted for stairwells. Pandemonium reigned as top cabinet officials were evacuated. This is my favorite excerpt from what he had to say about his experience at the White House Correspondents' Dinner. This is the New York Times reporter. Robert Kennedy Jr. and his wife Cheryl Hines came out and were ushered into an elevator. Then Janine Pirro emerged. The FBI director Kash Patel came tearing across the hallway with two men in tow. His girlfriend was in a nearby room with a man who appeared to be a member of security detail.
True. Can you look into the greater Weow theory? Apparently the next trader types Weow will be gold. Can you confirm? Good one. Destiny skimming through the guy's blue sky. He was also pro-Pally-esque as well. I don't know why they left that out. Israel out there bombing the shit out of Lebanese civilians like there are Palestinian toddlers hiding there. Well, I don't know if this is pro-Israel or if it's just a fucking funny tweet. But who knows? Yeah, I don't know. The idea that this guy was like rabidly anti-Hassan or rabidly anti-Palestinian or whatever, I don't know. It just seems to be a narrative, yeah.
And who was holding her hand.
Drums.
I feel like I retweet that if I saw it.
What?
Okay, maybe we'll get back to that and explore it a little more in depth later when, you know, tensions die down a little bit. But anyway, and then reporters are about to be taken back into the ballroom. The show will go on apparently. Now, eventually the event was ultimately canceled and, you know, the president of the event, I don't know how to pronounce her name, I'm not even gonna try, said that it would be rescheduled, who cares? But just to be clear, security was lax, Cenk. The Washington Post reported that the Trump administration actually provided a lower level of security for the dinner than it has done in many other meetings of top officials, despite the president attending along with several members of his cabinet. In such cases, the Secret Service are often given oversight of all security, and the event designated a national special security event, which did not happen on Saturday, the paper reported, citing local and federal officials. Cenk, I mean, let's just keep it real. I mean, what I thought of immediately when it came to robust security were the conventions, the Democratic convention, the Republican convention. I kid you not. You like have to go through security like 2 miles ahead of the actual venue where the convention is taking place. There's like multiple security checkpoints, but they couldn't do something similar given how high profile this event is for this event.
Yeah, well, those are the things that are weird, right? So, like, they got him. So at the end of the day, like nothing bad happened. But it is weird to have lower security for this event than other events. It's weird that Trump seemed unbothered.
She said, super unbothered by
like that. I mean, you would think that a guy like Trump, who complains about lawfare and an election
about everything
he lost, but is pretending to have won, is like the most thin-skinned guy, biggest victim ideology mindset you've ever seen. And he gets shot at in Butler. Gets, you know, there's an assassination attempt here, and he seems utterly unfazed by both of those things. That's
wait a second. Big question. Was the shooter, I say shooter, but he didn't actually shoot. Is there any reporting or confirmation that the guy actually even had a weapon on him?
They've said that he had a shotgun and pistols and knives, I thought.
Well, I
But
saw
don't
like
know
the
if that just
picture
means
in
it
the
was his
hotel room or whatever, but like when he was actually arrested, have they confirmed that he had a shotgun and shot a security person? No, your
No,
news is
he's
so out of
retarded.
date. Yeah, that's sorry. Good job, Shatter.
One of the shell cartridges had "This is for the ballroom" on it.
Shut up. He had stuff in his room, but it doesn't seem like he had anything on him. 10-minute ads. Is there anybody? I like how people are just posting shit. Guys, hold on. I'm so sorry. I should have specified this. When I'm asking about like stuff that's been reported or like a factually true statement, my assumption is that you're not an original source, that you're not actually a reporter on the ground, and that you're not like there and can report back to me personally what you've seen with your own two eyes. I'm generally looking for some type of reporting, like a link to like a news story or something like that. Okay, so the indictment shows two pictures. The photographs below show some of the weapons and accessories that the defendant possessed when he was arrested. Oh, shit.
Well, when he was arrested, that sounds like...
Well, when they say possessed...
It means like he was holding on to, right?
Or could it mean that it was in his hotel room and his possession?
I don't think that's usually how possessed is.
Yeah, I understand. That's not how we would usually use it, but I'm just saying, because I think in this indictment, fuck, hold on, I feel like I read this. I read somewhere that, wait, shortly after 8:30 p.m. on April 25th, the United States engaged and stopped the defendant who was armed with a 12-gauge pump-action shotgun, a 30 caliber pistol. Okay, no, they say armed with, meaning he should have had them on him.
On him, yeah. Where the fuck was the shotgun?
Here's what I don't understand. Wait, show me the video again. Fuck, I don't want to go down the conspiratorial rabbit hole. But
No,
how did he make it through? How did somebody arrest him? Multiple shots were fired and he's completely uninjured. Isn't that kind of crazy?
I mean, I've watched enough HASLOP to see cops shoot like 40 times and just miss the guy. My guess is
no, but what I'm
shot
asking
him.
is how did they arrest him, right? This is saying that the USSS officer and others at the checkpoint heard the gunshot. The the Secret Service officer drew his service weapon and fired 5 times. What gunshot, though? Wait, the USSS officer observed the defendant fire the shotgun in the direction of the stairs leading down to the ballroom. Has that been confirmed at all? And then we get the Secret Service shot 5 times. Only one officer shot 5 times and fired at the defendant. The defendant fell to the ground, was restrained by law enforcement, and was placed under arrest. He suffered a minor injury to his knee, but was not shot. He fell to the ground? Who ran up to him while he was holding a shotgun and they didn't shoot or kill him?
I don't believe this, because I don't believe that there was shots fired of the shotgun. We would have the picture of the cartridge, no?
Or something. Yeah, I feel like that just seems...
Also, every reporter there would have taken a photo of the fucking shotgun shells inside of like the stairwell.
Well, assuming that it's not like in a secured off, like a cordoned off area or whatever.
True, yeah.
Hold on.
I don't know.
Shall I post it as soon as he passed
Hey, what? Hold on.
Lieutenant Hudson, you monitoring this there?
Is he supposedly, is he holding the shotgun?
Yeah.
Here?
Oh, that was a good angle. That?
Yeah, that's a good angle.
There?
That's a good angle right there, Mootin. That one?
What? That's the best angle you're gonna get right there.
I mean, it kind of looks like he's got a gun out, yeah.
It looks like he's got something, yeah. Dude, he is so fucking fast, man.
What is the video camera recording this? How do we have video cameras like this still in function? Like, what is happening?
This is a nice hotel, too.
Wait, hold on. Video shows the moment Secret Service officer fired at correspondent standards. Okay, wait, that shows him. Where is this video? Has this video been released?
Did he fire there?
You're telling me that this officer shot 5 times here, and then they just watched him.
Shall I post it as soon as he passed on that?
18, go for
Wait.
Lieutenant Hudson, you monitoring this area?
So he's going to run through here, and this officer's going to shoot 5 times. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then...
He probably got shot, the one who stumbled?
Well, apparently he didn't get shot, so...
Oh, no. I mean the Secret Service agent, because a Secret Service agent got shot, right?
Well, the Secret Service agent got shot by the other Secret Service agent.
Yeah, that's what I meant. The guy who was shooting his 5 times at the beginning of this video. My guess is he struck one of the Secret Service agents that are on camera that stumbles.
Sure.
That's the only.
But like
place I
nobody
see it,
chases the guy or anything. He's just like running through. Like.
I guess not. Yeah, I don't know.
What's the point of this whole checkpoint? Like
boom,
what's
boom, boom. I don't know. He probably tripped, but I've watched a lot of cop slop. If they trip and they got a shotgun, they usually get fucking
murked. Yeah.
Get fucking executed on the ground. Yeah. These are very highly trained officers.
They should be.
Also, there's another thing of where if somebody starts shooting, everybody else is like compelled to shoot. So I'm very surprised that nobody else shot here except for that one officer.
Also, they say he shot once, but we don't have. There's no proof has been released of him actually shooting, right?
I haven't seen it.
At the time of his arrest, the defendant was in possession of a Mossberg 12-gauge pump-action shotgun with 1 spent cartridge in the barrel and 8 unfired cartridges in the magazine tube. Did he actually shoot it, or did they just have? Did he shoot it before? Huh. Well, I don't know, man. Well, good luck. Live streams from inside the ballroom captured the sound of 6 shots, according to Rob Mayer, an audio forensics expert. He identified the JDAM. All the gunshots take place within 1.4 seconds. Showing holes on the wall near where Allen had fallen. The holes appear to match the general trajectory of the last shot. The officer fired before stepping out of sight in the surveillance video. At a news conference on Monday, Blanche was asked how many shots were fired. He said a team was collecting evidence at the hotel, but that such determinations are not an exact science. Can't you count the holes? Can't you count the holes? Isn't it math? For example, he said, buckshot from a shotgun, a type of ammunition Allen had allegedly said he planned to use, scatters everywhere, and sometimes it just disappears. Depending on where it hits. Buckshot? Inside? Really? Are we doing video game shotguns here? Is that... Okay, I don't know. That's... What are you gonna do? Maybe he had birdshot? Why? The guy had like 20 weapons on him. Why the fuck would he have birdshot in his shotgun?
Weird, right?
So guys, what's a good GPU right now?
What's a what?
What are the good GPUs right now?
Why?
My wife needs a new GPU. I'm probably gonna give her my 3080 and I'll just buy me the good one.
I mean, the 5090 is the best, right?
5090? How much is it?
It's either $1,000 or $4,000. I don't know where the GPU prices are right now.
Okay.
It doesn't mean that it settles anything. When I first read the manifesto and found out who it was, it sounded like a very logical story. Some guy who's, on the left, and he's really mad at Trump, and he's mad at our government for not, arresting the pedophile rapists and protecting them, etc. I think a lot of people feel that way, and now taking it to violence is deeply counterproductive and totally wrong and immoral. But that's...
I would be kind of careful. The phrasing there was a little sussy baka. I read his manifesto, the guy who tried to assassinate the president, and it actually seemed really logical. Okay.
That story, to me, didn't raise any, red flags at all. It seemed like, okay, that does make make sense. And I was ready to just like move on. I saw instantly everybody's like staged, but and left wingers and right wingers saying staged, right? And I was like, whoa, guys, hold on, we don't know anything yet. It's like been a minute, right? But now we do know some things. But I just mentioned two. The third one that you mentioned earlier, the one that I didn't know, that's super weird. Now I've worked with Brianna Wu and Hassan in the past, right? Hassan's my nephew, and Brianna and I used to work at Rebellion Pack together.
Before she lost her mind. Yeah.
No, that's okay. That's between me and her, and so and
I
okay, so we
hate
don't
her.
anymore. But the point is that support. So that hence, I'm not biased in this case. I got no beef with anyone involved, right? So as I look at it, why would a guy who thinks that Trump is doing everything wrong support Brianna Wu and her? At this point, Brianna, in the past when we worked together, she's mainly known as a progressive.
She still hates Trump.
Right.
It's just that she hates Muslims more.
So whatever it is, okay. But like the bottom line is that so Israel. He's a fan of Israel, and because there's no one left who likes Brianna Wu, maybe other than me on a personal level, not on the political level, who's a fan of Israel, is not a fan of Israel.
Are you?
Right?
Are you like where are you living? Like where are you these days? Are you?
I feel like these guys are not politically connected at all anymore. What the fuck is what are the evidence, or what's the evidence that this guy was like a big fan of Israel? Has that been posted anywhere? Or what are they using as evidence for that?
Crazy? Libs, apps like normie libs, and I'm not talking about you guys, I'm talking about like members of the media, lib politicians, totally love Israel, right? They might have a huge problem with Trump.
No, I got you. But like, so Brianna is at this point 200% in favor of Israel.
Yes.
So there's no one who's anti-Israel or like a diehard left winger who's like, oh, I love Israel as much as Brianna does. That person nearly does not exist. That person is kind of that category is almost extinct. I don't know. Maybe there's a couple of Destiny bros left.
No, but that's what I'm talking. Yes, that group that they exist. I don't think they're representative of Democratic voters, to be honest. I mean, the polling shows they're not representative of Democratic voters. But you know, in terms of media figures or public figures who just have this weird devotion to Israel, but like loathe Donald Trump, yeah, people like that definitely do exist.
And he hated Hassan, but
he didn't say he hated Hassan. He said that Hassan is too far left.
Too far left.
Yeah,
Okay,
don't straw man it. Just be very clear about what he.
True. Although I don't know if that wasn't really, I don't think, what he said, but okay.
Oh, no. And
I like how she's like correcting Cenk, which is good, but she's not even really correcting it to what the guy actually said, I think, but okay.
From you, okay? So I thought that's what you said, okay? Because I keep saying that's the one thing I hadn't read before. If Hassan is too far left, what is shooting the president? Like, so it's just, Hassan is mainly known, like he said a lot of things.
Why does he, Cenk is just so, he's such an unserious person. I don't know what else to say, but does this guy do politics? I don't know.
Things, okay, but he's mainly known as being anti-Israel. So this guy doesn't like a guy who's anti-Israel and likes a person who is pro-Israel, very, very adamantly pro-Israel.
Yes.
That is strange for a person who's supposed to be so far left that he's willing to shoot the president.
I know.
You see what I'm saying?
It makes no sense. So look, he was clear in that he was motivated by, in his words, Trump being a pedophile, right? In his words, that's what he said in his manifesto. So anyway, look.
I'm sorry. Link me this manifesto again. It was a short read. I'm sorry. Why these people are fucking retarded. Who watches it? I know. I'm sorry. It's all the algorithms. See, I fell into my own trap there by being a retard. You just got to jerk off your own side. Master, I failed you. When did they take this guy's shirt off? This is such a weird, everything about this is so fucking weird. Did I just click a link that said full manifesto and it didn't link to the manifesto? Oh, his manifesto in full. Hello, everybody. So I may have given a lot of people a surprise today. Let me start off by apologizing to everyone whose trust I abused. I apologize to my parents for saying I had an interview without specifying it was for Most Wanted. Good one. I apologize to my colleagues and students for saying I had a personal emergency. By the time anyone reads this, I probably most certainly do need to go to the ER, but I can hardly call that not a self-inflicted status. I apologize to all the people I traveled next to, all the workers who handled my luggage, and all the other non-targeted people at the hotel who I put in danger simply by being near. I apologize to everyone who was abused and or murdered before this, to all those who suffered before I was able to attempt this, to all who may still suffer after, regardless of my success or failure. I don't expect forgiveness, but if I could have seen any other way to get this close, I would have taken it. Again, my sincere apologies. I wonder why I did any of this. I am a citizen of the United States of America. What my representatives do reflects on me. And I am no longer willing to permit a pedophile, rapist, and traitor to coat my hands with his crimes. Well, to be completely honest, I was no longer willing a long time ago, but this is the first real opportunity I've had to do something about it. While I'm discussing this, I'll also go over my expected rules of engagement, probably in a terrible format, but I'm not military, so too bad. This is where he goes over here, he'll shoot. We already heard that earlier. In order to minimize casualties, I will also be using buckshot rather than slugs. Less penetration through walls. Okay. I would still go through most everyone here to get to the targets. Blah, blah, blah. Rebuttals to objections. 1. As a Christian, you should turn the other cheek. Turning the other cheek is for when you yourself are oppressed. I'm not the person raped in a detention camp. I'm not the fisherman executed without trial. I'm not a school kid blown up, or a child starved, or a teenage girl abused by the many criminals in this administration. Turning the other cheek when someone else is oppressed is not Christian behavior. It is complicity in the oppressor's crimes. Objection 2, there's not a convenient time for you to do this. I need whoever thinks this way to take a couple minutes and realize that the world isn't about them. Do you ever think when I see someone raped or murdered or abused, I would walk away because it would be inconvenient if they were not... As a half-black, half-white person, you shouldn't be the one doing this. I don't see anyone else picking up the slack. Sincerely, Cold Force, friendly federal assassin, Alan. P.S. Okay, now that all the sappy stuff is done, what the hell is the Secret Service doing? Sorry, gonna rant a bit here and drop the formal tone. Like I expected, security cameras at every bend, bugged hotel rooms, armed agents every 10 feet, metal detectors out the wazoo. What I got, who knows, maybe they're pranking me, is nothing. No damn security, not in transport, not in the hotel, not in the event. Like, the one thing I immediately noticed walking into the hotel is the sense of arrogance. I walk in with multiple weapons and not a single person there considers the possibility that I could be a threat. The security at the event is all outside, focused on protesters and current arrivals, because apparently no one thought about what happens if someone checks in the day before. Like, this level of incompetence is insane, and I very sincerely hope it's corrected by the time this country gets actually competent leadership again. Like, if I was an Iranian agent instead of an American citizen, I could have brought a damn Madus in here, and no one would have noticed. Shit, what is Madus? What does that mean? Actually insane.
Everybody's warning me to tell you that apparently YouTube doesn't like the reading of manifestos. I don't know.
Oh. Well, it's just news, no? Didn't the Young Turks just... The big machine gun. M2 machine gun. Note, a Madus is a Browning M2 50 caliber machine gun. Okay. Where do we get this? He's massively pro-Israel? I don't know. Whatever.
There was some grilling on Fox News that he was motivated by, in his words, Trump being a pedophile, right? In his words, that's what he said in his manifesto. So anyway, look, there was some grilling on Fox News about this. So let's take a quick look at Lawrence Jones grilling Kash Patel on, what happened that night and what the security was like. Take a look.
The President of the United States is averaging an assassination attempt once a year. And there's still protocols. So who's going to do the investigating of the procedures? Secret Service can't investigate themselves because there's still people in leadership at the Secret Service that were responsible for Butler. How does that happen? It was a failure.
Right. I can't speak to Butler, and I agree it was a total failure. Absolutely. But I have full confidence in Secretary Mark Wade Mullen.
This country, I mean, the leadership in this country is an embarrassment. Like, there's nothing else that I can say about this. And for me personally, my only real take on the story, the only thing that I feel in regard to this story at this point is terror and how desensitized I am. I'm so desensitized by violence after seeing mangled bodies in the Middle East every single day over and over again. Violence is just part of our daily lives now. So, another assassination attempt on the President of the United States. They didn't have enough security. Oh, golly gee. Why is this country's leadership so incompetent?
Yeah, so those are all great, fair points. I'm kind of obsessed with, why do I care about the Trump assassination attempts more than Trump does? That's so weird.
And he immediately exploited it to talk about the freaking need for a ballroom. Like, I just want to go to sleep. I want to go to sleep, and I just want to wake up and live in a country that's led by competent people. That's what I want.
Yeah, well, you definitely speak for America on that one for sure. But guys, last thing on this. So they then jump onto this ballroom thing, and everyone in MAGA tweets the same exact thing, right? And we've got some sort of graphic on it, I think, somewhere. Interestingly, it's like Laura Loomer, blah, blah, and MAGA.
Photographic 11, so embarrassing.
But also John Fetterman. So apparently John Fetterman is getting the same talking points that the rest of MAGA is getting. So that's pathetic to the extreme. So it's definitely a talking point. Then the question becomes, wait, did they have that ready before the shooting? Or after the shooting, don't let any crisis go to waste. Use it as an opportunity. Oh my God, we need to foxtrot in the ballroom because of the shooting at the Hilton. Wait, what? Right? So my guess is that they jumped on it after the shooting, not before the shooting. Of course. Yeah. So no, because there's theories out there that they had it planned all along, and this was to get the ballroom. But a fake assassination attempt to get.
How much longer is Anna gonna last here? Can you have the Young Turks if it's just jank?
a ballroom? That seems less likely.
I want to go to
right?
one. Yeah, I mean, I don't see any evidence of that. I do see the clownish behavior immediately afterwards. Like, oh, this is an opportunity to really lobby for a freaking ball. I don't care about the ballroom. Just shut up about the ballroom. Just build a damn ballroom and shut up. Like, that's what I want when it comes to the ballroom. I don't care about the ballroom. I'm sick of. These are men. These are men who are supposed to be leaders of this country, whining about a ballroom.
Yeah.
Okay, there is a crisis of masculinity in the country, and it's right at the top, okay? I want to actually go to the video where they're talking about the ballroom. Let's go to that.
And we looked at all of the conditions that took place tonight, and I will say, it's not a particularly secure building. And I didn't want to say this, but this is why we have to have all of the attributes of what we're planning at the White House. It's actually a larger room, and it's much more secure. It's drone-proof, it's bulletproof glass. We need the ballroom. That's why Secret Service, that's why the military are demanding it. They've wanted the ballroom for 150 years for lots of different reasons, but today's a little bit different because today we need levels of security that probably nobody's ever seen before.
Wow.
The military is demanding it. That's exactly what the military. In fact, right now, that's what the military is thinking about. We must have the ballroom. That's the most important thing. Just build the damn ballroom. Okay, federal judge who put a pause on it, just lift it. Let him build the damn ballroom and have them shut the F up already. Okay? How about that?
I totally agree. They got to build something. I don't really care. That's not an issue that affects the American people at all. Like, you notice that Trump's constantly doing things that are about the elites, like, oh, I'm going to get the Kennedy Center to be more right-wing. Literally no one in the country cares about the Kennedy Center outside of super rich people in Washington, okay? And if you're among those people and you really wanted to go to the left-wing ballet instead of the right-wing ballet, sorry, but literally no one else cares. Oh, the ballroom, where are they going to do-si-do and do ballroom dancing? No one cares.
Dude,
okay?
Charlie Kirk gets shot in the throat and killed before everyone. Okay, Trump gets asked about it the next day. He immediately pivots to the ballroom.
The ballroom, true.
There's something wrong with this man.
Kind of weird.
Yeah. He's not. There's something not
kind of weird
right with him.
And that's what I was going to go to last, because I'm obsessed with the poll on TYT.com. Am I going to vote B or am I going to vote C? I was so solidly B that no, it's real, but I ask a lot of questions about it, right? But like now, if I get shot at for the second time and it's the third potential assassination attempt, there was a guy who couldn't get the shot off at the golf club, right? I would be furious. I'd be like, what is going on here? How many times am I going to get shot at? Can we get this under control? I wouldn't be like, and we're going to have a nice ballroom. It's going to have golden bathrooms, and the toilets are going to be great.
And
we're going to do some square dancing.
The military. No, not the military. Okay, no one cares about the ballroom. Just build it and shut up. Let's move on.
Every time you ring the bell below, an angel gets his wings. Totally not true, but it does keep you updated on our live shows.
Wow. Thanks.
So we.
Uh-oh.
You want me to go out?
Slopper.
Bro, you were on the last Shoe on Head video. I will literally shoot myself with a gun if you bring that shit up in here, okay? Why? What do you want me to do? Do you want me to go out, purchase a shotgun, shoot myself in the face, not die in the process, but at least lose significant chunks of my fucking brain so I can operate at the same substandard, suboptimal IQ level that Shoe on Head and her dumb fuck audience operates in so I can do a regular response to that? Is that what you want me to do? Do you want me to lose chunks of my brain? Do you want me to John Fetterman myself so I can understand the compelling argument that Shoe on Head makes? One that should have been left in the dustbin of history all the way back in 2016. Ooh, look at me. I'm an emo girl and I change my politics all the fucking time. Ooh, look at me. As an emo girl, I look like that one meme on the internet. Okay? 4chan guys who are now 38 years old want to fap to me. Fuck. Why would you openly admit that you listen to Shoe on Head in 2026, man? What the fuck is wrong with you?
Whoa! Who's doing the EQ on this mic? I just realized. I feel like we're getting some old Hassan voice here. Uh-oh. Has he been awake for a while? Where's our Riz voice at?
Why would you openly admit that you listen to Shoe on Head in 2026, man? What the fuck is wrong with you? People like Shoe on Head are basically a humanoid version of a fucking Reddit aggregator. They just spit out shit that they see on subreddits. So why the fuck are you going there? You might as well just go to the subreddit directly and read all the commentary that they turn into video essays. Jesus Christ. What an unbearable fucking way to exist, dude. Oh, I'm getting all my politics from Shoe on Head. Honestly, good luck, dude. People should be more embarrassed, okay? What happened to shame? What happened to shame? If you're getting your politics from a person like Shoe on Head, you should be embarrassed. Go spend some time in the real world. Try to explain to people that this is the person that's educating you on your worldview. God, it's like saying, oh, I get my politics from fucking Patrick Bet David. Oh my God, the things I want to say to people like this.
Okay, true, but ironic. Let's see, more House and Slop. We already talked to Hutch about that. Jubilee episode. Uh-oh.
So you're saying, by and large, over time, the public has become more distrustful of mainstream science, and I would say I would say authority in general, the government.
Simply by using the term mainstream science, it's illustrating my point. That's not a thing.
Academic science. What would be the correct word to say?
I mean, there's academics
as opposed to all of the non-academic science.
Science, and there's the private sector, but there's no mainstream science, right? There's science and there's pseudoscience, right?
Right.
Whoever is publishing science, whether it is academic or whether it's in the private sector, whatever it is, right? That's actual legitimate science. And then there's people who lie about science on podcasts, right? And they refer to it as
there's Hamilton Morris, who
mainstream
does science and also does podcasts about scientific research that he does on psychedelics and stuff like that. He's not a mainstream scientist by any meaning of that word.
Sure, that's fair. He synthesizes chemicals. That's totally fine. You can do that. He's an interesting case, so like a hobbyist.
Yeah, why can't I be podcasting in Arrakis or whatever? Fuck.
Turned, scientist. But he's not pushing any super outrageous claims. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think where it gets squirrely is when you have science and you have academic institutions and you have that are all intertwined with governments, and then you have financial entanglements with all of that stuff.
Oh, so we just need science that has nothing to do with the government, and this is what I mean when I say people just say shit. They just say shit that's just fucking retarded. Okay, I'm sorry. We need science with no government entanglement and no financial entanglement. Who the fuck is doing that science? Are these just like researchers that wander into the forest looking for microscopes? Or like what? Who's doing the science there? Maybe he'll say, I'm sorry.
There's financial entanglements in every single aspect of science, whether it be climate science, whether it be vaccine science or pharmaceutical companies. And
but that's
even geopolitics type stuff. Like there's money and there's weird little financial incentives entwined into all of that stuff. And that's where it gets squirrely, and that's where it gets hard to figure out what the truth is.
That's all everything. Like, scientists aren't free. They don't grow on trees, and neither does the equipment they use or the time they need to rent whatever facilities to do whatever research they're doing. I don't understand what do you, is it just like more people waiting for apples to fall off trees to discover gravity, or what?
That can also be used, number one, that can be used as a scapegoat, right? Blah, 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 in the pocket of Big Pharma. You just say that and people believe you. But number two, financial entanglements for the frauds that are pushing these narratives, right? They make money off of this stuff. So.
Sure. People can make money off of questioning power if they have a podcast or they're selling advertising. I mean, selling books maybe.
This idea that...
Wait. I like how that was like, well, do you make money on the other side question? Well, I mean, I guess. Like, would I really say people like Joe Rogan like make money? I mean, yeah, maybe like on like books, I guess. Like,
scientist is in this incredible position of power or is doing something incredibly lucrative. The vast majority of scientists are not paid that well, right? They're just doing what they're doing because they love to do science and discover things, right? So it's this way.
Sure. Hopefully they do enjoy what they're doing and they love science and they enjoy all that, but also they like have to get funding for their shit. They have to get paid. They have to, otherwise, where are they going to get their funding from? How are you going to do work for free, or are you just, this is a passion project?
Of painting the scientific community as this cabal, that's beholden to blah blah blah. Whatever. It's a global scientific community, operating in academia, in the private sector, under many different countries, many different political apparatus. Yeah. There's no way to that is why the consensus of the global scientific community is what you go by at all times, right? Anything that is contradicting the global scientific consensus, that's what you want to be skeptical about. Because can you get one scientist to lie? Absolutely, you can. Andrew Wakefield or a doctor.
Sorry, I don't mean to interrupt.
Sure.
I want to make sure I'm clear on this.
Yeah.
You think anyone who is questioning or skeptical of the global
contradicting, or
of the global consensus,
the global scientific consensus,
what about that person? You
should be very skeptical of that person. Right, you should. They are making claims that contradict the entire body of scientific knowledge. It doesn't 100% guarantee that they're wrong, but they're very unlikely to be right, and especially if they're not scientists themselves, they're almost certainly not right.
What you're saying.
So you
so you want to gatekeep?
You can take someone's claims and go, all right.
What was wrong with it?
Guess how many gigabytes she had on her SSD left over?
Less than 1.
Yeah, she had like 3.
Was that really slowing it down?
It was causing it to stutter. Yeah, because it's on the same as her Windows plus her.
Oh, it's probably
GGA.
something called it's called the page file. Probably was trying to write to the SSD and wasn't working well, but it
wasn't
happens.
working too good.
Well, themselves, they're almost certainly not right.
What you're saying.
So you can take someone's claims and go, all right, well, all of the science says no, but all right, say your thing, and 99% of the time they're trivially debunkable. Sometimes it's a little harder to debunk. You have to really dig into it. But the idea that you can you have scientists all over the world. There's no way to buy off millions of scientists in different countries, all these things. It doesn't make sense economically, right? You can buy off one scientist, maybe a handful, so you can get papers that are, bought off by special interests. But ultimately, like these are, when you talk about climate science and things like that, this is the fossil fuel industry that's trying to manufacture this stuff. Right. So again, it's pretty easy to spot the motives with things like that. Then with individual grifters, it could be anything, right? Somebody's just trying to make a buck, however they can, But
so journalism, by definition, is being skeptical of power and being skeptical of the people in charge who are controlling things. That is the very definition of journalism. And so are you holding the people in power as your North Star of truth? Are you defending?
Scientists are not in tremendous positions of power. Right. They're just people doing a job. Right. And so this thread starts to evaporate when you say, well, this government made the scientists do the thing, whatever. Okay, well, which government? We got these vaccine studies. This one's from Sweden. This one's from China. This one's from Argentina. This one's from, which government? What are you talking about? The global, the Illuminati government? What are you
about,
saying?
Grants, scientific grants for that scientists? One of the biggest ways scientists get funded is by grants from pharmaceutical companies. And
do pharmaceutical companies? I know they fund research, but is that considered a grant? Maybe it is. I thought grants were typically referring to social, government funding. But
I mean, we've had multiple in here. We had one in here maybe 2 weeks ago. It was the most recent one, who was
Professor Dave is pretty smart on this. I watched his debate with Dave the Funk, the one PhD chemist guy, against 2 anti-vaxxer people, and they eviscerated these guys. It was one of the most painful debates I've ever seen in my entire fucking life. But Dave, he might be a little bit, debunk the funk. I feel like Dave might be a little bit too much on that populist brain rot, so I don't know if he can counter these points as hard as they should be countered. The question would be, people always bring this up, well, the drugs are being funded by, the research is being funded by the pharmaceutical companies that are trying to get the drugs approved. It's well, yeah, of course, who's going to pay for that research? Why would somebody else pay for a private company's study for their own drug? Of course they're going to pay for it, right? Now, it's peer-reviewed, and then other people can ideally check the work and everything, right? This is part of the publishing process. But how else are these studies going to get funded than by the people who stand to make the money off the drug? Of course. And also, obviously, you have to declare these conflicts of interest or whatever in the bottom or whatever of any study here you do. But other people check into it as well. There are other people that can do research on your drugs, and every other company is also incentivized to disprove your study. If you publish a study and it's bullshit and another company can show that it's bullshit, other companies stand to make money off of your failures as well, right?
And I mean, we've had multiple in here. We had one in here maybe 2 weeks ago. It was the most recent one, who was he was a neuroscientist working in Montreal, Canada, if I remember correctly. And it was in the 90s. I think it was 1994. He got a grant.
What? Oh.
Quebec.
In Montreal, Canada, if I remember correctly. And it was in the 90s. I think it was 1994. He got a grant from Pfizer to test a neurotransmitter, some sort of drug for Alzheimer's, and he was testing the neurotransmitters. He was using PET scans to detect the chemical reaction in the brain to this drug to see if it was effective or whatever. And in the grant agreement, he had to sign off that if the results were negative, he could not publish them. He could not make them public. The results were overwhelmingly negative. The drug was not effective at all for Alzheimer's. It wasn't reacting. I think it was acetylcholine is what the proxy was he was looking for, to see if it was reactive to this drug, and it wasn't. He asked if he could publish it. They said, no, you actually signed this document agreeing that you wouldn't do it legally, so you're legally bound to not publish this. And they ended up bringing that drug to market. And it probably made, who knows, billions of dollars. But the point is...
Okay, there's a lot of things going on here. So one, it wouldn't surprise me if that was an ordinary agreement. Because if you're going through like the early development phase on a particular drug, you probably don't want like a published study every single time some early iteration of your drug is not working, right? Why would you want, because then that would mean, my guess would be every single successful drug brought to market, my guess is they would all have like 100 bad studies that would come out beforehand as they're working on engineering the drug, would be the first part. The second part is, did the same drug that made it to market, was that the exact same one that the guy tested? Because why would a company even bother paying for research that shows that the drug is bad and then bring it to market anyway, where now if there are complications related to it, they're going to get FDA fucked for it? This is like, it's just like so crazy conspiratorial. You would, if this was how things actually worked, and this is always the biggest hit against these people, if it really was this fucking crazy, how all these drug markets and everything worked, wouldn't we see like fucking millions and millions of people dying constantly from these crazy, horrible complications? Like, wouldn't we expect to see that? Or wouldn't a competitor figure this out and just publish the research and then completely fuck over somebody that they realized was doing this? I don't know.
Are legally bound to not publish this, and they ended up bringing that drug to market.
Say like schizos, like that is why people are dying.
Yeah, I mean, Jordan
like
Peterson said it for a while
or whatever. Yeah.
No, you actually signed this document agreeing that you wouldn't do it legally, so you're legally bound to not publish this. And they ended up bringing that drug to market, and it probably made, who knows, billions of dollars. But like the point is, these pharmaceutical companies, they spend.
I'd have to look into that though, because drugs don't get approved all the time, right? You have individual you have independent institutions that are running clinical trials, and drugs don't get approved all the time. So this narrative that pharma is just like every drug I want will go to market no matter how harmful. It's just, and I don't know the individual study that you're talking about.
I agree with you. That's probably not true. But would you agree that it does happen?
I'm not sure.
We approve like, is it like 40 drugs a year? Is it even that much? Hold on. How many drugs approved by FDA yearly? It's 40 to 60 novel drugs a year. It's not like there are that many, and there are tons of people that are researching, trying to bring drugs to market. I like how he's just like, don't some just slip through the cracks? Like, we have no real approval process. Like, there's not. The thing that I hate the most is that these people don't even do any research into like, what is the approval process? How do you even bring a drug to market? What is the way that you do that? What is the difference between a phase 1, phase 2, phase 3 trial? Like, they don't even think to ask these really basic questions before asserting these crazy statements of like, well, maybe some just slip through the cracks. Just random shit is, approved by the FDA.
Isn't it incredibly stringent on getting like shit approved by the FDA?
Yeah, generally speaking, the process is, unless something crazy bad is happening, yeah.
Unless Trump just says it.
And I don't know the individual study that you're talking about.
I agree with you. That's probably not true. But would you agree that it does happen?
I'm not sure. I mean, you'd have to give me an individual. I mean, you just did, but I'd have to look into it. I'd have to see whether this is just a story or what it is, because there are like, this is part of the reason that it's so disastrous what's happening under this administration, right? Under the guise of protecting public health, you just have RFK just firing half of everybody at FDA, CDC, all these institutions, and all of these deregulations, right? It's actually the precise opposite of what he pretends to stand for, right? These institutions are there to protect us from the private sector, and famously have, right? Thalidomide wasn't approved in America because the FDA wouldn't approve it. This kind of stuff. That's what these institutions are for. So, what would a pharma company do? I mean, first of all, opening itself up to all these lawsuits. It's not like
they've been fucked by lawsuits.
Sure,
historically.
It happens. I mean, and so it's just
there's more.
That's what these institutions are for. So, what would a pharma company do? I mean, first of all, opening itself up to all these lawsuits. It's not like
they've been fucked by lawsuits.
Sure,
historically.
It happens. I mean, and so it's
there's more lawsuits against pharma. There's more money in settlements from pharmaceutical companies than any other industry, I think, on the face of in the history of humanity.
Possibly, and if well deserved, then great. But this painting of pharma as this unbelievable boogeyman with all the money in the world, right? Do you know that the alt health industry is significantly larger than the pharma industry?
The alt health industry?
Untested, unregulated supplement.
It would really, I imagine it would probably super depend on how much you encompass in like alt health. Like, that would either be really surprising or not surprising at all. Because I wonder if you could broaden that out all the way to like protein supplements or something. Does that include, are they included in like
pills, protein supplements, and all that, or?
Yeah.
Industry, right?
I'm not sure.
Yeah, it's $1 trillion industry.
It makes more money than a
$1 trillion
pharmaceutical companies.
More money than pharma. Yes.
You got to find this, Steve. Yeah. I do know that it takes, and I've had multiple people, like scientists, drug researchers.
Because like, don't we spend more? Isn't it just Medicare more than $1 trillion? So he's saying that supplement industry is $1 trillion industry. What is our yearly spending on Medicare? That just seems like such a hard number to quantify. I don't know.
On here that have had grants from pharmaceutical companies tell me that it takes between like $10 to $12 million, or I'm sorry, 10 to 12
yearly
years
spending
to develop
Medicare exceeded $900 billion in 2022.
Okay, yeah. Medicare isn't just pharma though. Oh, he's just talking about pharmaceuticals. Oh, I guess that could be true, depending on what you consider pharmaceuticals, like chemotherapy and all that. I guess we would consider pharmaceuticals. I don't know.
companies tell that it takes, and I've had multiple people like scientists, drug researchers on here that have had grants from some pharmaceutical companies tell me that it takes between like $10 to $12 million, or I'm sorry, 10 to 12 years to develop a drug with all the testing on rodents and all that stuff.
It's very stringent.
And it can cost $1 billion.
Yes, and only 1 in 10 drugs make it to market.
Right, so they have a huge financial incentive to push those drugs out and get those drugs out there in the marketplace. And you know, famously, there's billions and trillions of dollars of settlements from these pharmaceutical companies having to pay.
Trillions of dollars in settlements? What is the total? That's a big number. But
people out for killing people, injuring people, lying to people with their marketing, malpractice. I mean, I don't have to look. You don't have to look any farther than, you know, the opioid crisis. So,
were there companies that were sued for? I wish that he could cite cases or something. I understand this is fucking pod slop, but
I mean, my point is like to default to have that.
I think there was somebody sued related to the opiate stuff, or
like the overprescribing of it, or
yeah, I feel like I remember reading that somebody got sued related
when you
to
sue
that.
doctors on that. Not
I thought there was like a big
companies?
case related to it. I don't remember exactly what it was, but
be your default to want to protect or to fight for those people. You know, you like to want to be the bulldog that's attacking people who are attacking those
could be one of the
billionaires.
good times where you could ask AI.
and those trillion-dollar companies who are literally only looking out for their bottom line, and you know, they don't give a fuck about a middle-class person who can't afford a really fancy doctor who just has to go to their checkups every 6 months or whatever, and has to do the bare minimum and can't afford healthy food. They have to eat out. Like, they don't give a fuck. It's the insurance companies and these pharmaceutical companies that are raking in trillions of fucking dollars, right? And they have immunity.
This is why I'm trying to tell you about the alt health industry, right?
Yeah, let's
they're
look at
making
this.
more money and they're peddling lies and selling complete. So everything you're.
How does he just said that there have been? He said trillions of dollars paid out in lawsuits, and then he just said they have immunity. How can both of those things exist at once?
Saying about testing and everything, these are products that are not tested on anything. It's not labeled as medicine, so they don't have to do anything. And there's all these, you know, so there's not only supplements that are actively harm people because they're not tested. They don't go through any clinical trials. There's no safeguards of any kind. So you want to talk about that one drug that slipped through clinical trials and some, you know, unforeseen, not that, you know, pharma went through the checks and balances. Here we go. We did these clinical trials and something didn't show up and somebody got harmed. Okay, well, lawsuit, great, go for it, get the money. But we're talking about an alt health industry. All of these products are completely untested. They do measurable harm and they pull people away from legitimate medical attention. That, you know, ivermectin would be, you know, although that is a real drug, though ivermectin craze would be a great example of that.
So
it's common anti-vax talking point that you can't sue pharma companies for vaccine injuries. I do believe pharmaceutical products around vaccines, I think, get special protections, but that's not ordinary. Those are special, exceptional protections for vaccines. I don't know of any other healthcare thing that applies to. And also, it's contradictory to the thing that he said earlier, that there are trillions of dollars of payouts and settlements or whatever. How could that be possible? They all have immunity. It just doesn't make any sense.
This is, what is this, Google's AI or whatever? Summing it up, this is what Google's saying. The broader global wellness industry, which includes alternative health, wellness, tourism, nutrition, and personal care, is significantly larger than the pharmaceutical industry. Estimates place the global wellness market at over $6 trillion, which is several times larger than the estimated 1 to 2 trillion global pharma. That's the global pharma. So this is not in the US, this is global?
Yeah.
That's what that means.
Massive market share of the global wellness market. Okay.
I mean, think about it. How many people do you know?
Can you break this down by countries?
Why? What is he looking for?
Sorry, what were you saying?
How many people do you know that are regularly taking tons of prescription drugs versus how many people do you know that follow a bunch of health influencers and buy the supplements?
Dude, everybody I know has been on
Prozac,
fucking Adderall since they were like 12, and they were prescribed it.
True. There's some oversight on that. Yeah, I mean, Adderall I think was probably overprescribed in the 90s.
Yeah, I think that's a huge problem, man.
Yeah. So this is what I'm saying. Like, you know, people, Dave Pharma Show, whatever. There are things
but
that
what
you
are
can
like
criticize.
the super negative effects that people are having if they were prescribed Adderall?
Long term,
Besides like heart shit.
I don't believe even heart stuff. I'm not sure of long term if there are any, but I don't know.
Okay.
Pharma for it, right? And so, sure, sometimes they try to influence doctors to prescribe off-label, right? They'll say, well, this drug is for this, but it might work for this. Can you prescribe it for that too, right? There's a little bit of that kind of oiling going on, and call it out. I don't care.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not here.
Look,
like,
dude, there's absolutely grifters in the alternative health.
Oh,
like
it's almost
Grant Cardone, the fucking Scientologist. You know
what?
Sorry. One of the negative effects is they do well in their careers.
True.
I'm sure you're familiar with him. He brags about all the
Vaguely,
jets. I mean, he's selling like hyperbaric chambers and cold plunges, and he's calling it 10x health, and like it's just comical.
This is what I'm saying, is that this stuff has taken off because of the cartoonish degree to which people vilify pharma. And so, look, you know, if I can come back and we can like do a really, really in-depth, give me all the cases you want to talk about. Talk about
We're staying high level.
Yeah,
We're not getting in the weeds.
Totally.
Yeah.
But what I'm saying is there are things you can criticize pharma for. Go for it. It's no problem. But the cartoonish villainization is what has propped up this enormous alt health wellness industry that is just full of grifters.
I'm sure that's right. I'm sure that's true.
Complete snake oil that is actively harming people.
Springtime means it's time to clean out your fridge of forgotten leftovers and old condiments. And it's time to restock those shelves with some refreshing life, plus $20 off your first box and free shipping always. That's butcherbox.com/Danny. And don't forget to use our link below so they know we sent you.
No way.
Even the grifters themselves, right? Me and Dan Wilson did a debate against Pierre Corey and Steve Kirsch.
I watched that, bro.
Yeah, and so one of them, Steve Kirsch, went blind in one eye because of a supplement that Peter McCullough, the Spike Detox supplement. This is a supplement that is completely untested. He took it and he went blind in one eye, and yet he's still on this anti-vaccine crusade, right? Pierre Corey, another guy, just made a boatload off ivermectin. Frontline doctors made a boatload off of ivermectin, saying this is this wonderful cure-all drug. You can't get COVID. Take it as a prescription every month, right? Every month, keep spending money. You'll get it. And just how many thousands and thousands of people died of COVID because they didn't get the critical care they needed and then it was too late. That's the real villain. So criticize pharma for the thing.
What?
I'm sorry. I'm gobsmacked right now. Forsen showed his dog after getting 5,000 subs. Oh. No one's seen this dog in like 6 years, man.
He's alive, based.
That it does. That's fine. Like, and I'll do it with you. But this is the real villain right now.
I think it's fuck both of them. I think we need to attack them both. I don't
Pharma
think
makes real drugs that save lives.
Oh, it's the same. Both sides. Yes.
That's true.
So,
but I'm also sure there's a subset of the people in the alternative health system are also selling shit that saves lives, right?
Are they?
The difference is one of them is not intertwangled with the United States government, right?
Oh my
How does that make it any? Right, that's when you have grifters that are just selling snake oil. Why does it matter if they are or are not propped up by any government, right?
Well,
they're just lying to make money.
It's because those guys they get shuttled into the public, and they work with insurance companies, and basically every run-of-the-mill family that goes in for a routine checkup gets prescribed these things. I mean, there's people that are in the pharmaceutical industry whose job is to take primary care physicians out to dinner, take them out to bars, take them out to strip clubs, and befriend them and convince them to use their drug. I had a guy in here who was a sales rep for Viagra in like the early 2000s and was doing this job. And it's like, your job is to get them to prescribe more shit for more symptoms. Like, we need you to prescribe this for more symptoms and prescribe it more because they get these kickbacks. There's these kickbacks they get from the insurance companies. And if you really like dig into it, it's insanely corrupt, man. And it's so fucked up that it's in our healthcare. It's baked into the healthcare system that is supposed to be taking care of everybody in the United States, especially the people that are lower income, which really pisses me off. And the fact that the United States is literally, I think, the last or second to last on the list of health outcomes in the world of countries. Like,
to be clear, we do.
Wait, what? Hold on.
Is literally, I think, the last or second to last on the list of health outcomes in the world.
I didn't know that. The United States is last or second to last in healthcare outcomes in the world? Damn, we've fallen 150 places, I guess. Holy shit.
Countries. Like,
to be clear, we do need to very strongly differentiate between medical science and the health insurance industry. The health insurance industry is rotten to the core.
Yes.
That's a very, very different thing, right? There's a difference between what is this drug, what does it do, who can it help, and who gets it
100%,
for free.
100%,
These are very different
100%,
things. And in America, the only industrialized nation to not have socialized medicine, that's an enormous problem. But you can see how these are contradictory lines of thinking, right? The health insurance industry is terrible because it disallows people from getting the medical attention and the drugs that they need, the ones that work, that actually work, the ones that some would criticize Big Pharma for.
How does that even make sense? I'm sorry, God. Well, health insurance is bad because it stops you from getting drugs. How does it stop you? Does health insurance tell the people that make the drugs they're not allowed to give them out? What do you mean? Why not blame the people that make the drugs? He's like, the problem is he's in that area. There's this weird area that people occupy sometimes where they actually do know some stuff, but they're like they're like super aligned with some weird narrative, or they have like a high level of allegiance to some stupid fucking talking point, and they end up in these impossible to defend positions where it's like, okay, fuck, like, I think pharmaceutical and healthcare and science is good over here, but like, I also have to explain why there are some problems, and I'm also like a sloppulist, so I kind of sort of hate these institutions too. It's like, okay, let's punt it all off on healthcare, or on health insurance. Health insurance will be the sin eater for every single ill in the healthcare industry. Yes, true. That feel when I'm crawling to a hospital and I'm screaming that I need help, and the doctor sees me and the hospital sees me, and then the angry healthcare insurance exec runs up and stomps me in the neck and prevents the hospital and the doctor from giving me free care. Like, I don't know, whatever.
Then they
producing
clap.
in the first place, right? The health insurance industry, that's where you get the Luigi Mangioni's. You get some vigilante.
Oh my God.
Justice going on. Right. So I'm right there with you on the American health insurance industry. That's horrible stuff that's going on. That's very different from the medical science, the chemistry, the molecular biology behind what is a drug, is it going to work? Right,
all the Hamilton Morrises that are working for these companies in their labs, trying to do their best, and I'm sure that's true. I'm sure that exists. They're trying to do their best to actually create good medicines. That is different from the executives sitting in the top of the fucking tower who are working with the insurance companies and the hospitals and they're just trying to grease the wheels of money and trying to make more profit, trying to lobby the shit out of every single congressman in our country.
Yeah, get 10% more profit here.
It's insane.
Yeah, and I'm happy to see less of that however we can. But ultimately, it's just trying to add a little more profit on drugs that work, right? These are drugs that help people and save lives. They're trying to squeeze some more money out of it. And let's get rid of that corruption however we can. But the way you do that is with regulatory bodies that do their job, not with RFK firing everybody that's competent in every single in all of these institutions.
I don't know enough about the vaccine stuff. I haven't done a deep dive on it. I've had people on the show talk about it before, but I've never personally done a deep investigation of it, especially the COVID one. I don't understand it. It's too...
Health insurance doesn't always cover drugs that are prescribed. How is that hard to understand? They are the bad guys. Now, if they paid for the drugs, your premiums are going to go up more, so bad guys. So then don't have health insurance. What do you mean? Just don't get any and go pay for it from the hospitals. What's your problem? What's your issue?
It's not that simple, man.
It's not that simple. What? Because you can't afford it? But you're still not going to blame the hospital or the doctors or the administrators? You're still going to blame the health insurance? No one's making you buy health insurance. If you want, go to the hospital, pay for it. But then if you go to the hospital and like, oh, it's going to be $20,000 for whatever fucking bullshit, yeah, you still blame the insurance companies? What the fuck? You're not saying anything of substance.
Complex for
You're
me.
talking to me?
My whole problem.
No, talking to it.
Oh,
YouTube
okay.
chat, motherfucker.
With all the COVID stuff was all the censorship and all of the mandate stuff. And, you know, basically, I'm not down with the idea of having to wake up in the morning and turn on your TV to find out what your governor is telling you you're allowed to do today, including taking your kid to the park or going to the beach or whatever the fuck it is. I think that's totalitarian. I think that's a slippery slope. And I think once you give them that power, I don't think you ever get it back.
Okay, I think it's a little bit of an exaggeration, though. I mean, I don't know what it was in every state, but I live in California, and there was never a moment where we couldn't go to a park or anything where proper social distancing was happening. You know, how are all of these restrictions totalitarian? Is it totalitarian to say you can only drive on the right side of the street and not the left? Right? There are guidelines in place to ensure public safety. When you have a pandemic, a global pandemic that's killing a lot of people, what are you going to do? Nothing? Just let all the people convene in every manner imaginable and spread it and kill 10 times more people? I mean, something must be done.
Let people figure it out for themselves.
Yeah. I think 12.
What do you think happens during the next pandemic? If it, well,
oh no, we all die probably. Yeah.
Do you think everybody just doesn't do anything
Probably.
to stop?
Yeah.
Okay. You're doom pilled.
A dozen people were arrested in New Jersey for trying to go to a church service.
Oh my God. And then they bring up like the one bad example, which, and the story's probably not even fully true. There's probably something else, but it's like, why not answer? Dave, make him answer your fucking question. What are you supposed to do in a global pandemic? Nothing? Can you not do anything for the government? Well, what about the one time when the... Make him answer that question. So what? So the government should do nothing. Absolutely nothing, right? Nothing.
Yeah. I think 12 or maybe 24 people were arrested in New Jersey for trying to go to a church service and a synagogue. I think it was either a synagogue or a church. I can't remember, but it might have been some sort of a temple. And the governor of New Jersey arrested them for trying to go to church. There was beaches here. The beaches here were shut down.
Them.
Personally, yes, he did.
Beach like getting arrested.
It's the head executive.
That's by the that is totalitarian. No matter what your excuse is for doing.
What does totalitarian even fucking mean? My main issue is the friction the insurance companies cause. I can't even refer my United patients to specialists like surgeons, cardiology, etc., without filling out an extra bullshit authorization form on their website and wait for their approval. Well, you know what, Joe Bro TV? Stop being a lazy fuck and go open up a private practice, and then you can decide whose network you want to be in and who you want to work with. What are you doing in DGG chat when you should be out there opening your own practice up? You greedy fuck doctor. We need a health insurance flare. Where is my chat mod? Bing. I want a hospital flare if you're a hospital administrator, and I want an insurance flare if you work for an insurance company, okay? We need those flares next.
It goes against the Constitution. It goes against the First Amendment when in the church scenario. But
it has nothing to do. So it's just religious people thinking that they're immune to a pandemic because God, which is ridiculous. And then they convene in large numbers, pass the virus around, and then go out and kill other people. You really can't see the other side of that?
I can see the other side of it if, you know, I understand people were really afraid of it in the beginning. They didn't know what it was.
Oh my God. He's like, I don't know. Well, maybe I guess I can kind of sort of see maybe in the beginning. Yeah, that's when we were in it, in the beginning. Like, what do you... Like, what? We didn't have future sight? So we should have changed everything? Or... I don't know. Sorry.
Didn't know if this was going to be like instant death when it touched you. But and I'm not religious by any sense of the word.
Not relevant to anything that was just said.
But I understand and I respect that, you know, people have
again didn't respond to what Dave said at all, but okay.
They believe them. It brings sense of community to them, and they have the right, according to the Constitution and the First Amendment.
Oh my God. To
be able to practice their religion and to convene. You know,
what if your religion is to murder people? Should be allowed to do that, like with a gun, just go around and shooting people.
That's not the best counter.
That's a reductio ad absurdum. But what I'm saying is that the broader good, the public health, takes precedent over religious liberty, right? You're not free. Here's the thing. So with COVID response, there's doing absolutely nothing is insane. Forcing everyone to remain locked in a cubicle for forever is insane. So what do? Something in the middle. So if you want to have a debate about individual states' policies and exactly where it landed, you can have that debate. And I don't know what every state did. I know what California did, and to me it seemed extremely reasonable. If you lost a business during that time, you have my sympathy, absolutely. I mean, and you can have a debate. Was a little too much and not quite enough, whatever. But the idea that there should be that it's some kind of constitutional right for religious people to convene and spread a disease that.
I take care of dementia patients in nursing homes. Am I supposed to tell them to figure their shit out and get different insurance? Oh, so Joe Bro, just so I can understand your argument, you're telling me that if you refer somebody to an out-of-network person because you're not paying attention to their insurance, what do you do afterward? You just kick them out on the fucking street and you say, get the fuck out of here, grandma. You should have gotten different insurance. Is that what you're saying, Joe Bro TV? I want to know how many grandmas and grandpas you've killed, kicking them out of your hospital beds, all right? Trying to free them up for somebody in network. I'm just kidding. I love you, okay?
Will kill other people. It's just that's.
Yeah, but how will it kill anyone else other than people who were there?
Because you get it and then you go out somewhere else and then you give it to your family members and then people were gathering during COVID in every state. You know, some people were responsible about it and saw very, very few people, maybe only a couple close friends or something. And then there were very reckless people that changed absolutely nothing about their lifestyle, and those people killed other people. It's absolutely the case.
Yeah,
millions of people died. You know, I mean, it's
yeah. What is this, Steve?
Nothing. We just didn't really. He didn't really respond to any of Dave's questions. Dave is on his. He's being more friendly here, which I understand actually. If I don't know how friendly actually right now I would be on these shows, but Dave's not being as confrontational here as he would be otherwise. But I mean, I guess I get it.
This is all about the alternative health industry. Pharma is $645 billion.
Landlords-owned hospitals.
Well, I mean, you think about it, a hospital administrator is kind of like a landlord, a little bit.
A little bit, yeah. Sorry, the bed rent just went up.
Jesus.
Wow. Number 2 is $99 billion. That is fucking crazy.
Right, but it was a very restrictive list that you just provided, right? Like run-of-the-mill supplements don't even fall into that, right? If you're talking about naturopathy and stuff like that.
Oh, so he typed in alternative medicine.
It's a very well, yeah, but look at what the list was of what was included there. It was very, very restrictive.
What else should it have included?
The entire supplement industry.
Ask if this includes the supplement industry or the unregulated substance.
But are all supplements
Are they
herbal
just
medicine?
arguing with
No,
GPT
for sure,
now?
no.
I don't know.
So look, I mean, you don't need to convince me that pharma makes a lot of money, right? It's a gigantic industry.
Right, but it's certainly not bigger than alternative in the U.S. according to that. We haven't included supplements.
But that's
yet.
why I said it's a restrictive list. But yeah, I mean,
and
money
so
is money, you know?
so what is your position on censoring speech when it came to dissent on the whole COVID narrative and alternative medicines and stuff like that?
I wasn't familiar with a lot of it. I mean, I don't think like are you talking about like Twitter and stuff, like were tweets deleted or something?
You should reframe this every single time. What was your position on censoring tweets on it? You mean when Trump was in office in 2020? Yeah, I don't really like when that was happening, right?
Tweets deleted. YouTube, certainly lots of YouTube channels were deleted of practicing physicians who were talking about treating COVID and offering advice.
The Front Care COVID Alliance bullshit. Oh man, I didn't watch this on stream. I will next stream. We have to watch the debate on stream. It's actually abysmal. Like I would never appear.
Whose debate?
This guy, the Professor Dave guy, and the Debunk the Funk guy. They debate two of like the largest like vaccine denier people fucking ever, and it is one of the biggest fucking blowouts. Like unbelievable.
On how to treat it, how to take care of it. There was lots of doctors who had treated thousands of patients themselves and had YouTube channels and were talking about
every single person this guy's referring to is a fucking quack, lunatic, psycho, fuck, fringe freak who was part of either the Front Care COVID Alliance. Dave's probably debated some of these people who were like, oh, actually, if you actually pump 1,000 cc's of vitamin C right into this dude's fucking cock, and then you fucking load him up with ivermectin prophylactic every single fucking day, they actually never get sick. And I can tell because I've got a study from Kenya.
what they were doing, what the results were, and they had their YouTube channel shut down. I personally had people on the show talking about it and had those episodes taken down and gotten channel strikes because of the reason YouTube gave me was medical misinformation.
Yeah.
They were professionals, academics.
But
they were professionals.
Professionals that engage, in this. That's the problem is you have doctors that get into this grift, right? Paul Merrick and Pierre Corey and Peter McCullough, and then
any of those guys.
Avi Loeb, and there are professionals that get into this grift, right? Paul Merrick and Pierre Corey and Peter McCullough, and then
any of those guys.
Avi Loeb, and these.
It was almost certainly somebody associated with that COVID Front Care Alliance bullshit.
There are professionals that engage in grifting, so it's not always Billy Carson, some joker.
It was like FLCCC or something.
Whatever, right? You can have people in the highest echelon of academia that engage in grifting. So I'm under everything that was labeled as medical misinformation was right. Now the other question is, should it have been censored? That's a more delicate question. I don't know. I'm pretty neutral on it. I think it is for the public good that it got censored. But do we want that in general? I don't know. To me, I go the completely other way. I'm not really interested in what is censored or what is not censored or whatever it is. I am more interested in flooding the internet with factual information that debunks all the grifters. That's what I want to do. That's what I want to see.
Yeah, but what if you were getting censored for that?
But in what way?
What if YouTube was demonetizing your content for attacking people that were talking about vaccines or attacking people that were talking about the pyramids?
Well, that would be.
We need to do more.
Pyramids?
There has to be. He probably thinks the pyramids were built by aliens or restorers of fucking. It's unironically, it's fucking retarded. We have to do an underlying fact of the matter analysis. There's too many times where people are like, "How would you feel if you were getting censored?" This. Well, I would feel bad because I don't think I should be censored because I'm not engaging in medical misinformation during a pandemic. So that's why I would feel bad. Not because necessarily cutting some information during pandemics is bad, but because I don't believe that I'm, doing misinformation. Like that's a fair response. Now the other person could argue with that if they want to, but that's a real response.
That would really be shocking. Then we would have a situation where factual information is getting censored.
Well, those people believe that their information is factual.
Oh, all of these fucking centristy, conservative fucking dick sucks who all were so obsessed with Jordan Peterson's postmodern, post-truth, post-whatever, who are all like standpoint epistemology and the fucking intersectional losers who think you can have your truth, your own personal truth. I'm sorry, is truth or fact just a matter of personal opinion and belief now? Can we really not resolve a fact of the matter on anything? It's really everybody just has a personal opinion, their perspective on what is real or true.
That would really be shocking. Then we would have a situation where factual information is getting censored.
Well, those people believe that their information is factual,
but they don't. They're grifters.
So
this is why you have to dig into right. So I spend a lot of space on alt health because you do they are professionals and everything they say it requires a lot of investigation into primary scientific literature. Right, there has to be content that does a deep dive on this stuff to show you to illustrate. And you can pick any handful of these guys and I'll come back with a presentation to convince you that they're grifters. Right.
But do you not? Can you see the 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th level domino effects of censoring content online based on maybe something legitimate? Maybe
3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th level domino effects. And what he's really talking about is just the first level of like, well, if he gets censored, don't you get censored? That's a 6th level, a 6th order fucking effect. Okay, bro.
Be negative misinformation that could harm people. Do you see what can happen down the road with that?
So, yeah, a couple things. Number one, I do see that because then there's a lot of nuance, right? There are grifters that are perpetrating a grift, and then there are people who are echoing the grift because they fell for it, and then there's people. There's a lot of gradations of that, and where do you choose to stop? That becomes very tricky. I'm under the impression that it's pretty selective, and just the people that are grifting, right? I don't know, but maybe not. You said you got one episode pulled down or something like that.
We had multiple pulled down, but most of them were regarding the. Most of them were regarding the medical stuff.
Touting misinformation.
He probably was. True.
I mean, in the urgency of a global pandemic where millions of people are dying, I don't know. I mean, it's hard to say. But ultimately, I'm not defending censorship, right? I want to encourage the production and
more speech,
sharing.
Right? More speech.
Yeah. And the problem is that it doesn't. Most professionals are not willing to take the time from their job, and it takes weirdos like me, right? I'm a career science communicator and entrepreneur, and there's very few people that have been able to make a living this way, such that they have all of their time free to hunt down these people, and there's so few. There's just not enough because there's thousands of these people in every single sector of science and technology, and every single one of them needs a counterpart that's debunking them. So I'm trying to debunk 500 people at once, which is why it's hard to retain. Every time, particularly in the medical realm, there's so many papers, so much stuff that you really have to dig into that it's impossible to keep all of it in the forefront of your mind at once. But when I'm doing that video, I'm reading a lot of papers and I'm speaking with a lot of professionals. And I'm very thoroughly exposing that individual, and then I move on to another, and then another, and then another. So and I've seen my content move the needle a little bit on certain figures, which is what I want and which is what we need to see. We need a lot more people doing that. So I'm not here like let's silence everybody. I'm just let's have the truth be louder than the frauds. That's what I want.
Yeah. And then also on the ivermectin stuff, I had a woman. Just
oh no, bro!
He just immediately moved.
Yeah,
on.
They don't ever. There's no engagement. Oh,
no,
God.
He's just like, all right, next talking point.
I had Mary Bowden. Are you familiar with her? She worked at Houston Methodist Hospital, and her hospital that she worked at was the first hospital in the country to mandate the shots.
Can you believe that?
She is the doctor you challenged on Twitter about ivermectin treating COVID, and then she posted the document like 100 trash studies showing ivermectin works. Oh, there was some website, some bullshit website that purported to keep track of every positive ivermectin study that had like 60 or 70 of them, but it was like they were all like n=7 or random posts on Reservix or what the fuck, I forget. There's like a medical journal preprint site or whatever where you could post preprints, so they're not even peer reviewed or whatever. It's just. Ugh.
And she treated something like, it was more than 6,000 patients for it. She was a respiratory specialist. And she treated over 6,000 people. And this was starting before the shots came out. And she was using all of the recommended treatment. She was using a lot of monoclonal antibodies, which she said were very effective. She was very skeptical about the ivermectin. She did start using it. She did not see any negative effects for the ivermectin. I think she said that she was combining it with heavy doses of steroids, heavy doses of vitamin C, and I think it was the steroids, the vitamin C, breath work or something, some sort of like breathing exercises. This is her. Oh yeah, let's watch this real quick. There's she gives herself like a.
Oh God. I wish you could just, dude. I just want like a debate cage match just for like 2 hours, where you have to answer questions and you're like forced to engage. Like, hold on. So I just want to check something real quick. You said earlier that COVID wasn't even that deadly, right? He's like, well, yeah, ooga booga, yeah. Okay, and then you said that this woman treated thousands of patients with ivermectin, and they all got better eventually, right? Yeah. Okay, so do you not see how these two things are like connected? That most people will just get better? How do we know that the ivermectin or whatever bullshit she was doing was actually improving their outcomes compared to the standard of care? Oh, it's like that's like why we need a study, maybe. Possibly.
But what about the 7th level domino?
True.
Better than I do. Throw the little cans on real quick.
Okay.
Also, whatever. I like that nobody ever brings up this talking point because Joe Rogan dick sucked monoclonal antibodies, so they're beyond fucking question. But people complained about the cost of the vaccine or whatever other fucking bullshit or big pharma making money. Monoclonal antibodies in the early stages, these were like $5,000 to $10,000 fucking treatments that were also emergency authorized by the FDA, but for some reason that was okay. They never talk about how that skipped all the studies and research. This was an FDA emergency use authorization, same as the fucking vaccines. Ugh.
Problem? Just listen to like 30 seconds of this.
You're an ENT. She normally doesn't get involved anywhere close to the vaccine issue. And guess what? She is knee deep in this.
Right. So like Mary, I know we're like almost an hour into this podcast, but let's give you like a brief introduction, like your background.
Right. So I went to Stanford. I'm an ENT.
Oh my God. 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 Oh my God.
And I kind of stumbled into, I had patients coming to me because no one else would treat them. And I'm an expert in respiratory diseases, so it makes sense. And because I didn't shut my doors, people started coming to me. And initially I tried hydroxychloroquine, but as soon as President Trump mentioned it as an option, it got shut down. I mean, literally the Texas State Board of Pharmacy sent out a letter.
It didn't do anything. It didn't help. It didn't work. I like how all these people also try all the same bullshit. You need to do the thing where as soon as you said, real quick. Okay, I understand. Hold on. I understand what you're going to say about, all this. That's fine. But real quick, just checking. Do you think that oil is like a self-renewing resource under the dirt? I just want to know. I'm just curious what the answer to that is. I'm just curious if you think that, right? And then like, do you think it might be like the lost city of Atlantis? Is that like off the because these people unironically believe every fucking conspiracy. All of them believe all the conspiracies. They all believe all this stupid shit. All of them. Like, oh, you also happen to believe in every bullshit medication that was there was no study that ever showed that any of these were an improvement in standard of care for COVID. None of these ever panned out. Isn't that crazy how the scientific community is like, oh, they probably don't work. It doesn't seem like there was any research to back them up. And none of them do work. And none of them are used anywhere as a standard of care ever.
But as soon as President Trump mentioned it as an option, it got shut down. I mean, literally the Texas State Board of Pharmacy sent out a letter prohibiting us from prescribing it. So then I moved on to monoclonal antibodies.
Did she say she's an ENT or an EMT? I think ENT, right? Ear, nose, and throat?
She said ENT, ears, nose, and throat.
I mean, literally the Texas State Board of Pharmacy sent out a letter prohibiting us from prescribing it. So then I moved on to monoclonal antibodies, and those worked great. People turned around very quickly, and I get unlimited supply. Well, then the government shut that down, and that was right
What does that mean? Unlimited supply of, I don't know, okay.
Around when Biden mandated the COVID shots, they shut down monoclonal
antibodies. Did you say
antibodies.
unlimited or unlimited?
What did you just say? Unlimited or unlimited? What?
Limited. A limited.
Oh, a limited supply.
Shut that down, and that was right. And those worked great. People turned around very quickly, and I get unlimited supply.
I think she said unlimited.
I think she says yeah.
Well, then the government shut that down, and that was right around when Biden mandated the COVID shots, they shut down monoclonal antibodies. It was an orchestrated effort. And so I started.
Is that true? I thought that monoclonal antibodies do help a little bit. I'm not aware of them being shut down. I thought you could still get that for, I don't know if you still can. I don't know. But also, this woman is a lying, disgusting fucking piece of shit, so I wouldn't trust anything she says without actually factually it.
Using ivermectin, and I found that ivermectin worked. I was a little nervous that it wouldn't because monoclonal antibodies worked so well. But what I did find, I found it worked.
I don't think they worked that well. I think they helped a little bit, but not like super duper well.
And so I treated over 6,000 patients. When you see that high volume, I mean, that's something I'll never again experience in my career. I mean, usually I see a wide variety of issues as an ENT. Never had such a large volume of the same disease in such a short period of time, and you become an expert in it. And I started speaking out, and of course I got ridiculed, smeared, canceled. I'm still fighting for my medical license, so I put everything on the line to tell the truth. And I think that brings us to another point: is that all these people, all these doctors,
she's fined tens of thousands of dollars. They tried to take her medical license, and she was getting, she wasn't invited to any dinner parties anymore in Texas. Like,
oh no,
yeah, nothing to gain from it. But
very convincing.
I understand
convincing
that
narrative.
It's whether it's a narrative or it's her actual experience. I mean, it's possible that she's telling the truth.
No, it's not, you fucking retard, you fucking moron. How is it that no other doctor, well, I'm sorry, besides the 5 other quack doctors, how did so many doctors in so many countries across the entire fucking planet not figure out that an easily accessible anti-fucking parasitic drug massively helped COVID? How did no other country, no other academic institution, no other company, even the company, was it Merck, I think, that made ivermectin in the United States, even they put out a statement saying, by the way, no research shows that this actually fucking helps for COVID. Well, how did nobody else figure that out except this one fucking retarded dipshit lady?
But I understand that none of the scientific journals have published any sort of studies that say ivermectin is effective, right? They none of them do. I listened to your interview with Pierre Corey, and I've listened to other interviews, and that's what people seem to be frustrated by, is that there's no placebo-controlled trials that say that it did work for it.
Right. They're always using very shady trials, very small cohort, no controls. The first one was just
there were huge. I know Dave has to know this, but there were huge trials. That some people would say, I don't know if you'd ever say a definitive from. There were huge trials testing ivermectin and I believe hydroxychloroquine. And the end result of these was, go figure, that there was just no improvement in treatment over placebo or standard of care. That was it.
like high dose in vitro, which is not applicable to a human system. It just the kernel that they used and then expanded upon was not legitimate, and then mountains of legitimate science is done after the fact because of the fervor that crops up to demonstrate conclusively that it is not effective, both ivermectin and hydroxychloroquine. And so all you can do against this mountain of science that's performed all over the world, all these different countries, all over the place, is just go big giant conspiracy, pharma paid the blah blah blah, whatever. That's all you can do.
But what about people like her who treated over 6,000 patients, and she did say that it worked in combination with vitamin C, monoclonal antibodies, steroids, all that.
Okay, so what's the difference between that and it didn't work at all and other things worked? You know what I mean? Like, that's not how you do science, right? You don't go, I gave them 5 things and they got better, so this one must have worked. Right? That's not how science works. You know?
I feel like his arguments are okay, but I feel like, I don't know, maybe I'm just in my bitch mode right now. These people need to be.
They need to be what?
Sure.
He needs to be going way harder than this guy, but I'm always feeling that way now, so I don't know. Dave usually goes pretty hard. He's probably trying to be bridge building.
Very rigorous trials where you control every single variable, right?
I'm sorry. I would bring it up. Oh, okay. What do you think about the children that received hormones and treatment for being trans who grew up and said that it worked? Like, why is it that a few detransitioners is enough to shut down all of trans healthcare, but then a few doctors who are pro whatever ivermectin and hydroxychloroquine, that they should have the freedom to explore whatever treatments they want, even if they stand against the entire medical industry. They should be free to do whatever they want.
This is how you test drugs.
So do you ban ivermectin? Is that the answer?
Well, first of all, absolutely not, because it's a legitimate drug.
Should she be allowed to give it to prescribe it to her patients?
I don't know what the rules are. I mean, you can I don't think there's a law against off-label prescribing anything. Joe, bro, I think you guys are allowed to off-label prescribe anything. I don't know what the controls around that are, but the big issue you run into is, thank God for our wonderful insurance companies, is my guess is that insurance companies would probably stop covering it because the insurance company would say, well, this doesn't seem like it helps, so we're actually not going to cover this bullshit ass treatment. So then the doctor wouldn't be able to prescribe it off label, because I don't think you're always guaranteed to get off label prescriptions covered by, and then also like if Medicare decides that they're not going to, or Medicaid decides they're not going to, then.
Our hero insurance companies.
True.
I don't know how bureaucratic stuff works, but I definitely would look down on any doctor that was prescribing it for COVID because it was shown to not work conclusively. That and hydroxychloroquine, and that is when those drugs enter the alt health space. That is that's what I wanted to say about that.
I mean, she wasn't on like ivermectin's payroll or anything like that. She didn't make it.
What, she didn't? You just said that. Did she have a private practice? You said she saw 6,000 patients. In what time frame? You don't think she was getting money from those patients? I'm sorry, was it a fucking charity? Was this a charity doctor who was doing all this for fucking free? What are you talking about? Why are these guys so retarded? They have no mind for critical investigation of anything that's remotely on their side.
I think they're just bad faith, man.
Well, okay,
shut the fuck up.
You don't know that, right? You have all of these, for the frontline doctors, these organizations. I don't know who that person is.
Also, she's not on the payroll of anybody or getting paid for anything. We just watched her on an incredibly popular podcast. What was she promoting there?
I don't know what her affiliations are. It's very easy to just present yourself as the underdog fighting the big bad system. But all of these people. So we're looking at the list of alt health versus pharma. Ivermectin and hydroxychloroquine are pharmaceutical drugs that have purpose, right? Ivermectin, great Nobel Prize winning drug that eradicated a particular kind of parasite, does fuck all against COVID, but it's a great drug that has a purpose. But then when you take it and you're prescribing it for something that it does nothing against, that's alt health. That's when you get into this alt health wellness space, and you have all these doctors, frontline doctors, that are getting rich.
Is it ivermectin or hydroxychloroquine that was prescribed also for like lupus? One of these was, and I know they started to run out of the drug because so many people were fucking using it for these stupid off-label COVID prescriptions. I don't remember which one it was, but
is they're telling people you don't do what the big bad government says. I'll send you this in the mail every month. You give me $90 or whatever, and I'll send you this in the mail. Right, that qualifies as alt health. And there are a lot of people who got really rich.
Yeah, well, that's shitty. When you're starting a pyramid scheme on selling ivermectin, you're a jerk.
Not necessarily a pyramid scheme, but just
whatever it is. Whatever sort of fucking.
I wonder, what's that doctor's name again? What's the lady's name? Do you remember? You fucking loser. What was her name, guys? I think it was hydroxychloroquine. Mary Bowen.
Mary Bowen.
X.com. Wait. No. Doctor? Oh. Was suspended 2022. Fuck. I wonder if she is like sponsored by or sells any of those weird like online pharmacy things that sell like ivermectin and shit. The Texas Medical Board reprimanded Dr. Mary Talley Bowden for prescribing ivermectin to a patient at a Fort Worth hospital without privileges. I don't think you're supposed to do that. Without
Does that mean
privileges,
privileges
to treat at a Fort Worth hospital.
Oh.
It sounds like she was writing prescriptions in a place where she wasn't authorized to. This is just a reprimand, though, so I don't think she lost her license for that, but who knows what else she's done.
Recurring shit.
These people
It
are
is.
grifters.
It is. Yeah, I would agree with you there. But at the same time, like, again, I can't for a second bring myself to be able to defend companies like Pfizer, who are fucking sponsoring every single news station and newscast that's telling you that we have to stay indoors, you have to go get your shot, do all this stuff. By the way, we're sponsored by Pfizer. But trust me, even if they were paying us millions of dollars, we would still tell you the truth if we thought this stuff.
What?
Sponsoring, I can't for a second bring myself to be able to defend companies like Pfizer, who are fucking sponsoring every single news station and newscast that's telling you that we have to stay indoors, you have to go get your shot.
Oh, ew. Somebody found her Twitter. She follows me. Gross.
Do all this stuff. By the way, we're sponsored by Pfizer. But trust me, even if they were paying us millions of dollars, we would still tell you the truth if we thought this stuff was bad. Like, get the fuck out of here.
Okay, but stay indoors and get a vaccine. What's wrong with either of those things? Like, what's bad about that messaging?
Well, the question is, do you trust the media and do you trust the government? Do you trust the trillion-dollar corporations?
No! I trust the random lady who is fucking treating people because she said it worked for her, kept 6,000 plus COVID-19 patients out of the hospital. What does that mean? They didn't even go to the hospital? So it's what? She had a private practice? Was she just doing telehealth ivermectin prescriptions? Also, she's selling a book. Dangerous Misinformation. The Virus, the Treatments, and the Lies. Wow.
So you cry a lot on X about the mRNA vaccines. If they were really dangerous, don't you think trusted news sources like NBC and CNN would report that? So you cry.
Like, if you look at history and you read history, go look at the Iraq War. Do we trust these people?
Okay.
Oh, shit, we can't trust anybody except every single fucking... Again, this is another thing. If these guys were infinitely skeptical of everybody, then fine, sure, okay, you don't want to trust anybody, fine. But that's not the case. You're trusting this one person, woman, or whatever, who comes onto your podcast and sells you a bunch of shit, but you don't trust anybody else? You don't trust the government? You just trust this one? Why do you trust her? What makes her so fucking trustworthy?
Politics is
well, it's
completely
the news.
different.
It's the news is selling it to
Sure.
us.
Sure. But the fact remains that money can't change the laws of physics or the laws of molecular biology and what a disease, it can't change what a pathogen is and how it kills you and what will cure it and what will defend, right? These are all realities of the natural world. And this is what scientists seek to study. So you can find a media distortion, you can find a special interest group, you can find these things. But ultimately, what a disease is and what cures it cannot be manipulated
trust
in that way.
diseases
Right?
even
And you have scientists all over the world
True.
that are studying this stuff. That's why, again, I'm going to keep bringing it back to this. The consensus of the global scientific community is what you go by. When you have somebody that's contradicting that,
No,
you want to be skeptical
wrong,
of that person.
wrong.
Right? So ivermectin doesn't work against COVID, not because Pfizer said so. It's because all of the scientists all over the world say so, right? There's a big difference there.
Amanita muscaria is the third most popular microdosed psychoactive in the U.S. with over 3 million people using it. That's more than LSD or DMT. But there's a
what?
Popular
because all of the scientists all over the world say so, right? There's a big difference there.
Amanita muscaria is the third most popular microdosed psychoactive in the U.S. with over 3 million people using it. That's more than LSD or DMT. But there's a wave of dangerous gas station fakes out there, so who knows how many people were cheated out of the real deal. Amantara is the complete opposite of those scams, which is why I only trust Amantara. I never would have even touched Amanita muscaria if it weren't for Amantara. They are the trusted Amanita supplier in the U.S., totally legal, no synthetics, and 55,000 happy customers. Small doses put you in a calm, focused, flow state type headspace, while medium doses are more like a jolly alcohol alternative, great for sleep, dreams, and some people even call it nature's wine. I take a few of these capsules most days after work, and it helps me forget about the stress of the day and be more engaged with my family.
Why should we believe you? You're literally... Brah, major brah, moment brah, 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 brah.
Imagine being in a stressful environment and not feeling triggered. That's
He's
what
a
Amanita
cool
does. For me.
podcaster,
Amantara is the
Steve.
largest Amanita muscaria supplier in the U.S. Totally legal, ethically sourced, and lab tested. They have the largest Amanita selection, from oils, capsules, to chocolates, and the raw caps. It's not just a store or a single product. These guys are helping pave the way for a new legal medicinal psychoactive mushroom in the U.S. And
The medicinal. Like, this guy just said, oh, so I'm supposed to trust big media when you're sponsored by Pfizer about the vaccines? Like, you tell me the truth anyway? Meanwhile, here's my alternative health wellness supplement fucking bullshit-ass fucking company. It's all good. Not to say this is bull. I don't know what the fuck these guys even sell, but
Yeah, don't get
really happy to be a part of it. Go to amantara.com/go/DJ and use the code DJ22 for 22% off your first order. That's AMENTARA.com/go/DJ. And don't forget to use the code DJ off your first order. Amantara paved the way for a new legal medicinal psychoactive mushroom in the US, and I'm really happy to be a part of it. Go to amantara.com/go/DJ and use the code DJ22 for 22% off your first order. That's AMENTARA.com/go/DJ. And don't forget to use the code DJ22 for 22% off your first order. So I just question it when most of the scientists are paid by the pharmaceutical companies.
They're not.
Bro.
Yeah, how do we know?
I mean,
most scientists
How do we know?
I've talked to have gotten grants from pharmaceutical
We're talking about millions of scientists. Right. We're talking about an unbelievable number. It doesn't make sense.
Who pays them to study this stuff? Who pays them to study the drugs?
I mean, all kinds of things. I mean, you'd have to identify an individual study, and we would find the source of the funding there.
If you were to broad brush it, like by and large, most scientists, say there's fucking billion scientists in the world that are studying, that are researching drugs. Who pays them to do it?
Whatever government they're working under.
You think the government pays for it?
I mean,
why can't Dave? I don't know, because Dave just hates everything private, corporations, or whatever. Can Dave just not say that? Of course they fund their medical trials, or
If it's a,
largely
if it's a right, maybe if it's a government or a country that has national or socialized medicine, right? But certainly not in the United States. So United States medicines.
No, still. I mean, a large percentage of grants are from the government, and I mean, we're talking about medical science in general and molecular biology in general, right? It's when you're looking at what viruses do and what bacteria do and what a drug does and what an antibody does and all these things. This is just general science, right? And so you can have clinical trials on a drug. That's very different from scientists who are just performing general research on pathogens, epidemiology, and this kind of stuff. So yeah, a lot of government grants, and there are private corporations that are also utilizing profits to do research. So money's coming from everywhere. I mean, it's very easy to just go money. Okay, money came from a thing.
It's the number one common denominator with most of this stuff, and it doesn't have to be just like financial incentives. It can also be like personal vendettas. Yeah. I heard you talk with Hamilton about this, and I've heard he's talked with me about this on this podcast. There's like a really famous psilocybin study or MDMA study where there was this rich family who literally paid millions of dollars to buy podcasts and propaganda to sabotage this MDMA study and like the public perception of MDMA.
It's very interesting because
does he have like a source for any of this?
Yeah, what is that? Why? Who the fuck would even care? Dude, I feel like, I mean, I don't know, I could be wrong, but like MDMA is I think a relatively expensive of all the drugs that are like commonly used. I think MDMA is like relatively expensive to make, and I don't know why pharma wouldn't want to sell MDMA to people. No, I don't know.
About this number one.
I mean, it's very easy to just go money. Okay, money came from a thing.
It's the number one common denominator with most of the stuff, and it doesn't have to be just like financial incentives. It can also be like personal vendettas. Yeah. I heard you talk with Hamilton about this, and I've heard he's talked with me about this on this podcast. There's like a really famous psilocybin study or MDMA study where there was this rich family who literally paid millions of dollars to buy podcasts and propaganda to sabotage this MDMA study and like the public perception of MDMA.
It's very interesting because a bunch of people left comments.
And like it's weird because like you're literally funded by people that sell mushrooms and shit, and now you're defending, MDMA. Like who's to say that you're not paid for it? Like using your own fucking standard.
Saying that was not true. And I didn't look into it further, so I'm not sure. Yeah, I don't know. I mean,
there's a guy I've had on the show many times. He's a journalist, and he follows all the psychedelic stuff. He follows like every single psychedelic study. He's very skeptical of the whole industry. And he was a part of a really early psychedelic study in like the 90s, I think.
I don't think anyone. There's not too many people that are denying, just by and large, that psychedelics have no therapeutic application. I think the vast majority of the scientific community is on board with that.
The story was with this on this specific case was
just keeps going.
And they threatened to sue Hamilton over this because he exposed it. Was that there was this study that was going on with MDMA, and there was this guy who was really old. He was a Holocaust survivor. Some of the girls that were involved with this study somehow met him and started giving him MDMA, and he's like turned his life around. He was like in his late 90s, and he was loving it. He was loving these girls. I'm sure they were like banging him or whatever, and they were also giving him MDMA. Yeah. And he's like, "Fuck, I love this. How much money you guys want to sponsor your MDMA study?" And the granddaughter of this guy was like, "What the fuck? He's giving these MDMA whores my inheritance." So she decided to take a bunch of her money to sabotage their stuff. So like, it's not like some big cabal. It's not some big organization that's just trying to make profit. It's just a personal vendetta. But like, it's about money at the end of the day.
Yeah, and there are frauds within within the medical establishment as well.
Maybe this happened. I don't even know, bro.
And Andrew Wakefield was bribed £500,000 to pen the Lancet study. Andrew Wakefield penned the 1990s.
Yeah, I was going to say, he keeps saying Wakefield because he wants this other guy to bite on it, but this guy probably doesn't even know the name. The vaccines cause autism study.
It's the Lancet study that started the whole vaccines autism craze that will never go away.
I don't know anything about that.
Oh, it's
oh, it's like the most popular fucking anti-vaxxer fucking study of all time. He's never even fucking heard of it. Fine, you don't know the name. Fine, that's fair. But you don't even know the claim? How you've like, this is like ground zero. Like you've done no research whatsoever. You're about to debate somebody over like quantum physics and people start bringing up formulas and shit and you're like, what the fuck is that? The cross. Is this about like religion? It's like, what do you mean the cross? And it's like the thing between the two letters. What is the cross? You mean the plus sign? You fucking the plus sign? How are you even talking about? It's okay.
It's a whole saga. I mean, he's like, you know, the most major figure in the anti-vax movement, sort of catalyzed from the mid-90s much of what is happening now. But that's what I'm saying. He was a doctor. He was a gastroenterologist. Like, it's possible to... It's humans. It's society. There's people. There's politics. There's stuff going on at all times, right? There's money over here. There's money over there. That's just life. That's just reality. You know what I mean?
Sure.
But
that's human nature.
Yeah, the problem is... And there's no... But
only human nature when it's dealing with big pharma and the government, but not human nature on the wellness supplement side.
Problem in going, this individual instance of fraud occurred. Let's expose that and let's dish out some justice there. The problem is when you have the alt health space just relentlessly spinning this overblown villainization of pharma while they are making enormous amounts of money peddling snake oil. I mean, that's the main take-home message here. You know?
I mean, this is gonna happen. It's gonna happen. You know, you're gonna get bad apples. It's like, would you rather have 3 news channels that are feeding you all your information and you can't get it from anywhere else, or would you rather it be open season where everyone can go out and find information and you have to?
Oh my god! Oh, because that's what they do. Let me go and watch 52 different podcasts on fucking ivermectin to figure out the truth of the matter. Oh, and by the way, those 52 podcasts, every single host is going to be a fucking retard that doesn't have any fucking idea how any of these drugs work, or what any of this even is, or what it even means for a thing to be FDA approved, or what a trial is, or anything. He doesn't know anything about any of this. But I'm gonna go and sort out. This is like the blind leading the fucking. It's all, like all of these takes are children's like this is like I expect. Have you ever listened to like 4-year-olds talk to each other? It sounds like premature, like the early LLMs having bot conversations.
Yeah, it's a little like
they're just like saying sentences that are like kind of grammatically correct, but they're kind of like funny and weird. They don't really make sense, but you understand how it could make sense to each other. It's like this is what listening to these guys fucking talk. Not Dave, but like this podcast guy is just so fucking stupid. Oh my fucking god.
Cool. I mean, that's the main take-home message here. You know?
I mean, this is gonna happen. It's gonna happen. You know, you're gonna get bad apples. It's like, would you rather have 3 news channels that are feeding you all your information and you can't get it from anywhere else, or would you rather it be open season where everyone can go out and find information and you have to use your brain to figure out what's bullshit and what's good?
Well, and the latter is the situation that we have now, and unfortunately, an unbelievable percentage of the media landscape is lies. So yeah, it's a good point, right? Yeah, when you have 3 news channels, does that mean that there was, and it was very, very respectable fact-based journalism? Doesn't mean there's no propaganda, right? Of course, there can be propaganda that's just like there's a whole genocide happening over here that no one is talking about, and you'll never know about it because it's not on the news.
This is the reason why Dave hates me, is because he's obsessed with the Israel-Gaza thing, which is funny because he commits all the same errors when it comes to Israel-Palestine as he sees other people doing with the vaccine shit, but that's okay.
100%. That's absolutely was the case. You know, and now you can't hide a genocide. Everyone's got a phone and they're filming it and showing it to you.
Which I want to talk about. That is probably the most unifying thing in this country right now.
Sure.
What did you just have pulled up, Steve? For drug research, where does the majority? What is it? ChatGPT. Where does the majority of funding come from? Government grants, pharmaceutical companies, or anything else?
Was Lycan useful like
what
this?
No, he just played the N-word soundboard sometimes.
Okay. In total dollar terms, the majority usually comes from pharmaceutical and biotech companies, not government grants. In the U.S., CBO, whatever that is, reported that the pharmaceutical industry spent $83 billion on research and development in 2019, and a National Academics NCBI review says private industry as a sector was the largest overall investor in biomedical research.
Yeah, so pharmaceutical companies invest in R&D to develop drugs. Right? That's right.
Right. Exactly.
They make drugs. Right. That's the business. It's the business of making drugs. It takes a lot of money to make drugs.
Right. Well, what was the question though? The question was what?
Well, you were asking about where all the funding comes from for medical science.
In drug research. Oh, obviously, yeah. Okay, that question is in drug research. Obviously, the money would.
But the drug research is hard because you have general research that finds breakthroughs and discovers like general scientific knowledge. It's up to a private company to bring all of that into formulate it into a way that creates a drug that is safe and treats a disease or whatever. So like, but I don't know how you even capture the public research part of that. It's one of the reasons why I get annoyed at the fucking lefties and shit. They'll say, oh, actually, the public sector does way more funding for research than the private sector does to bring a drug to market. It's like, well, not technically, because the private sector ultimately is the one that has to invest in the actual formulation of a drug and then the actual application of the drug and then doing the trials and everything. But the public sector does do research to bring these things. It's not like pharmaceuticals are generally, I don't believe they're generally out there doing like novel research on novel things that nobody knows anything about. I think usually that's like general-ish research or whatever, or research branching off of other research. And then when a pharmaceutical company sees something where it's like, oh, this could be a drug application, then they start to invest in it.
come from the companies that are selling the drugs.
But I think what you wanted to talk about is where academic research is, funding for academic research is coming from in anything that is tangential or pertains to.
The correct question would be what academic scientists, what percentage of funding for science in, you can't really lump it into like science. That's too broad.
Yeah, if you're talking about
what
science
would be
in
the
general,
type of science you'd be talking about for this kind of stuff?
even that is difficult. If you're just talking about medical science in general, or something that would be
medical science, that's a good one.
I mean, I don't know. It's hard to say, but I mean, obviously, I mean, it's very, very broad, right?
And you also have to narrow down to the U.S. Medical science in the U.S.
But science is, that's the thing about academic science, is that much or most of academic science is just, let's figure shit out. How do things work? What is this made of? What does it do? Right? The point of academic science, which is why it's so tragic that the funding for science is being slashed under this administration, is it's scientists that want to figure stuff out and know how everything works and find cool new applications. You know, like they're doing the foundational work that then others can go in industry and say, well, they just figured out there's this material. What can we do with this material? And we can make this thing or whatever. That's what's incredible about academic science, right? When you're in the private sector, everything's obviously very profit oriented, and so to sacrifice academic science, which is what we're seeing right now, you're losing that foundational layer of like just what happens if we try this, or what's this thing all about? It's the true exploratory science is largely happening in academia.
You find anything, Steve? Do you type in medical science? Oh, it's still searching. ChatGPT is going slow for us. Yeah, and just again,
he ran out of tokens.
Some of the history of America and like the science that has been done in America for
Tuskegee,
nefarious reasons and nefarious terms. It's once you learn about that and you're exposed to that, it's really hard to get that out of your head.
Yeah,
you know?
You can't trust anything.
Is this just a schizo podcast?
This is every conservative thing. You can't. Yeah, nothing is trustworthy. You can't do anything for. It's all of it is just fucking retarded.
Like,
it's like
you have to do your own research forever.
And it's all brainless points too.
That might be human nature.
You're gonna go to that one probably.
Maybe Tuskegee is one. Maybe Operation Paperclip is another one. Maybe.
What is the fucking taking of German nuclear scientists and shit and commanders after the fucking World War II? What do you trust, bro? Like, what do you do? Do you drive a fucking car? Do you turn on your light and trust your electricity? Do you drink water? Do you eat food? Like what?
The Manhattan Project is a good example of the top scientists in the world, including Nazi ones.
Build a bomb and kill people with it. I mean,
like that's the goal here is to kill people.
But yeah, no, I mean,
and look, you can't broad brush everything with that, obviously. But it's like when you learn about all this stuff, it's overwhelming.
Yeah, but so there's a couple things here. So number one, we do want to differentiate between the veracity of science and what people do with it. So there are those in that space that want to call into question the validity of science. There's nothing wrong with the validity of the science that made the bomb. That's why the bomb worked, right? So they figured out a bunch of physics, and then they made a bomb with it.
I'm not saying whether it's valid or not. I'm just questioning the motive.
Sure. But there are a lot of people who just physicists are it's all fake and all this stuff. Right? So
there's people that think nukes are fake. They think they aren't real. You know that? Are you aware of that one? You gotta check that one out.
There's just at this point nothing surprises me on the internet. But then so putting that aside,
he jokes about how
doesn't he say this when he peddles fucking conspiracies himself?
Who?
He's making fun of people who don't believe in nukes.
Oh yeah, no. I was gonna say he says he doesn't believe in any medical science.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
People do bad things in the world. There are people that do bad things, and there are people who use science to do bad things. And I mean, all we can do is point out all these instances and where malfeasance is occurring, and shine a spotlight on it. Try to educate people on what has happened in the past, and then try to empower regulatory bodies to minimize that happening in the future. Right? That's why we need a robust FDA. We need these institutions to be able to do their job. We have this constant seesaw between the government and the private sector.
Yeah.
And that is unfortunately how the world works.
Seesaw, it's a marriage.
Yeah, well, it's a very one-sided marriage.
Look at Trump's cabinet. Look at all the AI people. Look at Peter Thiel. All these people that are
maniac.
And Alex Karp talking about dropping fentanyl-laced urine on his enemies.
How does this guy justify his belief in nuclear weapons when he's actually never seen one, though? I feel like this,
I was gonna say that like. You could probably make an argument to him that there's more evidence for vaccines working than nuclear weapons being used. I was going to say that, but then I thought what would probably happen if you had that debate is he just wouldn't believe in nuclear weapons. Like you would think you would work on one side, but he would actually just be like, "Fuck, dude, you're actually totally
it's like
right."
Monkey's paw?
Yeah, I don't think nukes are real. You actually convinced me, bro. I'm like, no, that's not what I meant.
Shit.
Yeah, so I was like, whatever.
Getting all this money, billions of dollars.
There's also like it's just such a red flag to know anytime somebody knows, like, how do you know the specific names of all these weird things or all these like Operation Paperclip or everything else? But like, you probably don't know anything about any of the surrounding topics here. Like, it shows a huge bias in how you're acquiring information about everything. Yeah.
No, Alex
I'm surprised you didn't know
talking about dropping
leader of the anti-vax movement. That seems
or
like
at least the vaccines causes autism study.
Sure. Yeah.
Fentanyl-laced urine on his enemies. Like these are the people that are getting all this money, like billions of dollars from the U.S. government, and like literally probably mostly responsible for getting him in power, grooming JD Vance, like all this crazy stuff.
Yeah, and head of EPA in the pocket of fossil fuel lobby. Like just you have people being put at the heads of institutions that are antithetical to the purpose of the institution, right? So this is why
it's rotten to its core.
It's rotten to its core, and that's why like. government bad, government bad, government bad. Okay, we have the private sector. Right now, the seesaw is that the private sector has undue influence on the government. So you have, you know, a lot of the anti-establishment narratives going on right now are very like pro private sector, right? The government sucks, academia is communism, all this stuff. We need to give all the money to Elon Musk because he's a brilliant man that knows what to do. In the meantime, that's the point of Doge, is to go in and just dismantle.
That's probably what this guy believes, by the way, that Elon Musk is fucking brilliant.
Really? You see that? You see people?
Oh, wait, what? You think people are sucking off Elon Musk? The guy who was given unprecedented, unlimited authority to go through every single executive branch agency we have to quote-unquote audit?
Man that knows what to do. In the meantime, that's the point of Doge, is to go in and just dismantle all the.
Really? You see that? You see people?
So the propaganda that is directly from the oligarchy is of this flavor, right? Academic institutions are woke indoctrination camps and all of the blah blah blah, and this, you know, everybody sucks there, and don't go to college, and everything from a college sucks. So it's very pro private sector, right? It's very deliberate, right? That's why we're seeing this movement towards dismantling regulatory bodies and giving more and more and more power and influence to the private sector. So, you know, that's not, I'm not saying government good, right? You don't want a totalitarian government that wreaks havoc on the private sector. Right now, it's not the case, right? We have the other situation where the private sector has too much influence on government, or you can buy politicians and make them, you know, do what you want.
And they're also using their influence to trade stocks, because they know what's going to happen. They know the laws that are going to change, the policies that are going to change, and they're making the rules. They can predict the future. I mean, similar to like you see with some of this crazy insider trading on this fucking Strait of Hormuz shit right now.
Sure, yeah, I know very little about it, but I instantly believe it.
Hold on, we have a source saying a United States Secret Service officer shot during the White House Correspondents' Dinner was not hit by friendly fire, officials say. They determined that Cole Allen fired the shot.
From his shotgun? And the guy survived?
6 shots were fired total, 1 by Allen and 5 by the agent. The bullet likely struck the agent's phone inside his vest, preventing serious injury.
Yeah, that's a doubt from me.
Do we have the kickback, the recoil on him firing a shotgun? Would he have fired it while running? And it was buckshot. How did he have a super tight choke? I feel like there would have been a bit of a spread on that, but it all got hit by one. I don't know. It was Trump phone. Oh my God! If they came out and said he was blocked by Trump phone, I'm going to be honest. I would take back every criticism from this administration, and I would just say shrimp will cinema.
I'd be a conspiratard then, man.
I'd be like, you know what? Fucking bro. You got it, man. To the Trump admin, they deserve it. They got it.
But I mean, so it's a tricky situation, right? Because governments have to exist. We need governments as a society, as a civilization. But the trick is, you know, when you see an administration that is appointing all these people to these cabinet posts, right? It takes a very large grassroots political movement to, number one, recognize the problem, right? Anybody who can't see that RFK is a nightmare, that's very problematic, right? That society can't unanimously agree that RFK is a nightmare.
I don't see how he's a nightmare.
Okay, he's completely 100% antithetical to public health. Everything about him, he is if one of those.
I don't know anything about. Oh my God,
he's a nightmare. That's very problematic, right? That society can't unanimously agree that RFK is a nightmare.
I don't see how he's a nightmare.
Okay, he's completely 100% antithetical to public health. Everything about him, he is if one of those insane TikTok wellness influencers became the head of HHS. Right? That's what he is. Right. So
he's not a TikTok influencer. He's been suing public health people for decades.
Suing them? So like he has a financial incentive to believe the things that he's saying? Is he making money off of it? You see how like the lack of skepticism from these guys is just like it's actually inexplicable. Like I don't know if they would pass like a test to see if the lights are on. Like, are you even conscious right now? Like I don't understand how. Is there anything happening up there or?
No.
Correct. There's not.
His main source of income is lawsuits. He gets finder's fees for lawsuits, but none of those lawsuits actually demonstrate harm from vaccines or anything. They're all just
not just vaccines, but also glyphosate, right? Wasn't there a guy?
He rolled right over for Monsanto. He's deregulating. He's deregulating for all these things. He waves this flag of like I'm a champion of the people. He absolutely is actually doing the opposite. He's not only is he firing everybody from all these institutions, CDC and FDA that have
he's firing everybody.
I mean, not everybody. I mean, yeah, like in thousands upon thousands.
Maybe
he's
just like fumigating all the fucking corruption out of it.
No, he's making it.
I hate my life. He's just getting rid of all the corruption. Oh, he's just getting rid of all the corruption.
Corrupt by fumigating out all the legitimate scientists.
Yeah, but how do you know? How do you know he's not fumigating? How do you know he's not getting the corruption out of there?
Because the output of these institutions is now exclusively medical misinformation. Right? That's what's happening now. Is you have never before had medical misinformation of this degree coming out of official state channels.
Like which one?
Never happened before.
Like what?
CDC. CDC's no longer.
What is the CDC saying that's medical information?
How about the fact that they claimed that they were going to find a cure for autism in like 3 months, and then they came out and then they blamed Tylenol, and then they walked it back and just haven't said anything about it since? What the fuck?
RFK tells Trump, I'm going to figure out the cause of autism because that's what's going to happen. And then he goes on and say, it's Tylenol. We figured out it's Tylenol. All this crap, you know, pushing vitamin. No, of course it's not.
My life. My food's almost here. I got to leave soon. I got to do my Devo prep soon. Get me the fuck out of here, bro. Oh my fucking God. It's actually, this is just fucking retarded.
And then he had to.
How do we know? How do we know it's
because
not true?
plenty of studies have
How do we know it's not true? He said it, didn't he? How do we know it's not true?
done, and then
How do
more
you know
after this
anything?
insane accusation, and then they got sued, of course, by the makers of Tylenol.
Of course they did.
So it's just like,
of course, Big Pharma sued them. Notice how he says right there, of course they did, because suing people is so bad. What did we say before about RFK? He's been suing all these big companies, so he must be the good guy. Oh, the makers of Tylenol sued RFK? Of course they did. Suing is bad. Except when RFK does it, it's fucking awesome.
It's a non-stop circus sideshow of a guy who definitely has no.
Also, how fucking retarded is this guy? Wait, did this guy think? I'm sorry. Did this guy think we cured autism? Was he on his podcast genuinely every day like, damn, RFK, that's a real ass ninja. Motherfucker cured autism. Crazy. Was that his thought up until Professor Dave gave that counterpoint? Did he think that?
What he's talking about. I mean, everything the guy said. I mean, he's like an HIV denialist. All like really insane stuff. We've never seen this before in HHS or in NIH, and then Jay Bhattacharya is right behind him. Also, just complete fraud. And so this is what you have. You have you have all these institutions being stacked with loyalists that are running the narrative of this administration. And we need to. The core issue is getting the public aware that that's what is happening, because then you can vote people out of office, and then you can vote people into office that will put credible people at the helm of these institutions, and you can very slowly start to rehabilitate this.
What did you find? What are you looking for?
He's an HIV.
Well, of course, Google's going to say this, bro.
Wait, so now it's not, the AI doesn't work now, even though he was using it for every fucking answer before. What the fuck?
What did he actually say about it? Oh my God, that is unreadable.
This is too much to read. It's like 4 sentences. It's like 20 words. It's a 20-word highlight.
I mean, so
okay, what is claims on HIV/AIDS causation? In his 2021 book, in the real Anthony Fauci and other public statements, Kennedy has argued that AIDS is not exclusively caused by HIV. He has asserted that his initial AIDS epidemic was linked to the use of poppers in the gay community rather than the virus. So he's saying AIDS is not the exclusive cause, which that makes him an HIV denialist.
Of course, it is. HIV causes AIDS. Right?
Well, he's not denying that HIV also causes AIDS.
Oh my God.
He's saying it's not the exclusive cause.
Okay, but what he's saying is absolutely insane, and it doesn't make any sense at face value anyway. Right? It is a disease caused by virus, caused by the HIV virus. That's what it is. Right. This is well known for
But he's saying
decades
it's
here.
also other things, right?
But
how do you know that it's not?
Because it's caused by virus. It's a viral disease.
Have you talked to AIDS experts on this?
Dude, come on, man. This.
And okay, I don't know if Professor Dave knows. Okay, but there was a theory for a while that I say for a while, but I don't know. Maybe people still believe this, that AIDS is just caused by basically being immoral. And that's what, I don't know if fucking anybody here, like poppers are like a drug that is commonly used in like the gay community. So that theory was homophobic. I'm not trying to be a wokey, but like that's what that theory was. Oh, I don't think AIDS is actually caused by HIV. I think it's caused by the drugs that these guys use, poppers. That's what he's saying. It's a homophobic attack on the gay community. That's it.
This is such a laughingstock talking point, right? We look at where we.
He needs to justify it more. I don't know if he should know that. I'm sure he knows this.
Jack shit about AIDS.
Look at where we have come with AIDS treatment. Why do you think that whereas AIDS was a death sentence in the 80s and 90s, that now it is not? That
Big pharma.
The use of various therapeutics.
Big pharma.
Because we know how it's caused. Mm-hmm. We have drugs that target every single step in the replication cycle of the virus that are inhibitors of this step and this step. We understand very, very well. This is what I'm talking about. So what's alarming is what you just did. I want everyone listening to not do that, right? What you have to have is this intense skepticism when somebody like RK says something like that. Poppers cause AIDS. This is insane because, and if you don't know a lot about AIDS, but you can look into it, right? You can look into what these drugs do, how they affect the replicative cycle of the virus, how well we understand HIV and AIDS, and that's why we're able to treat it so effectively.
Well, here's the thing. I think that you should be skeptical of everything. I think that
except RFK Jr. Okay, I love you guys. I'll be back. I don't know how long my demo is going to take tomorrow. I'll either be back in an hour because it'll be super fast, or I'll be doing it for 10 hours tomorrow. So
we'll see you Friday.
Yeah, be careful. I love you.
Ciao.
Stay safe.